Ethiopia, massive Jewish settlement in the Greater Antilles and the Lesser Antilles where we are, but also hugely important, Curacao. The Grand Inquisitor here is shown in black, gesticulating wildly.
And then tomorrow we really get going, so full schedule. So thanks again for coming. You got anything?
Okay. Cheers.
Cheers.
Thank you very much, Steve.
These legends to come on and educate us is an amazing thing. Although Katie can't join us today, I'm sure she's going to love this interview. This is right up her alley, especially with the presentations and stuff. And she's seriously, I don't know anybody like her. So she is like to me a lot of investigations, and I look at her. It's like, you know what you're doing. She's been at it for a long time. And Robert, of course, since 1967 has Plus, I think it's the edit and the things they leave out, like they're very limited on time, and so you can't really get that. And it's like, yeah, like a full meal, you know what I mean? And then so you should talk about this. Contact and Desert is coming really fast. It's just one part, you know what I mean? So it's right on the corner. If you guys don't have your tickets, definitely buy some. It's I believe the hotel or the resort's completely sold out for the rooms. And this is actually turning out to be the biggest one they've ever had. So if ufology's gonna be there, Beast from the East, Michael Dawson, is gonna be there this year, very active. You're gonna be doing podcasts all over things, but they almost working out. And you gotta do with the Almost Review, you do have a new series that's coming out. And it's about BSC and encounters. Just go ahead and describe it. It's crazy. You guys worrying about performance and us
Everybody say KRC.
Welcome. How are you? What up, Brandu? What's good, son?
Hello, fellow students of Jewish
Just
history.
a moment.
You know,
Can you hear me? Yeah. Dude, you're really hard to hear. Is there any way you can come closer to the microphone? Excellent. How'd you find out about me, Brandu? Oh, that's amazing. Have I told you about myself? Oh, excellent. Well, firstly, apologies for my kickbot that clips people. I do what I do for a good reason. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I'm currently live on more than 22 simultaneous YouTube streams. I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on basically everything but Kick because Kick bans me. I do so because I don't want war anymore in the world. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother, Brandu? Yeah. It's okay if you haven't. It's basically the story of somebody whose entire life's on camera, as is mine. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. Data overtook petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me a very influential person. And if that happens, brand new, I'm going to make sure that you, your friends, your family become financially independent if you're not already. I'm going to make sure that you have the ability to create generational wealth. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound? Absolutely, 1000%. So I not only stream my life, but I talk about some things that are interesting to people, like ending world hunger through the use of technologies such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I am an advocate for ending world thirst. I am sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. I'm also an advocate for the LifeStar program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How do those projects sound to you? Excellent. I talk about some other things that aren't generally discussed in the mainstream, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light, travel, faster than light technology, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, quantum computing, nuclear energy. I talk about things like de-extinction technology. If you didn't know this, the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind blowing opportunity. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I just think is a really exciting goal. They've recently made headlines with their dire wolves. Their dire wolves are about a year old, and Joe Rogan has met them. I talk about other things that are going to affect you potentially if you want. I talk about things like life extension technology. When you were born brand new, the average life expectancy for someone like you is probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 if you want, with your consent through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormones, stem cells, peptides, things like cryonics, cryogenics, things like perhaps nootropics and ambrosia therapy, cold shot therapy. But eventually you may get to be 120 years old and you may say, Rabbi, this has been a really great run. Everything that you've done or told me about back in 2025 has come true. What's the next plan? And if you want, this is again with your consent, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you, Brandu, is there may be an opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts? I can't. Brandu, I couldn't even hear what you were saying. But that's okay.
know that most of the people like going on these amazing kosher river cruises trips primarily because of the historical information, right? It's just so amazing to learn about Jewish history and then actually visit the places where it happened. And, you know, that's where I go. However, people tell me that they also go for the beautiful scenery, for the luxurious surroundings on these gorgeous boats and things like that. Okay, I understand that, and I even appreciate it a little bit too. But a lot of people tell me they come for the food because Chef Malcolm and Chef Tobias are just geniuses with food. And so I want to make this a public video appeal to Chef Malcolm and Chef Tobias. Would you please include some chocolate on this particular cruise? Now, why? Because it is historical as well as delicious. The fact is that chocolate was only discovered by Europeans with the discovery of the New World in the 15th century. And it was imported back to Europe where it was consumed basically in the same way that it was consumed in the New World. That is, as a liquid. People would drink chocolate. For decades and decades, they only drank chocolate. And of course, it's not easy to export a liquid like that. It's very heavy and so on. And the beans, you know, well, that's a possibility too. But Jews were very, very active in the cultivation of the sources of chocolate in the New World and in their export. But one figure in particular is especially connected with the Caribbean, and that is Benjamin da Costa de Andrade, who was one of these Portuguese Jewish traders who specifically invented a method to convert the chocolate into pellets, which could then be much more cheaply transported, thus lowering the cost of this otherwise high luxury item to be able to be enjoyed by hoi polloi, all kinds of people. And so as you enjoy your French chocolate, because he was dealing primarily with the court of Bordeaux, and you think about how wonderful it tastes, think back to the fact that Jews were really at the basis of this chocolate trade, and in particularly the Jews of the Caribbean. I hope you'll be able to join us on this cruise. It promises to be absolutely amazing and so fascinating on a historical level. But if not, I'm looking forward to sharing with you some of my research in these videos. Thank you very much for watching.
So, Robert, just a quick question on this. So this is underneath the ground. Is there a specific reason why they place you guys underneath the ground as opposed to
Fellow students of Jewish history. So I'm sure you're familiar with the great American founding father, Alexander Hamilton, with his storied career that has been so popularized in recent years with his very successful Broadway musical. But there has been new research that's been coming out recently that suggests very strongly that Alexander Hamilton was in fact Jewish. Now this connects to the Caribbean, and the upcoming Kosher River cruise there in January is because, you know, he was educated in a Jewish school on the island of Nevis, right next to St. Kitts. And this is one of the small biographical details that so many historians have looked at and said, what a strange anomaly that he would go to a Jewish school as a child. So a new book came out last year, this book, The Jewish World of Alexander Hamilton by Andrew Porwancher, that is actually quite fascinating. And so I want to walk you through his main arguments to suggest, I think convincingly, that yes, Alexander Hamilton was in fact Jewish. The book is, I can't tell you how fun it is. It reads like a detective novel. As a professional historian, I especially enjoy how he looks at the twisted and convoluted ways in which previous biographers have attempted to deal with the strange anomalies in Hamilton's own biography. And then he says, well, the most obvious suggestion is simply to say he was in fact Jewish. So first of all, one of the most useful things that Alexander Porwancher does, and it goes beyond the scope of this specific book, is he asks, well, what does it mean to be Jewish, right? This is a question I happen to be quite fascinated with in general. And he defines 8 different forms of Jewish identity. And this is really worth thinking about. So let's look at it quickly, and then we're going to kind of fill in this chart with Alexander Hamilton on this chart. So first of all, legally, does Jewish law consider you a Jew? So although there have been some changes in the late 20th century in certain of the various Jewish movements, historically, for the last 2 millennia plus, Jewish law considers the child of a Jewish mother or a convert to Judaism a Jew. That's the definition of a Jew. Either your mother was Jewish or you converted to Judaism, and everything else, like what you do with your life, that's secondary. There are a lot of rabbinic debates, but that's the basic rule. Does Jewish law consider a Jew? That's like the legal definition of Jewish identity. What about a personal form of Jewish identity? Do you consider yourself a Jew? We have so many examples of people who fit the legal definition, but do not consider themselves Jewish. Thirdly, ethnic. Did your ancestors consider themselves Jewish, right? Like we saw this with Christopher Columbus a little while ago. According to the DNA research that's come out, now it has not yet been fully peer-reviewed and things like that, but there are a lot of reasons to assume that it shouldn't have a problem with the peer review, but let's just assume for the sake of argument. The ancestors of Christopher Columbus apparently consider themselves Jewish. So that's an ethnic definition that does not necessarily correspond to legal and personal. Communal. Do other Jews in your community consider you a Jew? You may consider yourself fully Jewish, and you may proclaim a legal definition as well. But if the community doesn't consider yourself Jewish, that changes things too. Universal. Can you go anywhere to any Jewish community in the world and be considered Jewish? Also very relevant. Cultural. Do you consider yourself a participant in Jewish culture, even if you may not meet some of the other markers of Jewish identity? Public. Does the non-Jewish community you live in consider you a Jew? This is unfortunately a reality for much of Jewish history. There are a lot of people who wanted to escape their Jewish identity and were unable to because the rest of the world still considers themselves a Jew. And finally, religiously, do you consider yourself an adherent of Judaism? Meaning, do you consider yourself someone who holds with the basic tenets of Jewish religiosity and the behaviors that go along with it and so on? There are people who can do that without necessarily meeting the other forms. So Jewish identity is like a complicated thing. People might hit some of these notes, not others. What exactly does it mean to be a Jew? Okay, so now let's look at Alexander Hamilton himself and the arguments that Dr. Porwancher brings to suggest that he was in fact Jewish. So legally, this is the simplest one. His mother, Rachel, converted to Judaism. There's no question about that. It's clear in the historical record. His mother, Rachel, converted to Judaism. She married a man named Johann Levine. Levine, whose identity is not entirely clear, but the name Levine certainly seems to suggest he was Jewish. That may have had something to do with the conversion. He has a whole discussion of it in his book. You can have a look at there. That marriage did not survive. Johann Levine was not Alexander Hamilton's father, but according to Jewish law, that doesn't matter because it's the mother that matters. A different man later was the father to Alexander. He would become her second husband. It was a messy and unfortunate situation, but at any rate, Alexander was born apparently out of wedlock to a Jewish mother, a woman who had converted to Judaism. So on a legal definition, it's all over. Once Rachel converted to Judaism, that makes her Jewish. Any of her progeny are also Jewish. Okay. What about personal? This is where it gets a little bit more complicated, but fascinating as well. Alexander Hamilton never presented himself, at least in the historical record, as a Jew. On the contrary, on a few points where he had definitely indicate his religious identity, he declared himself, for example, as an Anglican, and he did that in a legal proceeding in order to testify as a witness. Now, the way things were set up then, only a Christian could testify, and so he declared himself an Anglican, but when they queried him, it's interesting that they felt the need to query him. He was still living in the Caribbean at the time. By the way, he was orphaned at this age, but he admitted that he had never taken communion, which is very strange. There is also no baptismal record for Alexander Hamilton at all. And he was, in fact, not allowed to testify. So in other words, even though he said he was Anglican, the court was not prepared to believe that to allow him to testify. Interesting. Okay, thirdly, ethnic identity. Did Alexander Hamilton's ancestors consider them Jews? Well, obviously on his father's side, not at all. On his mother's side, her parents did not consider themselves Jewish, but Rachel's the only one who counts. She clearly considered herself Jewish, and there's lots of evidence that even after leaving her husband, Rachel still considered herself Jewish. She did not, for example, baptize Alexander's older brother, Peter. He only was baptized as an adult. Again, very, very strange. And so there's every indication to suggest that when Alexander left her husband, she still considered herself fully Jewish. Thirdly, and this supports that as well, does the local Jewish community consider you a Jew? Rachel had her son, Alexander, educated in the Jewish school at Nevis. And that's, obviously she considered him deserving of being within a Jewish educational environment, and the community considered him appropriate to be in that environment. That's not to say that you don't have Jewish parochial schools that have non-Jewish students as well. It's actually an interesting phenomenon. We see that, for example, sometimes the school has a really good reputation for academics, and so a lot of non-Jews will sign up because they want to study in that environment. That could be that what happens, but the simple answer is he was Jewish. Universal. Would any Jewish community consider you a Jew? So in Alexander Hamilton's case, if her conversion was considered valid, which is not so simple to argue it's true, especially in the 18th century like this, but, if she had a Beit Din and she was converted, then yes, he would have been considered Jewish anywhere, especially if he presented himself as Jewish as the son of a convert. But this is still one of the stickier things even in 21st century history. Cultural. Did he consider himself a participant in Jewish culture? One of the interesting things in Dr. Porwancher's book is that he compares Alexander Hamilton to a lot of his peers, and compared to many other founding fathers, Alexander Hamilton was universally positive towards Judaism and Jewish causes, and he recalled with affection his education in Jewish school, speaking with great detail to his children about how he memorized the Ten Commandments in Hebrew and things like this, even as a child. So perhaps he did consider himself in some attenuated form of participant in the culture, but we don't have much data on that. Public. Would the general community, meaning in the Caribbean islands, would they consider him Jewish? In his youth, we don't really know, although preponderance of the evidence might suggest yes, because he was admitted to Jewish school. Of his adulthood in North America, no, or at least not yet, because now this book has been around for a while. And finally, religiously, do you consider yourself an adherent of Judaism? It's unlikely that Alexander considered himself as a practicing Jew for lots of reasons that no point going into. But the bottom line is, when you look at all of this material, it seems pretty clear that the simple explanation for all of these things is that Alexander Hamilton was, in fact, Jewish. I leave it up to more sophisticated historians to tussle out the argument, but in Dr. Porwancher's book, I think he makes a very convincing case, and I think that the Hamilton advertisements might want to be modified a little slightly, perhaps something like this. Okay, thank you very much for watching. I hope you'll be able to join us on this cruise in the Caribbean. It's going to be fantastic. And if you can't make it, I look forward to sharing my research with you in these videos. Thank you once again for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am really excited about this upcoming cruise with Kosher River Cruises to the Caribbean, specifically the Lesser Antilles, and it's such a fascinating chapter in Jewish history. So first of all, where are the Lesser Antilles? Here's a map of the Caribbean. You can see where the United States with Florida and the peninsula hangs down into the Gulf of Mexico, and then just below it you have two major regions of concern to us. You have the so-called Greater Antilles, which is like the islands of Cuba, Haiti, Dominican Republic, and Puerto Rico, for example. And then you have the Lesser Antilles, which are over here on sort of the west side of the Caribbean. This is where we're going to be cruising, and it looks like it's just a tiny little place with these a little archipelago of islands, but it is such a fascinating chapter in Jewish history. This was an extremely important region of settlement for the Portuguese Jews in particular. They're an unusual population. They were forcibly converted at the end of 1496, the beginning of 1497, to Christianity, but for generations, for centuries, they were discriminated against and called New Christians, which was really a derogatory term because specific laws were put in place to prevent them, for example, from Portugal for quite some time. But once some of those laws were finally lifted, they emigrated along with other Portuguese travelers to the New World and quite often simply reassumed their Jewish identity once they felt it was safe to do so. So you have Jews settling in both the Greater and the Lesser Antilles, also in Suriname, the very important center of Curacao, and Barranquilla in Colombia. These are really important sites of Jewish settlement and have a major impact on later settlement in North America. And it is a beautiful part of the world. You know, it's funny, you hear a lot of these protests saying that Jews in Israel should go back to Poland. Okay, Poland, but you know, it's pretty cold in Poland. Why don't they say, go back to the Lesser Antilles? I mean, we spent a lot of time there as well. One of the most fascinating little details of the Jewish civilization developed in the Caribbean is this unusual preoccupation with creating sand floors in their synagogue. Here's a picture of the sand floor in Curacao. You can see the bima there where the Torah scroll is read and the sand is on the floor. Here's one from the U.S. Virgin Islands. Not only do they have the predilection for sand floors, it appears that they like Pepsi Cola as well, not a product placement. So I was wondering, what's the deal with these sand floors? What? You know, there's no sort in the Talmud or in the Oruch or any of the works of Jewish halacha. It appears that there are 3 or 4 separate reasons that are adduced. One is kind of prosaic, that it seems like a good way of controlling snakes. I don't know. It seems to me it would be easier for snakes to move around in sand. They'd feel at home there. Another more poetic reason is the idea that, you know, since these were originally crypto-Jewish communities where they had to hide their identity, it would be like quieter to walk around on the sand and people wouldn't know how many people were in the synagogue. That seems a little stretched to me, but who knows? Another one, and this one I find most beautiful, is the idea that as long as the Jews are standing on sand outside of the land of Israel, it's as if they're still walking through the desert on their way to the land of Israel. That's a very beautiful poetic sense of why the sand in the synagogue. Kosher River Cruises is specifically going to focus on the Lesser Antilles. And here's a look at our itinerary. We're going to land in Saint Martin, or Saint Martin. That is an island that is divided between the Dutch and the French. And we're going to go from there to Anguilla, which is a British island, and then we're going to come back and cruise to Gustavia. You know, by the way, this was like a massive colonial region. Places were claimed by the Dutch, by the French, by the British, even by the Swedes and the Latvians, if you can believe it. Some of these regions are now sovereign states, others are still controlled by their European colonizers. At any rate, from Gustavia, where we're going to spend Shabbat, we'll dock there over Shabbos, then we're going to go down to Antigua, and we're going to pass by St. Kitts and Nevis. Nevis is especially interesting in that Alexander Hamilton attended Cheder there. He went to Jewish school there. And hopefully we'll spend some time talking about Alexander Hamilton and the very interesting theory that he may actually have been halachically Jewish. Imagine what kind of impact that has on American history. From Antigua, we're going to go down to Guadalupe. A really interesting person comes out of Guadalupe. Benjamin da Costa de Andrade was a former crypto Jew who was able to, readopt his Jewish identity. He originally came from Bayonne in southern France, and while he was there, he discovered that the product of chocolate, which had first been discovered by Europeans in 1502 as a drink, it was something that the indigenous peoples would make into a drink, and they would export this drink to Europe, where it became very popular. So at any rate, Benjamin da Costa de Andrade, he figured out how to make that drink into pellets, a solid, which was much easier to transport. And once he sent chocolate pellets over to Europe, it just exploded. So next time you're eating a chocolate bar, just think to yourself, oh my gosh, this is essentially impossible to imagine were it not for the Sephardic Jews who inhabited the region of the Western Antilles. Then from Guadalupe, we're going to head down to St. Lucia, where they have a fascinating dormant volcano. Can't wait to see that. And finally, we're going to return via Barbados. It promises to be a beautiful cruise that combines natural beauty with the amazing and unusual history of the Sephardic Jews who lived here. And I really look forward to cruising with you. And for those of you who aren't able to join us, I really look forward to sharing with you some of the insights that I discover as I do research on this unusual Jewish community. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. First of all, I want to say thank you to all of you who have sent me notices saying, hey, did you see that Christopher Columbus was actually Jewish? Thank you very much. My email box is absolutely stuffed. Please stop sending the messages. I got it. I was a little bit miffed by the news because in 2017, I gave a lecture on this topic in which I said that he probably wasn't Jewish. And now I am once again proven wrong. I hope my wife does not see this video. But what I'd like to do today is talk a little bit about what has been discovered. And then I'd like to play you the material that I said back in 2017 that still is quite relevant, and then come back and say, well, what does this all mean for our understanding of Columbus's background? Right? Okay, so here we go. First of all, the new genetic testing that has been conducted was done on remains that are believed to be those of Columbus and also those of his son. And the DNA research indicates that there are features both on the Y chromosomes and in the mitochondrial DNA, which is associated with the mother, that are consistent with patterns found in Sephardic Jews. Now, we should mention here a very important caveat that according to traditional Judaism, DNA not in itself sufficient definition of Jewish status. Mitochondrial DNA to mother is much more significant, but in general, DNA is not used as a definition of Jewish status. What the study actually indicates is that Christopher Columbus had DNA that was comparable to DNA that many Jewish people had, and that's something that a lot of people have, especially in the Iberian Peninsula, especially in Portugal, and actually in America. There are very few people who don't identify as Jewish and nevertheless have some Jewish DNA. We know that Christopher Columbus himself was especially cagey about identifying one way or another, which led to a lot of the mystery that swirled about his origins literally for centuries. So let me play for you what I had to say in 2017, which kind of runs through the evidence one way or the other, and then I'll admit the part that I no longer believe after we see this short clip. The question, so was Christopher Columbus Jewish? The answer is, to give it away, we can all go home right now, probably not. It is highly unlikely that he was, in fact, Jewish. But still, we still have the question, why would one think so? Let us just quickly look at the work of Cecil Roth. We actually studied his work earlier. He wrote several books on the history of the Inquisition and the experience of Jews in late 15th century Spain. He wrote about Columbus that the mystery regarding Columbus's origins is largely the outcome of his own mendacity, meaning Columbus himself enjoyed projecting the image that he was secretly Jewish. It was kind of like a chutzpah. So anyways, his own mendacity, meaning he used to lie. He used to dissuade. He used to, try to put it in people's faces like, don't mess with me because I have Jewish blood. He would say like, do you know who I am? I descend from King David. He would say things like this. He would write things like this. And he openly cultivated this kind of mystique surrounding his lineage that he hoped would add to his own grandeur. There are many characters like this you see in Jewish history. Another good example of someone who actually was ethnically Jewish would be, for example, Benjamin Disraeli, who was baptized and lived his life as a Christian, but he really enjoyed throwing it in the faces of his parliamentary interlocutors that he in fact was Jewish, and he had a unique kind of skill and a unique kind of logic that they had no access to. So he played up this quite a bit, and we shall see how. But since Columbus frequently made these references and his background is incredibly murky, Roth concludes, as a result, it is equally impossible to exclude or to confirm the hypothesis that he was descended from a Jewish or an ex-Jewish family. In other words, probably not, but there's enough nagging doubts that at least we can talk about it for half an hour or so. Let's look at those nagging doubt issues. So here we go. The first of all, his surname. We say Columbus in English, but it would be Colon. He also signed his name as Colom, Christophe Colomb. This was a common Italian name, Italian Jewish name, excuse me. So used quite often by Italian Jews. He could connect himself to many Italian Jewish families. There's quite a bit of dispute as to whether or not he came from Italy. He refers to himself as coming from Genoa or Genoa. Also, there's documents that indicate he may have come from Majorca, even documents that he may have come from Poland, which is another possibility for this Jewish origins, but none of them are really very reliable. Quite likely he may have come from Sicily. So the last name is something. The first name, definitely not. Christopher, of course, means bearer of Christ, one who carries Christ. So that's not a typical Jewish name, just like Mary. As I mentioned earlier, Columbus loved making references to his Jewish origins in person and in writing. This is kind of like a dangerous thing to do because we're living in a period when the conversos are being actively persecuted, and at the same time, he was kind of like a transitional liminal figure that was moving in and out of many royal courts from Portugal and Spain, Italy, elsewhere, trying to gain support for his venture. And whatever he thought would make himself look more exotic and more appealing in his request, he would not hesitate to use. But nevertheless, that's part of it. Third, we know he had a lot of Jewish friends. He had a tremendous amount of associations with Jews. He was very close with Abraham Zacuto in Portugal. You recall we spoke about him for an hour a few weeks ago. And he relied very heavily on Zacuto's astronomical research. The astrolabe that Zacuto had refined by making it out of metal was incredibly important to Columbus, as was the Alphonsine tables that were translated through Hebrew into Latin for him. He had many Jews on his ship. We're not precisely sure because we only have like the ship manifests. They're not complete, and they have surnames. Very many of them we simply don't know what the biographies of them are. We do know that his translator was Jewish. This is, by the way, a typical kind of Jewish profession. Jews in medicine, Jews in law, Jews in finance, and Jews in linguistics are very big. Jews, the exception of American Jewry, it's a very unusual exception, 20th century American Jewry, very monolingual. But for the most part, Jews typically are polyglots, speaking several languages and very valuable to their host societies as a result. I have a feeling that might be because Jews tend to exist on the outsides of mainstream society. In America, where we were accepted so well and so deeply, especially in the second half of the 20th century, we lost a lot of our linguistic skill because it was not necessary. But in the first half of the 20th century and earlier, perhaps in the later 21st century, we will develop that again. Hard to say. He was also very close to conversos, that is, Jews who had converted to Christianity during the course of the Inquisition. In particular, de Santagel, who was one of his main economic backers, a very important person in the royal court of Isabel and Ferdinand, who supported him and made crucial recommendations to allow the king and queen to promote his work. And a man named Sanchez as well, another major backer. And in fact, when he actually discovered the New World and he returned back and landed in the coast of Africa, he immediately sent letters describing his discovery to the king and queen. Obviously, he couldn't send letters back from the New World because postal service was not too great connecting transcontinental messages. But he did not address those letters to the king and queen. He sent them to his Jewish buddies or his converso buddies, to Santagel and Sanchez. Very unusual that they would be the first people he writes to. There are some really tantalizing things, like, for example, he was the ships. And by the way, you should recall that he spent about a decade petitioning wealthy kingdoms to back his enterprise, pushing for his idea, bouncing from state to state. Spent a lot of time in Portugal, no luck there. Eventually ended up in Spain and got a positive yes from Isabel and Ferdinand. And the ships were completely outfitted in the first week of the month of Av. And he was ready to go on Tisha B'Av of 1492, and he delayed it one day, even though everything was set to go. But since that is an inauspicious day in the Jewish calendar for travel, one does not embark on major journeys of any type on Tisha B'Av. For reasons that no one will deduce, he decided to push off this highly anticipated departure for the day after. He wanted to not leave on Tisha B'Av, perhaps. Then we have lots of things that he himself said in his own writings, like his journal of his trip to America, which of course was a very celebrated work, began with the sentence, "On the day that the Jews were expelled from Spain, I set out for the New World." I mean, the very first clause of the very first sentence of his journal references the Jews and their situation in the Iberian Peninsula. A remarkable kind of way to begin this document. It doesn't begin that something like, "I knew I would find land." It begins with, the Jews were expelled from Spain. Let's have a look at some of his personal correspondence. Here's one of the few letters that we have in his own hand that he wrote to his son Diego. There's a whole story about what happens after he discovers the New World. He ends up kind of dying in disgrace and not having any credit. And so we do have a lot of material from after the discoveries as well. This is one of those letters. And you'll see on the top left corner, there's this funny little squiggle right where the arrow is, right where the cursor is, you see over here, that is not part of the letter text itself. It looks a little bit like he's testing out the ballpoint on his pen. But of course, this is about 400 years before they invented ballpoints. So what exactly is that? Some scholars have opined that it looks something like the traditional invocation at the beginning of a Hebrew letter. The letter is Beit Hey. I didn't have my computer easy access to handwritten letters. Like, it would look a little different if you wrote them by script rather than in the Assyrian block script like this. But in fact, you can conceivably see you've got the Beit on the right and the Hey on the left in a cursive script, which is an abbreviation for the term Baruch Hashem, or blessed is the name. Which reminds me of a joke that I will try to tell you right after this. So the signing the beginning of his letters with this strange little squiggle. And by the way, he only did it in his letters to his sons. He didn't write it to other people, so just as a family thing, perhaps that is Baruch Hashem. And you may be asking, but it's on the wrong side of the page. What do you want from him? He's pretending anyways. I don't know. It's true. Normally you would write this on the right-hand side of the page, but it's not at all uncommon to see it at the center at top as well. So what would be terrible if he puts it on the left? It doesn't even look very neat, but neither does his Castilian there too. One last detail from this same letter. He developed this rather unusual signature that he was very particular about. You can just see it here. I have another copy that shows in a little bit greater contrast here. No one has yet been able to decipher this strange signature that not only did he use in the latter years of his life, but he insisted that his children also use this signature, which is a strange kind of thing to do. I want you to sign my name like I sign this name, not on checks or something like that. This part we can sort of figure out. The X, of course, the Greek chi letter, as in Christos. And this is the Greek R and the Greek O. So Christo, this is a short form for Christopher, let's say. or just for Christo at any rate. And then Ferenc is a Latinized version of the fur part in Christo fur, meaning the one who bears Christ, right? Christos, Ferenc, Christopher. So that part is easy. But what's the business with this, either the Latin letter X or the Greek letter chi, an M and a Y, which could be an U, and the SAS with those two dots around the S's, which he insisted on being written exactly like this, in this shape, and so on. Cecil Roth, a major historian who we saw a little while ago, he argued, not specifically, not really convincingly, but nevertheless it's worth noting that this was kind of like a secret symbol to his sons, that they should say Kaddish for him after he died. The conversos did definitely use a lot of secret messages that they handed down in all kinds of coded forms to their children. Do this behavior to remind you of a particular mitzvah that we have to keep, and so on. So it's not at all impossible, but it's difficult to see this in his signature. Nevertheless, you take all of these things together, and you can add it up for yourself. It's hard to believe that he was actually Jewish. I think it's more likely that he liked the image of being Jewish, and he actively cultivated that with his population. And that's about it for this.
So obviously what I have to take back from what I said 7 odd years ago is that whereas I believed at that point that Christopher Columbus probably was not Jewish, now I'd have to say that probably he was in fact Jewish. And I'm just kind of bummed out by this, because I wish we had this DNA evidence like a half century ago, when colonialism was still favorably regarded in the Western world. Now it's just like another reason why people don't like Jews. What are you going to do? Figures. But let's just clarify what we're talking about here. What we're saying is that Christopher Columbus, he himself, we know, did not identify exclusively as a Jew. In fact, that would have been virtually suicidal. At least it would have been a career killer at the time he lived. He identified as a faithful Catholic, perhaps for pragmatic reasons. But as I said before we watched the 2017 clip, his ancestors were quite likely Jews. Now, Catholics, most likely they were victims of the forced conversions in the pogroms of 1391, or possibly he was descended from the many conversions that followed the disputation at Tortosa in 1414. These are people who are the so-called Marranos. That in itself is a derogatory term. A more appropriate term would be something like crypto-Jew or a converso. And that population, which was quite significant in the Iberian Peninsula leading up to the year 1492, it actually constituted a very major element in the migration to the New World from the Iberian Peninsula in the 16th and 17th centuries in particular, and from Portugal especially. And that brings us back to the Caribbean, which is where we're really looking forward to visiting this January with Kosher River Cruises. If you don't have a spot yet on a boat, please click on the link in the description, and we'd love to have you cruise with us. Okay, I hope you found this video useful. Thank you for watching.
I like knowing that people have to worry about their body from the knee down, and they don't know it. So when they're around me, they feel so secure because they're big, they can bend, and they don't know that they're literally.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to take 3 lectures to go over the entire course of the history of the land of Israel, with emphasis on the Jewish population that lived there, and with some look at the other populations with which they interacted. I'm going to break this up into 3 short videos, maybe a little bit longish videos, and they're based on a series of lectures I gave earlier this week in Vancouver that's I think very well received. The first lecture is going to focus on the ancient period, going all the way back from the distant beginnings of the Jewish people in Mesopotamia up to the Bar Kokhba revolt in the 2nd century of the Common Era. Then we're going to look at a kind of a stretched out medieval period, starting from late antiquity with the end of the Bar Kokhba revolt, right up until the 19th century. This is an extremely important period because of the entry of the Muslim people to the land of Israel, the entry of Islam. to the land of Israel. And then in the last lecture, we'll look at the contemporary period, focusing specifically on the land of Israel during the period of the rise of Zionism and the state of Israel, and take it up to the current situation that we are in today. First thing I want to say is let's have a look at the geography, right? Here's Israel right in the middle of three major continents: Africa, Asia, and Europe. And just as you would imagine, Israel constitutes a sort of economic center because it is an exclusive land route between these three areas. It's also a major meeting place for ideas, and it's not a coincidence that it is in the land of Israel that we had the birthplace of two of the three great Abrahamic religions. That is, of course, Judaism and Christianity. And Islam is not too far away in the western part of Saudi Arabia. And then, of course, it comes to Israel very early on. But I think another way to look at Israel, that's one of my favorites, is the way this map maker, Heinrich Binzing, who was a very unsuccessful Protestant theologian of the 16th century, but a very gifted cartographer, represented Israel, and specifically the city of Jerusalem, as the center of a cloverleaf of Europe, Asia, and Africa. And I think this is the way a lot of Jews tend to view the world, as Israel as their center, both as the historic capital and the ancient homeland of the Jewish people. And of course, it occupies a great deal of the thought of the Jewish people and their prayers for millennia, even when the majority of the Jewish population is living outside of that land. So let's focus on the early part of that history today. And the next two videos will go on to the medieval and modern period. Here's another way to look at the region. This map shows you the Fertile Crescent, which unites two major economic regions of the ancient world that connect through the land of Israel, labeled here as the Levant. The two major economic regions, of course, are Egypt, which is nourished by the Nile River, a very consistent source of irrigation for the farmland that spread throughout the entire Nile, especially in the Delta region as it empties into the Mediterranean, and also in the two rivers, Tigris and Euphrates. All three of these rivers, by the way, mentioned in the book of Genesis. And the two rivers in Mesopotamia, the word itself, Mesopotamia, means between the rivers, flow from the mountains in Turkey down into the Persian Gulf, and they bring with them a lot of nutrient-rich silt. So by capturing that water and irrigating the lands, you have all of a sudden, concentration of resources and farming develops, agriculture develops. These are two of the cradles of Western civilization. Now, when we look specifically at the origins of the Jewish people, it begins with a journey from the southern Mesopotamian region, from a city called Ur, to Israel by the patriarch Abraham, who makes this great peregrination at the command of God as described in the book of Genesis. But when Abraham came to what would later be called the Promised Land, or as it's called in the Bible, the land of Canaan, there were several civilizations that had already been existing there. The Natufian civilization, the Kabaran, and so on. They produced beautiful things like this delicate sculpture of a bird, or in the region of Jericho, these remarkable ritual masks whose purpose is mysterious, but nevertheless quite haunting appearances. So it's really a multi-ethnic kind of region. It's too much for us to describe in this short video, but the basic plot is that the descendants of Abraham, specifically his grandchildren's generation, moved to the land of Egypt following Joseph, and they established themselves there in the eastern part of the Nile Delta, a land called Goshen. They fall into slavery under Pharaoh, and then under this amazing leader Moses, they are rescued, redeemed from slavery, and brought back to the land of Israel in a roundabout route. They wander through the Sinai Peninsula, they receive the Torah, and then they make their way into the land of Israel sometime around the 13th century before the Common Era. Let me also mention, by the way, that I tend to be somewhat anachronistic when I use terminology. Specifically, I keep referring to the Jewish people, the origins of the Jewish people, and so on. They would not have used this word Jew for quite some time. The term the Bible uses to describe Abraham, for example, is Ivri, which is translated to English as Hebrew. The term means on the other side, probably the other side of the Euphrates River, an allusion to his origins. Abraham, the Hebrew, would mean Abraham, the one who came from the other side. Later on, his grandson Jacob would have this remarkable encounter with some sort of supernatural being, and he would receive a new name, Israel, and that becomes the name for the descendants of the Jewish people through Jacob, the Israelites, or the children of Israel. And then one of those children is Judah, for whom a section of the land would be named. And later, after the Persian domination, which we'll talk about shortly, the term Jew is applied to all of the descendants of the children of Israel, regardless of their tribal affiliation. So I'll get back to this. Hopefully it'll be a little clearer as we go through the history. Now, I've described to you so far basically the internal Jewish history of their origins as described primarily in the book of Genesis and Exodus, a little bit into the book of Joshua. But what about when we look from the outside in? What does the rest of the world say about Jewish history? Unfortunately, we don't have much in the archaeological record about the Jewish history until about 500 years into this story. We do have, for example, some fascinating topographical information that is like place names that are derived from things like this remarkable execration figure that dates from 18th century before the Common Era in Egypt. And these are basically kind of like voodoo dolls, devices that are used by the Egyptians to name all the places where people they don't like live, and then they would put those pieces through some kind of ritual humiliation, like burning them or breaking them and so on. And so we have very early references to a lot of the places that are mentioned in the Bible, but it doesn't tell us much about the people who lived there specifically, and in particular, the Jewish people. The first reference to the Jewish people, or at least a place called Israel in the historical record, is this specific stone called the Merneptah stele, also pronounced stele. It's a huge obelisk that was erected by the pharaoh Merneptah in about the year 1209 before the Common Era. It is a victory stele that essentially describes all of the various military conquests of Pharaoh. And this, by the way, this pharaoh would have been the 13th son of the pharaoh Ramses II, who many scholars opine is the unnamed pharaoh in the book of Exodus. At any rate, when you look at it closely, you see there's a long list of the many places that Pharaoh has conquered, and consistent with the description of what would be basically central Israel today, there is this reference here that says, Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. This is apparently the first in a whole series of premature predictions of the demise of the Jewish people. It's hard to know whether Israel refers to a place or a group of people, whether seed refers to its actual grain in the field, or as in the Hebrew language, and actually in the English language, the word seed can mean offspring or children. So, at any rate, Pharaoh was saying, don't worry, those nasty Israelites are gone. You don't have to worry about them anymore. You are welcome. Interestingly, Pharaoh Merneptah's mummy was also discovered, and although Israel's seed seems to be doing fairly well, thank you very much, Pharaoh himself looks not so. There are some fascinating and tempting archaeological discoveries that are very consistent with the idea of a huge population increase right about the time that the Bible describes this Exodus. There is the significant increase in construction of these homes that are called four-roomed houses, a specific kind of home, and they are consistent with the influx of outsiders beyond the level of natural increase into the hill country around Jerusalem. There's nothing, however, in the construction to specifically indicate that they belong to Jewish people, although some archaeologists have zoomed in on some unusual artifacts that have suggested that maybe in fact Jews were here. This is actually and to cut out the corny jokes. This basically takes you the first 500 years of reported by the Jews about their own history. But if we look at it from the outside, we basically have silence in historical record. There's a lot more to say about, how to read those early portions of the Bible, but they basically have to be read on faith. Like the Bible, you think, would be read on faith. But I want to offer a small personal story to try and place this distinction between these early sources and historical data as we get it from the archaeological and numismatic and epigraphic literature. And I want to tell you a story about my own grandparents. This is a picture of my grandfather Alex and my grandmother Kafka shortly after their wedding in 1913. They were both Lithuanian refugees who made their way to Canada, and my grandfather set up a very small menswear store in northern Ontario. It wasn't especially successful at first. There were all kinds of things that were challenging him. He tried different businesses without too much success. He initially tried to be a farmer, and that was a disaster. But in 1916, a horrible forest fire ravaged northern Ontario. It was called the Great Matheson Fire. 200 people lost their lives in this horrific fire that spread over thousands of acres of land. So my grandfather and my grandmother, who was then expecting her second son, she had a very young toddler child, my grandfather decided to dig a big hole in their backyard, and he took his supply of menswear and boots and undershirts and so on, wrapped them in burlap, put them in this big hole, and then buried them. And right afterwards, the three of them ran to the Abitibi River, and they waited in the river until the fire passed. Then the inhabitants of the town, emerged from the river, and their homes, many of them were to the ground. They had to start over again. My grandfather went back and dug up the hole, found the clothing, gave it to all of his neighbors on credit. They paid him back when they could, when they found jobs, when they got their life back together. And my grandparents survived, and the business survived, and in fact thrived. It would be in place in Iroquois Falls for another 100 years under my grandfather, and then my father, and then finally my mother. Now, all of this story that I've told you, which is deeply meaningful to me, has no corroboration in the historical record. We do have a record of the Great Fire. We have photographs, we have lists of names of those who were unfortunately killed and so on. But nowhere will you find any details of any significance about my grandparents. And yet, those are the details that mean the most to me and that are most essential to my personal history. From this story, I learned the values of foresight, of courage, of perseverance, of charity, all kinds of things that I grasped from the story, which I only know because my own father told me, and my own father only knows, he wasn't even born at the time, because his parents told him. This is the oral tradition. And although you could tell me, well, there's no proof for it outside, that's irrelevant to me because I trust my father, I trust my grandparents, and they're telling me something of great meaning. So I think that's one of the ways in which we can look at this earliest part of Jewish history, for which, there are no stones before the Meneptah stele of the 13th century. There's nothing to really tell us a lot about the amazing stories described in Genesis and Exodus and the values that those stories contain. To understand the depth of them and the value of them, you shouldn't go to a history lesson. You got to go to a rabbi to find out what it really means. Let's continue with our history, which after the Jewish people begin to be established in the land of Israel in the 13th century, then we have a lot more data that brings together both the literary sources in the later parts of the Bible and the archaeological and literary record from outside the Jewish people, which is incredibly rich and corroborative. So, as I mentioned, ironically, it's important to note that from this point onward, there is never a period of time when the land of Israel is emptied of Jews. It's true that the population will shrink dramatically after several exiles under the Assyrians, the Babylonians, the Romans, and so on. A tremendous amount of out-migration. But there will always be small Jewish communities that exist in the land of Israel, even if they're a tiny fragment of the population. This particular mosaic, which comes from the synagogue of Gaza from the 6th century, is a great example. You can see that it has a very beautiful sort of Byzantine style depiction of King David, written in Hebrew there, playing the harp. So what exactly happens when we pick up from where the Jews enter the land of Israel in the book of Joshua? There, they are divided into tribes and they receive territory according to their tribal affiliation. This is one of many maps that try to map out exactly where they would have lived. Note that the borders of the land of Israel are somewhat elastic throughout history. Here, they extend into Lebanon, into Syria, and into Jordan as well, but they do not include Philistia or Leshet, which is the home of the Philistines, who we'll speak about in just one moment. Initially, according to the Bible, they are ruled by a group of judges, and then later they move to a monarchy. The monarchy is significant. This is an amazing depiction from the 3rd century synagogue Europos, which was on the Euphrates River, and it was a rather amazing synagogue because it was buried in sand early on in its existence, and then preserved all of the amazing wall paintings. When it was finally excavated in the 20th century, they discovered these things, and oh my gosh, we learned so much about the history of it. Anyway, this is a beautiful depiction of the prophet Samuel anointing David, one of the greatest of the kings of this golden age. This is, by the way, an archaeological find from the northern part of Israel called the Chaldan Stele that refers to the house of David. You can see in the chalked-in mark towards the bottom right. Before I get into discussion of the kings, though, let's go back to the discussion of the other peoples living in the land of Israel. And the most significant ones, particularly on the level of nomenclature, are the Philistines. They are based primarily in 5 major cities of Pentapolis on the coast of the Mediterranean towards Gaza. Map here. Ekron, Gath, Ashdod, Ashkelon, and Gaza are the primary Philistines. The Philistines are associated with the sea people known as the Phoenicians elsewhere, and this term is going to be very significant. The Philistines are the historic enemy of the Jewish people as described in the Bible. There are times when they had Greek alliances, but for the most part, they fought. The Israelites and the Philistines had many, many small wars over time that would become significant in a few minutes. This is a remarkable depiction by Marc Chagall of one of the battles that the Philistines had, specifically regarding the judge Samson of the long hair and superhuman strength, who is betrayed by his wife Delilah, and he loses his strength because they cut his hair. The Philistines take him as a captive back into their region, and he is tortured and tied to these pillars, and then with one last burst of strength and a prayer to God, he manages to push down the pillars and bring down the whole edifice on his tormentors. But I think what's especially important for us is this passage from Herodotus, a great Greek historian writing in the 5th century before the Common Era, who refers to this region and the Phoenicians living there, and he refers to it specifically by the name Palestine, or Palestine. How this enters as the principal name used in the West for the land of Israel comes from Emperor Hadrian, shown here. But, let's see, it was about 700 years later, when Hadrian is angry with the Jewish people after having fought a brutal war of some 2.5 years with the Bar Kokhba rebels. When he finally manages to extirpate the rebellion and crushes it brutally, he does everything he can to wipe out the memory of the Jews in the land of Israel. He bars them from Jerusalem, which he renames Aelia Capitolina after himself, after Hadrian, Aelia, and then he actually renames the entire territory. Rather than calling it Judea, which is the name that the Romans used for this province, he names it after the traditional enemies of the Jewish people, as you can see in this map, where it becomes Syria Palestina. Syria was actually the capital region, so it was divided into three areas: Syria Coele, Syria Phoenicia, and Syria Palestine. And that's where the name Palestine specifically comes from. He divides the land of Israel into three sections: Palestina Prima, first Palestine, which is basically Judea; Palestina Secunda, which is the Galilee region; and Palestina Tertia, which is down in Emmanuel. So that's basically how that word comes into usage. It's important to note that Jews use this word with some fluency right up until it becomes politically charged in the early 20th century, and especially in the turn of the 21st century. In fact, there is a major document, sometimes called the Jerusalem Talmud, that was written in the land of Israel in the 4th century, and it's typically called in older scholarly literature the Palestinian Talmud, which I know sounds like a contradiction in terms, but that's only because we've developed an unusual sensitivity to the political implications of that particular place name. At any rate, that's a brief discussion of the Pelishtim, the Philistines, their connection to a people later known as the Palestinians in the 20th century is something we'll discuss in the third lecture, but that's at any rate where the name comes from. Under the three kings, the empire expands significantly. Solomon will take it even further out there. As you can see, it extends well into Jordan and into Lebanon as well. But it doesn't last. After King Solomon passes away, there's significant dispute between the northern section and the southern section, and they formally split, with the northern section becoming the kingdom of Israel, with its capital in Samaria, and in the south, the kingdom of Judah, with its capital in Jerusalem. There's a lot of fascinating archaeological evidence that talks about many of the events that are described in the later books of the Bible, particularly the book of Kings and the book of Chronicles, including this stone, which was discovered in Jordan called the Mesha Stele. And this is essentially a Moabite, meaning non-Jewish, version of a story that's described in the book of Kings, in particular war there. And it's quite fascinating. It's long, its description, but at the end of one section it says, I looked down on him and his house. This is referring to Omri and his son, King Ahab. And Israel has gone to ruin. Yes, it has gone to ruin forever. Once again, you see the pattern here, right? Merneptah proclaims the destruction of the Jewish people. Now, Mesha proclaims the same kind of destruction, and we shouldn't be surprised by it. This is another beautiful image from the Duro Europa synagogue that describes various Purim scenes. You can see on the right is Queen Esther seated next to King Achashverosh, and on the left you can see Mordecai riding on a beautiful white horse, and he is being led by his enemy Haman. And not surprising, Haman is angry because look, nobody even gave him any pants. At any rate, this is the period where you begin to have a large amount of Jews living outside of the land of Israel. The first major group are the Jews from the kingdom of Israel that were displaced under the Assyrian king, Sennacherib and others, who took large sections of the population and dispersed them to these areas shown here in a classical map and here in a contemporary map: the region of Lebanon, Syria, the region of northern Syria, Turkey, perhaps the Kurdish region, and further on the border of Iran and Iraq. Now, there's been a lot written about the idea of these 10 lost tribes. It's a bit of a misnomer because it wasn't a complete population movement. There were many Jews who were behind in Israel. Many of them moved down south and intermingled with the population of the kingdom of Judah. And in fact, those people taken to Babylonia, although they eventually would be lost, we do have some evidence of their activity even in the late 7th century. We have examples of their reliance on theophoric names, meaning names that include the specifically Israelite names of God and so on. So they eventually disappear into the surrounding population. There is a strong kind of literary imagination that wants to think about them, somehow secreted somewhere beyond the mystical river of Sambatyon or something. One of my favorite sightings of the 10 lost tribes is in Ecuador in the 17th century. So much so that Manasseh ben Israel, a very important Dutch rabbi, used that to argue for the reintegration of Jews into England, where they had been expelled some 300 years earlier. But we don't really know what happened to those people in the long run. There is another exile that follows, as you recall, the 10 northern tribes were the ones that were taken away, and again, only a portion of the people were removed, lots of Jews remained behind. But in the south, the kingdom of Judah remained intact for just over a century when they were then invaded by the Neo-Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar invaded. He also destroyed the temple in Jerusalem, which was the center of the Israelite religion at the time, and he exiled again a large portion of the population to Babylon. You can see this left kind of like a scar in the Jewish historical memory. The exile from the destruction of the first temple period, and later another exile from the Romans. We'll get to that. One of the most beautiful representations of this, I think, is in literature, Psalm 137, by the rivers of Babylon, which is depicted here in this haunting portrait by Edward Benjamin, that describes how the Jews on a force marched all the way to the Euphrates River, and they can see on the other side the ziggurats of Babylonia, and the mentors demand of them that they sing a song of Zion. And they wonder, how can we sing a song of Zion in strange land? This particular revelation shows the patriarch Lyre with his family around him, all in tears at being exiled. However, the Jews actually set down roots in Babylonia. The prophet Jeremiah exhorted them to build houses, to plant vineyards, to harvest them. And ironically, the Jews of Babylonia would remain there right up until the 20th century, one of the longest living Jewish communities outside of the land of Israel. And even their exile was short-lived, because shortly afterwards, in the same century, the Emperor Cyrus would give leave to the exiled Jews to return to their homeland, recording his pronouncements in documents like this Cyrus Cylinder, and the Jews went back to Israel in the middle of the 6th century and ultimately rebuilt the temple again in Jerusalem, and they began to reestablish themselves, this time not as independent in their homeland, but rather as part of something like a self-governing region known as Yahud, primarily in the region of Judah. They would exist under Persian control until the 4th century, when Alexander the Great would emerge from Macedonia and sweep across the eastern Mediterranean, making his way all the way through Central Asia and to the reaches of northern India, bringing together in this area the new Hellenistic culture and uniting it under essentially Greek values. Jews in Israel loved it. They loved Greek science and literature and philosophy, and it was such a different kind of worldview than that which the Jews had been developing. And they felt so deeply in love with it that actually posed a risk to the survival of Jewish culture independently. This was exacerbated when King Antiochus Epiphanes, shown here, specifically wanted to aid those Jews who were concentrated in the cities who were very pro-Hellenistic, meaning they essentially wanted to adopt Greek norms and make Judaism into a Greek kind of image. Antiochus Epiphanes was very interested in placing idols in the temple, supporting his Hellenistic Jewish allies, and this ended up in a revolt where the rural population, much more traditional, said, this is not our way of doing Judaism. We're not into the athletic games in the nude and all these statues everywhere and things like that. And this turned into something of a civil war. The pro-Hellenistic factors called in Syrian reinforcements. The reason, by the way, I'm calling them Syrian is because after Alexander the Great, who was Macedonian, passed away, the empire was divided into three portions, and Israel was either under the Egyptian portion or under the Syrian portion from the King Seleucus. So sometimes this is referred to as a war against the Syrians or a war against the Syrian Greeks. Among the most dramatic moments recorded in the book of Maccabees is the Battle of Beit Zechariah, in which one of the Maccabee brothers, these are like the rebel forces, the leader of the rebels under Judah Maccabee, he thought that King Antiochus was riding at the top of one of their formidable war elephants, and so he dived underneath it and stabbed the animal from below, as shown in this beautiful Gustave Doré etching. The elephant died, toppling the soldiers who were on top of it. Unfortunately, he was incorrect. King Antiochus was not there in the battle, and the elephant unfortunately crushed him to death. Now, the reason why I'm focusing in on this specific battle, by the way, is because the book of Maccabees, there are actually 7 books of Maccabees, did not make it to the Hebrew Scriptures. The rabbis felt, for various reasons, that they were really holy enough to be included in what was considered Tanakh, the Scriptures, the Hebrew Scriptures, but it was picked up by other groups, including the Catholic Church, that included it in their Bible. So you have this unusual phenomenon in the Middle Ages where literate Christians tend to know more historically about the history of the Maccabean revolt than Jews did, because they were reading the books of the Maccabees. And they had illuminated manuscripts produced, and they hired artists to illustrate these dramatic moments. The only problem is that in the 13th, 14th, 15th century, most European artists had never seen an elephant or a picture of an elephant. And so you have all these hilarious representations of, well, an elephant is sort of like a big horse with a funny nose, or maybe a huge kind of dachshund, or maybe about the same size as a horse, but this is an unusually unfortunate placement of Lazarus here. Or some kind of like feline, African, dangerous animal. Here's my favorite, kind of like a Dr. Seuss animal with a snuffleupagus kind of thing. That's not like historically really so important, but I just thought it was kind of fun. At any rate, the Maccabees succeeded. They drove out the Syrian Greeks after a long struggle of many years, and they established what's known as the Hasmonean kingdom. Several generations of kings, dynasties of kings that actually expanded much of the territory of Israel, and once again extending into Jordan and a little bit of Lebanon and Syria. But this Maccabean kingdom lasted only a little bit longer than a century. Ultimately, it declined with infighting, and 2 brothers who were specifically competing for the throne, and they both independently appealed to the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire says, fine, we'll help you, and General Pompey enters the land of Israel in the year 63 before the Common Era. He violates the temple, and he decides that he's not interested in supporting one side or another. He's just going to take over Judea for himself, for the Roman Empire, and they would appoint some client kings to run the state, as Rome did throughout the entire region they conquered. Among the most powerful of the Roman kings were people like Herod the Great, who was an extremely powerful builder, but at the same time a cruel tyrant, but too much detail for us now. By the time we get to the fictional year 0, there is a phenomenal amount of sectarian debate among Jews. There are Jews who are pro-Roman. Those are the Sadducees, and they're specifically connected with the temple rituals. There are Jews known as Pharisees, who are probably the rabbis, although there's some discussion about that specific identification. There are Jews called zealots who want to rebel against Rome and throw off Roman domination, like the Maccabees did earlier for the far less powerful Syrian government. And then there are Jews who are kind of like escaping it all and going living in the wilderness, like the Essenes, who may have been associated with the Dead Scrolls that lived in the region of the sea and the desert. There are also Jewish Christians at this time, because of course Christianity is born in the 1st century. Initially, it's an entirely Jewish phenomenon, with all of the followers of this early movement being Jews, and having some debate over whether they're kosher, Sabbath on Saturday, circumcision, all kinds of those things. Ultimately, however, especially under the activity of St. Paul, Christianity would expand to non-ethnically Jewish populations, and this would be an extremely potent doctrine that would be quite competitive, and ultimately, of course, by the 4th century would become the official religion of the Eastern Roman Empire. And at this point, we have 3 Roman Jewish wars. The first one is a rebellion that starts in the year 66 and is only over by 73 or possibly 74 with the fall of Masada, a mountaintop redoubt close to the Dead Sea. But these wars are absolutely disastrous for the Jewish people. The first revolt ends definitively with the destruction of the Second Temple in the year 70. There's a tremendous dispersal of Jews, perhaps as many as 100,000 Jews sent off by boat to serve as slaves in the Roman Empire. And then there will be another smaller revolt in the year 115 that will also be put down. And then finally the revolt in 132 under Bar Kokhba, which was perhaps the most brutal of the conflicts, with the Judean rebels relying on the network of tunnels in the desert and fighting a guerrilla war very successfully against the Roman Empire, so much so that the Emperor Hadrian, who we mentioned earlier, actually had to bring a legion all the way from England to be able to put down the rebellion. But ultimately, by the time you get to the middle of the 2nd century, the Romans have definitively destroyed Jewish sovereignty in the region. Most Jews have made their way to the north, to the Galilee region, and we're going to pick up our story there in the next video. Thank you very much for watching.
His wins are super. What's his ranking? My top 15. 13, I think that,
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In these very difficult times, there's a tremendous amount of heat and relatively little light cast to a history of the region. So my goal in this second of 3 short lectures is to look at the presence of the Jews in Israel from the Roman period right up until the 19th century. This is kind of like a stretched out medieval period. And in the third lecture, we'll look at the most contentious era, the 20th and 21st century in particular. So let's go right back to late antiquity. Here's a map of the Roman Empire at the beginning of the 2nd century, and as you can see, it's a massive empire that stretches all the way from England throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, right out until the region of Persia. And as you can see from the colors that I've sort of added here, and these are not to scale, you get a sense of where the large Jewish communities are and where the small Jewish communities are. There are significant diaspora communities in Rome and in Egypt in particular that existed prior to the disastrous Roman Jewish wars. And they, of course, expanded after the great expulsions of the 1st century at the end of the first Roman Jewish war. By the way, it's very important to note that although we speak about the Roman exile as somewhat of an exaggeration, there were Jews present in the land of Israel throughout the entire period, although not necessarily in certain regions, such as, for example, in Judea and in the city of Jerusalem in particular after the Bar Kokhba rebellion. But after 3 failed wars, the Great Revolt of 66 through 74, the Kitos rebellion of 115 to 117, and the Bar Kokhba revolt of 132 to about 136, there was a tremendous amount of persecution applied, particularly to Judea, and many Jews moved simply to the north, and you have the rise of the great center around the city of Tiberias and Tiberia. So we've got diaspora populations that existed prior to these wars, and of course they expanded significantly after the wars, but there was always a presence of Jews in the land of Israel throughout the entire medieval period. So what's going on in the land of Israel after the Bar Kokhba revolts of 132 to 136? Perhaps the most significant thing is under the persecution of Hadrian, there's this big movement to the north. And that's where, at the turn of the 3rd century, Rabbi Yehuda Nasi in particular decided that it was time to make a dramatic break in Jewish history and to record in writing the large oral tradition which came to be known as the Mishnah. This is basically for lack of a better word for this very short lecture, it's basically Jewish law, although it's really more something like a textbook that offers lots and lots of questions, more questions than answers in many ways. It's broken into sections known as Shishe Sidre, or 6 orders, which gives you a sense of the legal priorities of the Jewish nation at this difficult time. Seeds, which deals primarily with the laws of agriculture, described in the Bible, laws of mixed species and the sabbatical year and things like that. Holidays, the holiday cycle, women, which deals with marriage, divorce, and so on. Damages, which is kind of like the classic section of the Talmud. The Talmud, as we shall see, is a commentary on the Mishnah. And this is basically, torts and things like that. 5 is holy things, which deals primarily with things like the temple and sacrifices and so on. And 6 is pure things, which deals with the very large body of laws dealing with personal ritual purity, way more than we can discuss in this section. But by codifying this text, which had been handed down for centuries upon centuries as an oral text, this really made Judaism portable and made it much more possible for Jews to survive in the diaspora. And this is a map that gives you another sense of what the diaspora looked like. Again, these little squares here that show Jewish communities are not to scale. Some are much larger than others. But what I think is useful in particular about this map is the growth of Christianity. As you can see with these little starbursts, these are Christian communities which are now evolving. Again, you'll recall that in the 1st century, Christianity was essentially a Jewish movement, and it continued to have very strong Jewish connections throughout the 2nd century and into the 3rd century, but it rapidly begins changing into a Gentile movement, meaning a body of ideas that appeal to those who are not ethnically Jewish. And they established several major centers in Rome and Antioch and so on, where the gospel literally spreads. Typically, those are originally connected to Jewish communities. And this is an especially important point because this is when the Roman Empire, of course, begins to actively engage in getting closer to Christianity and eventually adopting it as an official religion. Already at the beginning of the 4th century, with the Edict of Milan, Judaism loses the quality of protected class that it had under the pre-Christian Romans. Even though they fought wars with the Romans, Judaism as a religion was specifically recognized by the Romans. And after the empire officially adopted Christianity as an official religion, then that meant that Judaism began a relatively steep period of decline. This is the period, for example, that the Jews decided in Israel that they had better move away from the traditional method of organizing the calendar, which was based on sighting of the moon. And in the year 359, they said we have to go now to a mathematically calculated astronomical calendar, which once again will survive much better in diaspora than relying on the existence of a strong Jewish polity in the land of Israel. And in fact, this was prescient because within a few decades, the Patriarchate, which is the office of the political organization of Jews in the land of Israel, was officially ended in the year 425. And with the end of the Patriarchate, or in Hebrew that would be the Nasiut, the Hanasi, who authored or who compiled the Mishnah, was a member of this Patriarchate. That meant that there was no longer any official organized standing for the Jews in the land of Israel before the Roman Empire. And they were a minority without any kind of authoritative body to lead them. Very, very, difficult and precarious time for the Jews in the Eastern Roman Empire. Ironically, these gradually worsening circumstances throughout the 3rd and especially the 4th century spurred the Jews in Israel to engage in an unprecedented level of creativity. There were some rebellions, like one in 352, but primarily the energy of the Jewish population went into codifying a massive commentary on the Mishnah called the Talmud. There are actually 2 versions of the Talmud, one that's called the Jerusalem Talmud, or, although the term may sound somewhat jarring today, the Palestinian Talmud, because Palestine, of course, was the geographic term that had been adopted since Hadrian for the region. And this Talmud essentially was a rather brilliant thing. I'd love to talk about it a lot more, but I can't here. You'll have to go to my channel to look at other videos to understand a little bit more about what the Talmud means. But essentially, it takes the text of the Mishnah, which is itself kind of like an amplification of the biblical text, and opens it up to a degree that makes it not a text like you can read like a newspaper, but a series of questions and somewhat strange answers that require further questions. And this is what I'd like to call the genius of ambiguity, which really made the Jerusalem Talmud and then its later successor, the Talmud written in Babylonia, it's the Babylonian Talmud, made it like a core text of Jews for the next 2,000 odd years and still actively studied today. I don't have time to go into like the details of how the Talmud works, but I will give you one example just to kind of illustrate the sense of playfulness that sometimes infuses this amazing text. This is a true story. When I was studying in yeshiva in a rabbinical seminary in Jerusalem myself, and by the way, I am not a rabbi, I'm just a regular guy, historian if you like. There was a problem with an excessive amount of food being wasted. Primarily because this was the time of the collapse of the Soviet Union. There are a lot of Jewish boys who were coming from Russia and Ukraine, and they were coming to Jerusalem to study. And maybe they were worried that the yeshiva would close, so therefore they would tend to take multiple helpings of lunch. Food was free for students. And they would take it back to their rooms, and it would waste, and it was expensive, and so on. So the yeshiva put up a sign. I went into the cafeteria one day, and the yeshiva put up a sign that read like this: the yeshiva provides food for one portion only. No student is permitted to stand in line for second portions. So I figured, well, that's it. I went in, I had my lunch, I came out, and I looked behind me, and I saw that someone had just subtly altered the sign in a very Talmudic manner to read, the yeshiva provides food for one person only. No, student is permitted to stand in line for a second portion. Well, and they just took down the sign. But that just gives you some sense of what it means to study the Talmud and the Mishnah that it's based upon as a Jewish exercise in learning. And this was created in the land of Israel in the 4th century, long after the Roman-Jewish wars. The difference between this and the much larger Babylonian Talmud is that you had this huge diaspora population living in Babylonia, and over the next century and a half, they're reading the Jerusalem Talmud, they're opening up the same kinds of questions, they're developing slightly different answers. They're also interested in somewhat different issues because in the land of Israel, there's a lot of discussion of agricultural laws that apply there, they don't necessarily apply in Babylonia, and so on. The Babylonian Talmud, because it's written later, is generally considered the more authoritative. It's certainly much more well-studied, but its origins are in the land of Israel. Another major contribution, not just to internal Jewish culture, but really to world culture, is the institution of the synagogue, which develops at this time. And other houses of worship, such as the church and the mosque, are based directly on the model created by the synagogue. The term itself, synagogue, is Greek. It means place where people gather, and that is a direct translation of the Hebrew term Beit Knesset, and that's also how we get the Latin term ecclesia, eglise, church, and mosque as well. They all come from this basic idea. And this is something that actually began to develop already in the period before the Roman Jewish wars. We have, for example, from the 1st century before the Common Era, this remarkable tablet, the Theodotus inscription it's called, and it's basically, the classic example of a plaque that is really well associated with synagogues. Anyone who walks into a synagogue, you will notice that there are tens, sometimes hundreds of plaques that all commemorate donors who gave money in order to build the synagogue. This one is attributed to a man named Theodotus, the son of Demetrius, who was an archisynagogus, a head of the synagogue, and it basically talks about how, he, as a representative of a long line of people who were similar donors to the synagogue, built the synagogue, guest rooms, chambers, the plumbing, all kinds of things like that. And synagogues especially after the destruction of the temple in the year 70, which it represents a huge change to Jewish ritual. I mean, all of Judaism was so focused on the temple and its rituals in Jerusalem that when it is destroyed by the Romans, what do you do with Judaism as a whole? And the transition to synagogues was essentially something that replaced, at least in some form, the centrality of the temple, allowing Jews to come together to express their heartfelt desires and prayer to God, and to perform many other communal functions, social gatherings, study sessions, and so on. And we have synagogues that dot the entire landscape and are especially prevalent in the north, where many Jews have settled after Bar Kokhba. Here, for example, is a beautiful synagogue flora with a huge mosaic of the zodiac that was found in Hamat Tiberia, 4th century. And you can see from the mosaic that they're still commemorating and harking back to the temple with all kinds of elements like the incense shovel and the menorah and the Ark of the Covenant that all refer back to the temple, and as well as the shofar and the lulav and etrog, which are, of course, part of the holiday season. You have these beautiful mosaics everywhere, including not too far away, the Beit Alpha, 6th century, kind of a more primitive style, but really quite famous name. Beit Alpha also has this dramatic language of the finding of Isaac, which is described in the book of Genesis, chapter 1 2. And we have synagogues like this, I think I showed you in the last lecture, even from Gaza and so on. And these synagogues dot the landscape, particularly in the north, right up until the 7th century when you have the advent of Islam. This map says a lot about what happens to the world in the 7th century. This new faith that emerges from Saudi Arabia, from Medina and Mecca, under the leadership of Muhammad, spreads with tremendous rapidity throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, reaching up into the Iberian Peninsula in the west and moving all the way out in the east to regions like Afghanistan, the reaches of northern India, and so on. After some initial moments of harsh conflict between Muhammad and some Jewish tribes living in Saudi Arabia, Islam spreads to the land of Israel and actually turns out to be something over the long term, which proves to be quite beneficial, at least up until the 20th century. It is one of the ironies of Jewish history is that overall, accepting again this very difficult last 100-odd years, Jews fared better in general under Islam than they did under Christianity. That's not to say that there were not examples of violence directed against Jews. There was certainly, as we shall see, a certain low-level discrimination that was pervasive. Occasionally there were moments of forced conversions, but pound for pound, comparing apples to apples, as it were, it was far less in Muslim regions. But let's look at why that is so. We should understand that as religions, as systems of human behavior, Islam and Judaism are actually much more similar to each other than Judaism is to Christianity. The primary reason for this is because Islam, which of course is based on Christianity and Judaism, Muhammad had a wide range of teachers that he could draw upon to learn about earlier faiths, and there's so many similarities between Islam and Judaism that clearly shows that they share a common cultural vocabulary. For example, Jews are required to pray 3 times a day facing Jerusalem. Muslims pray 5 times a day facing Mecca. Originally, they faced Jerusalem as well. Jews practice a dietary system known as kashrut. Muslims practice a dietary system associated with halal. Judaism has a certain set of rules regarding the dress of females and the dress of males, by the way. And Islam has also a system of rules for the dress of females, and I would assume males, although I'm not expert in. But in other words, they're kind of similar blocks of ideas about how people should behave. And although they're not identical, of course, Jews and Muslims can sort of understand that, okay, these are, categories of behavior. Christianity, on the other hand, places a tremendous amount of emphasis on creed, on belief, rather than on pragmatic behavior, which sets it somewhat apart from both Islam and Judaism, although, of course, also both Islam and Judaism have elements of creed as well. But this whole comparative structure of halakha on the Jewish side, or Jewish law, and Sharia, or Islamic law on the other side, means that they really have quite a bit in common, and they were actually able to affect quite a sort of modus vivendi, a way of living together. This was expressed in particular in legal terms under something which came to be known as the Pact of Umar, associated with the 9th century in particular. And essentially what the Pact of Umar dictates is it regulates the space for non-Muslims in Muslim society, in particular Jews and Christians, because they were known as people of the book. They had, according to Islam, received a legitimate transmission or communication from God in the past. And, you know, Islam would argue that they misunderstood those transmissions, they adulterated those transmissions, and so on, but that's not our discussion today. But since they were essentially keeping to the traditions as handed down to them from their previous generations, they therefore were accorded a degree of respect within Islamic society, and they were allowed to continue practicing their faith within Islamic society. There were limits set on it. They could not, for example, build new synagogues. They could only repair old ones. They are not allowed to engage in certain symbolic acts of leadership, like carrying a weapon or riding a horse. In some areas, certain colors were required for them. They had to wear a certain color, for example. Many of these things were, you know, loopholes found or bribes were paid in order for Jews to avoid these things. But nevertheless, this established within Islam the notion of a Rechtsstaat, of a society governed by law, meaning that although they were second class or protected status, the term is dhimmi, they nevertheless were allowed a space in which they continued to be Jews. There were additional taxes imposed on them called the jizya and so on, but basically they had a space where they could continue to be Jews, and this proved to be really very useful as a whole. If we move outside of the land of Israel for a moment, perhaps the greatest expression of this was in the Spanish Golden Age, known sometimes as La Convivencia, the period of coexistence, where Jews and Muslims and Christians in this triangular society of Spain, which was unusual, actually enjoyed a period of tremendous cooperation and cultural cross-fertilization. It's somewhat exaggerated occasionally in historical literature, but nevertheless it had some really dramatic moments and individuals associated with it. Perhaps the most important figure who emerges from this period at its very end, and in fact, he himself had to be a refugee from extremist Muslims that entered the region of Spain from North Africa, is of course none other than Maimonides, one of the greatest, most towering figures of the Middle Ages, who actually made his way out of Spain to Cairo and its environs, where he established a very successful career as a court physician and as really the leader of his generation, particularly in the southern and eastern parts of the Mediterranean. Although the majority of his life was spent in Egypt, he was ultimately buried in the land of Israel. After the advent of Islam, there is a resurgence of the Jewish population, particularly in Jerusalem. You have the growth of a significant rabbinic leadership that engages in some rivalry with the rabbinic leadership, much larger community in Baghdad. Ultimately, Baghdad would take the lead, but Jerusalem nevertheless has a tremendous pride of place. And Jews and Muslims fight alongside each other against the Crusaders that entered the land of Israel in the 11th century and then several times afterwards as well. But I think one of the most fascinating periods of Jewish history at this time is when the Ottoman Empire was in control of the region. Here you can see a map of the entire Ottoman Empire that lasted right up until the 20th century. And this is as a result of a great influx of Jews after the Spanish expulsion. This map here shows you that many places that Jews sought refuge after being sent out of Spain. And as you can see, a significant number of them went to the land of Israel. And not only that, in particular, they went to a city called Sfa in the north. Tzfat is a beautiful city that is not especially famous until the 1500s, when it suddenly attracts this tremendous number of Spanish and Portuguese exilees who set up this incredible center of Jewish activity. It is there that the Lurianic Kabbalah is particularly described. You can see from these unique blue-tinted gravestones from Tzfat some of the great names of the Kabbalah, the Rav Alkabetz, Rav Cordovero, and of course the incredible Arizal, Rabbi Isaac Luria, who came to Tzfat from Egypt in order to study with the great masters there. So there's tremendous creativity happening in the land of Israel in the 1500s, in Tzfat in particular. The tremendous surge of Jewish creativity in Tzfat, however, is largely limited to the 1500s. And by the time you get past that period, Jewish communities in the land of Israel tend to go into a fairly steep decline. There are regular migrations, particularly from 1700 on, from Poland, of Jews who are seeking to return to the ancestral homeland. But if you look at this estimated population chart of the land of Israel from 1850, which is based solely on people who've had status as Ottoman subjects, you can see that Jews constituted roughly 4% of the overall population of the land, Christians another 8%, and everyone else are basically Muslims or Druze. So there's only a tiny, tiny minority of Jews living in the land of Israel by the time we get to the modern period. By the 1880s, however, you begin to see the organized migration of Jews, now from the region of Ukraine in particular, under an organization called BILU, which is an acronym for the phrase Beit Yaakov L'chu V'Nelcha, House of Jacob, let us arise and go. This is actually one of their founding documents here. This organization, BILU, aimed to recreate agricultural settlements of Jews in the land of Israel. They received significant backing from Western donors. They were not especially good farmers, however, and they struggled. Many of their communities failed, but some of them actually managed to take root in places like Petah Tikva, and they constitute the nucleus of the new migration of Jews from Eastern and Western Europe. And as you can see from some of these 20th century posters, which are designed to garner support for donations to help these Jews reestablish themselves in their ancestral homeland, here you see that there's no contradiction with using the term Palestine to refer to the land of Israel, and they have in Yiddish the translation of what it says in English, help him build the land of Israel is the phrase there. That's translated as Palestine. Here's a more muscular version that really captures the imagination of Jews at the time, a nation reborn on its ancestral soil. So that really takes us to the 19th century and the period of the great conflict between the people living in the land, because one of the great, sort of myths of this period is that the Jews constituted a people without a land for a land without a people. The land of Israel, of course, was well populated with many people, and we'll have to turn to that very difficult chapter in the next lesson. But for now, I hope you found this useful, and hope you watch the next video as well. Thank you very much.
Now, Bisman got away, right? Because he's going to beat the shit out of any serial killer ever made. Bisman got away. He, I think, scuffed him up and then got out of the house. The dude that broke into his house is a serial killer. So it says, did you see Legend Michael Bisman?
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me. If you, this is an experiment, trying my first live stream with questions and answers. And so someone, if people are on there right now, please write something in the chat so that I can see that I'm not just talking to myself. Let's do it. Start a Q&A or a poll. Okay, so let's I do a plus here. And I should start a Q&A. Hey, can you hear me? Okay, I can start Q&A. Let's see what happens. Okay, now I believe I saw something in the chat here. Is that working okay? Can you hear me all right? Strange kind of echo here. It's repeating the whole. I see there are 5. Why is it? Let me. Maybe.
Wow. Face to face with a monster like exclusive prison interview with the man claiming to be Northern England's exclusive.
Okay, try again. How does that sound? Wow, that's not working right at all.
The great Michael Bisping almost was his next victim. Dude, this would be like fucking Jeffrey Dahmer breaking into my house. Yeah, how old is Bisping? Yeah, almost been super. He's in the UFC.
So I see there are 34 people as participants. So I assume that something's happening here.
It's in the late 90s, early 2000s, so he was still, coming through the ranks. Beat your ass. Oh, yeah. That is crazy.
But I'm not getting any feedback from you.
There's not a serial killer alive that beat up a UFC fighter. Your best chances at Kipper. Big boy.
So I don't know if this is actually working. And I'm going to tell you what I'm experiencing from my end is that I say something and then my computer plays it back to me. Oh wait, I think I solved it. I had 2 browsers open. Okay, that's great. So that's an improvement. Now let's see. Do I have anyone who's asked any questions here? Let's see what I've got. Yes, great. I've got some questions there in the chats here. Okay, so I see Taylor26 is on. Thank you. Delshon London Prejean is on. I hope I pronounced that correctly. All right, that looks like we've solved this. Okay, 2 browsers. Okay, so let me start with the questions that I have recorded from my notes here, and I hope that they will be useful for you as well. And please feel free to add your questions in the chat so that I can, deal with them live. And we'll try a few different ways of experimenting with this. First of all, a lot of people reacted to the review of Ilan Pape's book that I just posted yesterday. This is something I posted only for members because I really did not like this book. I don't really want to share negative things with the whole crowd. It is a fairly critical review, and I do appreciate that many of you asked me to make it public, but this one I'm going to hold on to. However, the things that I learned from the book and my reactions to it as well, I will include this in more standard presentations, so that you'll get to see that as well. Now let's go on to something else. The Trancoso inscription. So a lot of people had a lot of interesting theories about what's going on with those strange inscriptions on the stone exteriors of the houses in the Jewish quarter in Trancoso, Portugal. A couple of people said, well, maybe that strange one that looks like it says the word Roro is actually Duro, like the letter Resh in Hebrew is very close to a dalet. It's just a difference of a sharp corner, a right angle, as opposed to a slight curve. And that's possible, but it should be noted that this particular location is somewhat south of the Douro River. It's not really so close that someone will want to write it there, and also write it twice. So it's true. I still have to spend a lot of time thinking about this to get some sense of it. But I got a few other interesting suggestions. Yosef Israel writes, the last bit at the end in the inscription looks like it says the word ruach, which means spirit. And that's referring to the little horizontal line under one of the last letters that would actually spell that sound, ach. But when you actually are up with the wall, you'll see that it's not actually carved into the wall. In the video, it shows up, but it's just a little bit of lichen. And it could be that lichen is there because there was originally some kind of imperfection in the rock, but it's definitely not dug in as deeply. So I don't think it's quite that. Now, Stislav Meki 2262 writes, the inscriptions would have to be analyzed and dated by archaeologists in the first place.
true. I'm not a trained archaeologist at all. I'm a regular historian. I read fairly widely in archaeology, but I don't have all the tools here. The question is, how old are they really? Are they pre, during, or post-Inquisition? Could the stones have been reused from earlier buildings? Was the location affected by the Great Lisbon earthquake of 1755? There were earlier earthquakes in the region too, 1321, 1356, and 1531, and also another earthquake in 1761. So a very erudite kind of complex question there. But it's really the problem. We know that the inscriptions have been around for quite some time, but they could even be possibly early 20th century. There's no way to carbon-14 date an inscription of this nature. It's inorganic material and so on. The buildings can date to the pre-Inquisition period, 13th century, 14th century. So sometime over the last 500 years, someone inscribed the walls with these strange symbols. They were not affected by the earthquake of 1755. We were aware of that one. Totally destroyed much of Lisbon, but didn't have the same kind of impact on Trancoso. These buildings are definitely from the Inquisition period, but the inscriptions could have been added as late as the 20th century. In fact, I had a really interesting discussion with a museumologist in Porto who suggested they may even have been inscribed for the purpose of attracting tourists. I mean, that was like really wild, but not impossible at all. So it's still likely that they were inscribed, most likely by Jews, because this is a Jewish neighborhood and they don't appear nowhere near as outside of the neighborhood. Don't know really what they mean. Another username, Eliel Tishby, suggests that Roro might be a nickname. Yeah, could be. But why would you put that on a wall? Why would you inscribe it twice? It's on either side of the wall. It's just a bizarre thing to write on your doorpost, especially we're not talking about someone tagging it with a spray paint. This is, inscribed in the wall. You'd have to spend a couple of hours with a hammer and chisel making a lot of noise inscribing into it, so it's hard to say that. Desert Prier writes the same thing. Why would a Jew spend hours carving a nickname to the side of a house under the hot Portuguese sun? Good question. Anik Nathana 9463 adds that maybe it's a gematria, meaning it is it's a numerical equivalent, and it happens to be the numerical equivalent of the word bayit, meaning house, 412. But then why not just write the word house, or even write the word 412? I mean, it's just strange. And the last one here on this section, J.F. Joubert Quebec asks, are there crypto-Jewish personal names that can be identified? And yes, definitely. There's quite a few names. Nunez, Perez, Sanchez, Gonzalez. These are often very well associated with crypto-Jews. Perrier. He asks also, could a Jacob, a shoemaker from the Netherlands, hired to fight for Britain in the Revolutionary War in the U.S., be identified as Jewish? Well, Jacob is definitely a Jewish name, also a non-Jewish name too. Shoemakers, same. Netherlands, yep. So the answer is yeah, could be Jewish, but could easily be not Jewish. Okay, so those are all the questions that I recorded on that. Let's check the chat here. So nice to see it. Got Taylor 26 asking me if I read the book of Daniel. Yes, I have read the book of Daniel. Why does it mix historical events with apocalyptic imagination? The author of Daniel anticipated the apocalypse to occur shortly after the Maccabean revolt. So those are really hard questions. Definitely, this is making me regret that I did this live streaming. But reading the book of Daniel is definitely one of the most complex and difficult to parse books in Tanakh. In fact, there's a discussion in the Talmud that there's even divine sanction applied to revealing some of the secrets that are coded into the book of Daniel. Scholars approach this, academic scholars approach it with a very different perspective, suggesting that it was written much later than it purports to be written, and that would change the way we understand the apocalyptic suggestions that are encoded in it. Definitely a massive topic, and the interpretations of Daniel will depend very heavily on what kind of scholars you're asking when trying to figure out what does this book mean. Taylor26 also asks, what's my favorite commentary on the Torah? Well, I have a lot, I think. I definitely am a traditionalist. I love Rashi. I think Rashi has phenomenal humility and insight and intelligence, and he writes in such a beautifully brief and concise manner. In terms of modern commentators, I prefer Rav Steinsaltz. I study his work every day. Okay, let's see. Delshon London Prejean writes that Nisan the 14th is not occurring on the same month this year to my devout Jehovah's Witness parents. How do I explain that the Gregorian is not a spiritual calendar / God-given calendar? That's a super hard question. That's more between you and your parents than me, I think. But what I can say is that, the calendar that the Jews follow, that of course would calculate the date of Nisan 14th, it's a complicated luni-solar calendar. What we have in the Bible is essentially a lunar calendar, completely going by the moon, but that would result in only 354 days. So the Muslims, for example, they have a lunar calendar. They lose 11 days single year, and Ramadan right now happens to fall in the springtime. Yeah, but in a few years it'll be in the winter, and then it'll be in the fall because you're always losing 11 days. The Hebrew calendar, however, has to be fixed because the Torah refers to Passover as Chodesh HaAviv or Chag HaAviv, the springtime holiday. So that means whatever happens, you have a lunar calendar, but you have to reset it every so often for Passover to always fall out in the springtime. This used to be done sort of manually on an ad hoc level, that the rabbis would get together and would look at the seasons and where they're falling out, and they would make a decision whether or not to declare a leap month, the 2nd of Adar, which we have in this year. But then in the 4th century, as a result of the Byzantine reaction to the Gallus revolt in 352, the rabbis decided, you know what, we better go with the mathematically calculated calendar, and that's how we have a fixed calendar today that does not require rabbinic intervention to calculate the leap month every year. That's probably a long description of the calendar for your parents, Deshaun, London, Prejean, but I hope it helps. Let's see what we got. This is so fun. I see lots of names here. Welcome to Sven here. It's a leap year, right? So there's a whole month added, and there's a cycle over 19 years how many times it's added. What's kind of interesting is that this Sunday is a day that only appears when there is a leap year, the 30th day of the month of Adar Rishon. It happens to be a personal anniversary for me. My grandfather passed away on this day, and so that means that he doesn't have the same day to observe the death anniversary of the Yortzeit every year. There are different customs as to exactly when you would observe it. But this year we can't exactly observe it on the right day. Let's see. What is the fragment of the Dead Sea Scrolls 4Q541 all about? Hang on a second. Let me just quickly check Wikipedia. I don't know offhand which particular scroll that number is, so please forgive me. That's a little too specific a question for me. Let's see. Sven asked me, what do I think of Clement of Alexandria? Was he just a Greek who was trying to self-explain Judaism? Or is his understanding of Judaism authentic, regardless of being a parent fringe view? That's also a hard question. The truth is, I don't know enough about Clement of Alexandria to say anything intelligent. So you'll forgive me if I say I'll have to look it up, and God willing, if we do another one of these, then I will, hopefully I'll say something about Clement of Alexandria. I'm going to make a note here, Clement of Alexandria. Okay, why don't I go back to the prepared list, and please, whoever's on this live stream, please ask some more questions. So I got a lot of questions about older videos that have to do with the Ashkenazim. I don't know why people are so up about this. There's not even, it's an objective fact that there are Jews that come from all kinds of different racial backgrounds. We have African Jews and Asian Jews and European Jews. There is definitely sort of like a group of people who, especially those who wear tinfoil hats, who want to assume that Ashkenazim are descendants of the Khazar people. There's not a lot of evidence, certainly not a lot of genetic evidence for any significant admixture of the Khazars in the Jewish population, as much as these conspiracy-minded people might like to think so. And you can watch my videos where I look at what evidence we have and so on. Ashkenazic Jews seem primarily to be a mixture of Middle Eastern Jews with a large chunk of Italian DNA as well. But Heather Krasna 5288 asked this question. I hate to ask this, but weren't many of the genetic additions to the Jewish population a result not of intermarriage, but instead of rape? Jews were brought as slaves by the Roman Empire, and female slaves are the sexual property of their enslavers. Isn't it the case that the reason a person is considered Jewish because their mother is Jewish is because Jewish women were raped for the last 2,000 years? Forbid it. A terrible question, but of course a valid historical question. And the answer is complex. The reason why, let me step back a little bit. When we get to the 21st century, actually when we get to the late 20th century, there are Jews who wanted to revise the traditional matrilineal descent of definition of Jews. This is basically the definition of Jews, meaning that a Jew is a child of a Jewish mother or a convert to Judaism. That's the definition that has been the working definition for about 2,000 years, depending on who you ask. We definitely see in the Bible some examples where you have Jewish males who marry women from non-Jewish backgrounds and their children are considered Jewish, and some really important ones like Moses and Joseph and others. And so some scholars have said, well, that's patrilineal Judaism. That Judaism moved from a father-defined religious identity to a mother-defined religious identity. The traditional view is not quite like that, particularly because there's a passage in the book of Deuteronomy that when you read it carefully, it indicates that grandchildren who are birthed from one's daughter are Jewish. Grandchildren birthed from one's son, presumably with a non-Jewish woman, are not considered Jewish. There's a lot of discussion in traditional rabbinic commentaries. Well, how do we square these two facts that we have Joseph and Moses, and we marry what apparently are non-Jewish women? There's no discussion of their conversions. How do we square that with the practice of recognizing the children of women as being Jewish and not the children of men? There's lots more to say about how that works out. But in the 20th century, there were more liberal movements that said we should just recognize men as well as parents of children as Jews. And of course, like everything else in Judaism, there's a huge amount of debate over that. But to get more specifically to this question, we can certainly assume that there is a significant amount of genetic material that is passed along through sexual violence. However, when we look at the Ashkenazic situation in particular, there are these genetic bottlenecks where scholars are able to analyze the DNA and work back through generations to when we can identify the major incursions of other peoples into this so-called genetic stream. Genetic scholars have identified the 9th century as an especially important time. And in fact, especially among Levites, they've identified 4 putative Italian mothers to almost half of Jews who call themselves Levites today. So the short answer is Heather Craftsman 5288, you are right. There's certainly a certain amount of rape. However, I think it would be wrong to assume that that is the majority of cases. We simply do not have, a strong literary record of that, and it's true that that could be suppressed by the fact that, Jews may not want to talk about rape as an element of lineage, but it's well, actually, so I really don't know what I'm talking about. I would have to say that that's my best guess on the preponderance of the evidence is that there's some, but not the majority. Fascinating question. Let me just see what else I've got here in the chat. Wow, lots of things happening in the chat here. Let's see. Sven asked, I sometimes wonder if the early Christians wanted to bridge the chasm between Hebrews and other ethnicities at the time. What is your view? Well, I would think that's definitely true. I mean, Paul, for sure, he had a tremendous intellectual product in the teaching of Jesus, and the idea of, bringing that to the masses was, hugely important in the propagation of Christianity to Greeks, Romans, and all kinds of people. So I think that would be true. That generation, a sort of transitional generation, the first 50 or 60 years after Jesus' death is crucial. I think that one of the turning points, of course, is the destruction of the temple, that, for Jews was seen as a horrific catastrophe, but some of the early Christians, if you look at Eusebius, for example, will see it kind of like as a representation of a punishment, that the Jews got what they deserved as a way of signaling that Christianity was really something that should be followed. So that transitional generation did not last terribly long. Gospel of John gives us some sense of how acrimonious the dispute would become afterwards. If you're especially curious about that, I think the best treatment of this is Constantine's Sword by James Carroll. Very, very powerful and evocative work looking at those early generations. I learned a lot from it. Okay, let's see. Sven also asks, following the question of motherhood, Mary was undoubtedly a Jew, but as Christians believe that Joseph had no part in Jesus' conception, what would Jesus be, Jew or Gentile? Well, Jewish, because his mother was Jewish. Right?
Welcome. How are you?
There's also kinds of jokes about how
what's
he
going on,
stayed at home,
Jamo?
was attached to his mother, so that proves he was Jewish. Let's.
Jamo, Pimp, can you hear me? Jamo. Yo, dog, can you hear me? Yo, Jamo. Pimp, can you hear me? Jamo. Yo, what up, baby? How you living? How'd you find out about me, Pimp?
I was here before, I think last week, but yeah, I want to enjoy that.
That's tight. Did we talk?
Yeah, you explained yourself, like who you were. I remember.
That's tight. What's good in your neck of the woods?
Nothing right now, just relaxing right now.
All right. What are your plans for the day?
Just relax. I did what I had to do earlier, so I'm just going to relax out the rest of the day.
That's tight. What are your hobbies?
Gaming.
What do you like to play?
I like to play War Thunder, college football.
Oh,
I have a favorite college football team, but my favorite NFL team is the Raiders.
tight. Are you a fan of the move to Las Vegas?
Personally, no. I wish they stayed in Oakland.
Yeah, I wish they stayed in LA.
Yeah, me too. But I mean, it's okay.
I got you. All right. So, if we were playing college football 26, who are you choosing right now?
I would say North Carolina Tar Heels.
Yo. Yo, dog, what's up with Bill Belichick, and more importantly, what's up with Jordan Hudson?
Ooh, I don't know.
That girl is fine.
Yeah, that's strange. I don't know
How they gonna do this year?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how they're gonna do this. The season hasn't started yet. They might do good.
They're the
I don't look. I'm not really a fan of the Tar Heels, but I just play that team because that's where I'm from.
I gotcha. They're the biggest question mark perhaps in college football. Nobody knows what's gonna happen with them.
Yeah, that's true. That's what any team really, you know.
That's true, especially in college. All right, so what are your thoughts on the whole Jordan Hudson
Um,
situation?
I don't know who he is.
It's a girl. That's that's okay. That's Bill Belichick's girlfriend, who's like 24 and he's like 1,000 years old.
Oh, I see. Oh my goodness. Well, I think
Google
it's a bit strange.
Google this bitch. She's hot as fuck.
Okay, hold on. You said Jordan Hudson?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay, yeah, she is pretty.
Word, dog.
Yeah, she is pretty. Okay.
So you're gonna have that on the sidelines.
Strange though, Bill Belichick and her.
Yeah, dog.
I think Bill Belichick is paying the Hudson's girlfriend.
I would. That girl's hot as fuck.
Yeah, yeah. I think Bill Belichick's paying her though. There's no way, like, I just don't see how else she would go out with Bill Belichick.
Word, dog. There were rumors that she was a high class hoe.
Okay. That's
All right, so you like college football. Who do you feel is North Carolina's biggest rival in football? Is it Duke? Is it South Carolina? Is it NC State? Who is it?
Football. I think. Now I'm not sure because, like I said, I don't watch Carolina football that much. But I think NC State.
Okay.
I believe they've been in a few fights last season. So I think that's probably NC State. Now it could be any other team, but I think NC State.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, are you into other games? What other games you like?
The only other game I really play is Planet Side 2.
Okay, what's that?
It's like a MMO first-person shooter game where like there's three factions, right? There's three factions you can play as, and every one of those factions battle a continent. They try to gain the most territory in the continent. And whoever has the most territory, by the time runs out, that's who wins the continent. It's basically like a big first-person shooter game.
Very cool.
It's fun.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's fun.
What are your other hobbies aside from gaming?
Other than that, I just like to go outside, like ride my bike, sometimes walk outside. That's really about it, to be honest with
Very well. How old are you?
you. I'm 24.
Excellent. What kind of bike you have?
It's a mongoose.
Oh, tight. Yeah. Do you like to do
Yeah.
like BMX tricks and stuff?
To be fair, not really. I try, but I'm not really good at it.
I gotcha. Do you do you have
And I
pet?
keep practicing.
Do you have pegs?
Eggs?
Yeah. Oh, you've got
On the
pegs?
wheels?
Yeah, that's tight.
Yeah.
Then you can take a buddy.
I just like the look. Yeah. They just look cool. Stuff like that.
I think they look cool too. All right, very cool. Are they on the back tires or the front tires?
Back tires.
All right, very cool. So you like? Are you in a relationship? You got a girlfriend? You got somebody who you like?
No, I'm single.
All right, very well. Okay, so you like video games? You like your bike? Do you play any sports?
I used to play basketball when I was younger,
What position?
but not anymore. I was a point guard.
All right, so you're good with the ball.
Yeah.
Did you turn it over a lot?
Sometimes. Yeah, I turned the ball over a few times, so they switched me over to shooting guard, and I ended up doing really well in that position. But I'm actually a good shooter.
What's your height?
I'm 5'6", but I'm pretty sure.
Okay. How are you at free throws?
I'm decent. I'm
Okay.
decent.
I mean, like, what's your free throw percentage?
Like 75%.
Okay. All right. And you played in high school?
No, I played in middle school. I didn't play any sports in high school.
Okay, so you used to play basketball. You like any other sports?
Basketball, football, that's mainly it.
Okay, so what'd you play in football?
Oh, I didn't play football.
Oh, you just
I
like
play
football.
yes.
Okay, very well. All right, do you play any fantasy teams?
Like fantasy football?
Yeah.
Yeah, I play with my family.
Oh, that's tight. When's your draft?
My draft. Actually, wait, did they start the draft?
Fantasy drafts are like throughout August, so it could be basically whenever.
Okay, yeah, I think my dad will message me when it's about to start. So, yeah, they didn't start the draft.
That's really tight that you have a family one.
Yeah, do you draft too?
Yeah, dude, I'm in 26 teams.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's good.
So I do this. So here's my secret. I follow sports. I mean, like more than most people, but it's hard for me to get into some sports. Like I'll watch a big game, but to watch like some random Thursday night game against maybe like the 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 Browns versus the Atlanta Falcons. Like I'm not too into that, but with fantasy, I'm all about it. I'm waiting to count down the time for the kickoff because it makes all the games like much more exciting. So what I do is I go on ESPN every year and I draft 25 teams. And I just have the computer draws. When you have 25 teams, chances are, like, I don't have a single favorite player. I like them all. So I have the computer draft all the teams. And then what I do is I just, as the season goes, I keep an eye on my teams and I just do like auto, like not just auto picks, but like auto matchups and stuff. So I don't have to do all that much work. And then by the end of the year, when the playoffs come around, I have like 10 or 15 teams that have winning records and are going to the playoffs. Then when I get into the playoffs, I have these teams go, and chances are I'm going to have like 5 or 8 teams that are in the championship game, and then I'm going to have a winner. So I win like every year. It just depends on what league. Now I've got a bunch of teams that don't do well as well. So I've got that going for me. But then I've got this. I'm in a community. There, it's a cryptocurrency. I've been in there for a few years now, and we do a fantasy league as well. And that one I'm serious about, because then you only have one team, and it's for money, and the people are, we do a little bit of trash talking, nothing crazy, but just kind of, being nice. And this, last year I had the number 2 pick overall. And the number 1 pick, like if you remember, everybody was going after Christian McCaffrey. And that's who went first. So I had the number 2 pick. I took Tariq Hill. And like in the first game, before the first game, he was driving too fast in Miami and got pulled over and like was in handcuffs and like just started the year off like, not what we wanted. And he just didn't have that great of a season. Now this year, the number 1 picks are kind of there's no one player that everybody wants. So I again this year did the random draft with ESPN, and then we'll do a draft within our community in the coming week or so. And once that happens, then I'm locked in. Then I'm ready for the season, which starts up like in early September. And then it's exciting to me. Then I'm watching every game. I watch every game in here. Dude, and then the thing that I love perhaps most of all is the red zone. You know what red zone is? Where you get to watch all of the big scoring. Yeah, so nobody's got money for that kind of bullshit. But you can stream that shit, and it makes your Sunday so much fun, because it's like I don't have time to be like flipping channels and seeing what's going on. So on Red Zone, they put it out there where you just have I think their rule is this. Every scoring play they show, and everything within the 20, but sometimes they show it a little outside the 20, which is tight. So you basically see every score, and it's pretty amazing that like they used to do it. They had no commercials, so it was absolutely no commercials, and it was all free. And I'm sitting there with my team, and just like hoping that so-and-so, some guy I've never heard of, who's like a second string fullback, gets the ball and scores, because it'll be important to my team. And that kind of stuff gets really exciting to me. I can't tell you how much fun it is. And so what changed this year is ESPN bought NFL Network, and NFL Network owned Red Zone. So what's going to happen is once ESPN takes it over, I'm sure they're going to muck it up with commercials and all kinds of garbage like that. But that's cool. It's not like I'm paying for it. I think it's $30 a month or something. But you just get it free online and then follow along with all your teams. And that's the way to do it. So at the end of the year, I know that I'm going to have at least one team generally that has won its league. And that's always kind of cool. And I try to see if I try to win as many leagues as possible. And so that's tight. I do that with basically every major sport. So I have 25 baseball teams. There are 162 baseball games. Like, that's way too much. So just once a week, I auto, I do all the matchups. I do WNBA. I have 25 WNBA teams. Like, nobody's watching the WNBA. But it like allow me to have a little bit of pulse on the WNBA and the players and what's going on. And you know what? My WNBA teams are very good. Like, every week I go like 20-5, which is like really good. And I don't know if it's because the other people just don't care or they're not paying attention or whatever, but my WNBA teams, I'm like really good at that. Then I drafted hockey teams, and those will be coming up. I don't know anything really. I don't know too much about hockey, but I'll do my best to follow along with these teams. And then I got NBA teams. So those are my big ones. Then I do a thing on ESPN that's like a college pick'em. I don't know if you're aware what these are, but they'll take like 10 random games, and all you have to do is pick the winners. It like you don't even have to worry about the spread, but it's hard. You would think like, oh, it's easy to just pick winners, but there's always upsets and stuff. And so
Right.
I'll do a college pick'em, and then I'll do an NFL pick'em, without the spread, just who's gonna win. And so that gives me like a lot of entertainment for the sports, the fall. And if I had to give any advice to anybody, if you're not into sports and you want to have a little bit more interest, that's the way to do it. That makes it. Aside from just straight up betting on games, which really makes it interesting, um, just doing fantasy is a lot of fun. So, but if I could, I mean that's sweet that you've got your family who does a fantasy football, and that's amazing.
Yeah.
How do you usually do in that league?
We just basically draft players and then just play like a regular season.
No, I know.
Like,
How do you do in the league? Like, have you ever won it?
Oh, how do I do? I actually won last year for the first time.
No way. Who was your first pick? Do you remember? Do you remember who your first pick was?
Wait, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Do you remember who your first pick was?
I don't. I think it was Patrick Mahomes.
Okay, that's a good one.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Who are you looking at for your first pick this year?
Probably Patrick Mahomes again.
All right. Okay, that's cool. He's your boy.
And then, well, he is. He's on a team that I hate, but he's a good player.
Yeah, he is. I had like last year. I had my almost I would say like my favorite players, and they ended up not doing as well as I would have wanted, and so this year I'm kind of like whatever. Like I don't care who it is, who I draft or whatever. I'm not gonna have my heart in it, or I'm gonna try not to have my heart in it. I wish there was like one player that I was like, I have to get that guy, but there really isn't anybody. What happened to me last year in this community league that I did, and it's just something that I kind of do, is if my team's not doing well, which I was losing by like 0.1 points, like barely losing it some weeks. And I ended up probably just being in like just right in the middle of the pack. So I threw it at the end when we did the playoffs. I just was like, I'll let everybody else beat me because I wanted to be absolute last. If you're not going to be first, I'd rather be last. And so that it didn't give me any benefit. It's not like it allowed me a better draft pick this year or anything, but so I was at the end just drafting guys that I knew like weren't even going to play, like Tom Brady. I had Tom Brady like on my team. Like nobody, he hasn't played in years, but you could still draft him, or at least get him off of waivers. And so yeah, but I absolutely loved. I love doing that with that community, and that's amazing that you won. What was the prize?
I didn't win anything. I just it was just like an achievement, I guess.
It's just for fun. It's just a fun thing in the family. Bragging rights.
Yeah.
All right, that's
Yeah.
cool. Very well. All right, so are you? Go ahead.
But yeah, we did fantasy football for like 5 years. Like we started like 5 years ago, and last year was the first time I won.
That's tight. That's super exciting. Okay, so who do you want this year? Oh, you said Patrick Mahomes. Okay. Anybody else you want?
I want Aston Gentry,
Sure.
running back.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Raiders. Yeah, let's see. see how he do. I think he's gonna do good.
From Boise,
So I'm gonna choose him.
from Boise State, right?
Yeah, Boise State. Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to be an interesting one because he like set the record for yardage, career yardage as an undergrad or something like that, and then I think he was the 6th pick of the first round of the um,
Yeah.
of the Raiders. So like it'll be interesting to see. He could be really big. He could be like a really great running back, or he. The thing is with running backs, and it's so sad. Their average career is like 2.5 years. It's like because they always get injured, and so you want to put all your money on one guy, but then like the chances are like on any play, this guy could get hurt. Which it's so much different than like a quarterback. Like a quarterback, the league does so much to protect them. Like, but like a running back, they don't care about it, which is really sad. And so they're just like, okay, well, just run it up the gut or whatever. So yeah, that's a really good pick. So he'll be on the rookie. He'll be on the. I'm not sure where he'll go this year. Like in the draft, but so I don't know. I don't know who I'm going to pick first. I think it just depends on where I end up with my draft order. But there's a player I really want, and I might make some moves to try to get him, and that's Brock Bowers, the tight end from Las Vegas. And the reason why I want is like all the positions, whatever quarterback you get, like they're all kind of the same. They're going to put the same amount of points up for you generally. Same with running backs. A lot of wide receivers are the same, but tight ends can differ. And it's like tight ends are one like where there's this big gap between the top tight ends and just your regular guys. And so, and he played at Georgia. He was a phenom at Georgia. I think last year was his rookie season, and he just was unbelievable. And I think like he was the best tight end in the league by the end of the year. So I'm looking forward to hopefully getting him. When it comes to a defense, like one that I had last year was San Francisco, and I'm a Niners fan, but they just had a whole bunch of injuries, and so they went from like being like far and above like maybe the best defense in the league at the beginning of the year to being like I think I traded them at the end of the year. I mean, they just weren't that good, and that can happen where you don't know what to do with defenses. Another one, the kicker. Oh, the kicker was the big thing with me. So I forget the guy's name, and I should know it. I'm gonna look it up real quick. Okay, so the best kicker in the history of the NFL, Justin Tucker. I drafted him. He was the best kicker in the history of the NFL. So I'm like, oh, this is a great pick. And he goes out and almost gets cut from the team. He had a terrible season. I think it had to do with like sexual assault allegations he had at massage parlors. But it's like, of course, the year that like I need this guy to perform, he goes from legitimately the best kicker in the history of the NFL to like not just mediocre, but a terrible kicker. I was losing points because of him. And like of anything with a kicker, you don't want to lose points with them. So I'm not taking that risk again. Who else did I have? That it just didn't go my way. Okay, so this one I played pretty well, which was Jalen Hurts, the quarterback of the Eagles, because they had that tush push, and I figured like he's going to get a lot of just random touchdowns just because of that, and he did. So that was a good move, and he got better as the season went on. So like he may not have had like a bunch of rushing yards or may not have had a ton of throwing touchdowns, but that's fine. All he needed to do was get behind that line, that offensive line, and just get that 1 yard, and then it's automatically like 6 points or whatever. So that was a good move. I would pick him again. He did a good job for me. Another disappointment that I had was my tight end, Travis Kelsey, who had the whole Taylor Swift thing, and I'm thinking like this guy's going to put up tons of numbers. He was considered to be the best tight end in the NFL year after year after year, and then he had a down year, and that when you've got like you only get so many guys to put up numbers, and if they're not performing, it's sad. And then Tyreek Hill, who had the issue at the beginning of the season, and he just never turned it, just didn't blossom into anything. And then when it came to running backs, I didn't put a whole lot into running backs just because running backs can get hurt. And when the running back gets hurt, it's like you took this guy for a really high draft pick, and then he just gets hurt. And running backs can vary week to week, really, like who they're playing and if they're coming off an injury or whatever. So I didn't have like anybody like really who I drafted really highly as a running back, and I think that kind of bit me in the end because the guys who had like Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley, like those guys would end up with some weeks where these guys would have like 40 points alone, like just huge weeks, and I never got that out of my guys. And then the thing that I can't stand that I do sometimes, I mean, it's just like what are the odds? But like, I'll take a guy and I'll be like, you know what, this guy's playing like a really tough defense or whatever, or he's coming off an injury or whatever, and I've got some other guys who are going to do well. I'm going to bench this guy, and the guy who I benched puts up 62 points, and none of them, are worth anything for me. So, I'm ready for the NFL season. I'm not into the preseason at all because it doesn't really count for anything. And those games are they're just like they don't even start the starters or whatever. But once the season comes out, I'm on. Well, like the college football season is the week before. I think it starts the week before, and that'll be exciting. And then when it's out and off and running, it's like 16 weeks or whatever, 18 weeks of the NFL, and it's just week after week. It's fun. And at least in here, what I do, and you're more than welcome to join me if you ever want to. I get people who do. We watch the Thursday night game on Amazon. Then there's the Saturday night. Well, they don't. They do Saturday night like at the end of the year. But then there's the Sunday games where we do all day, and then the Sunday night game, and then Monday night. And that Monday night game can get really exciting, especially in fantasy, because you may need a guy like all your guys, but you've got one guy. All he's got to do is get 3 points, and like you're waiting the whole game. Come on, just give this guy the ball, or have this guy make this kick, or whatever. And or maybe all your guys are done, but you're playing against a team that still has a guy playing. So you have to watch because of that if you want to know what's going to go on. I mean, it's a lot of fun. So that's kind of how the season goes, and yeah, it's a lot of fun. All right, so we covered NFL. Do you get into NBA at all?
To be honest, not really.
Yeah.
I just watch the highlights.
Absolutely, dude. It's too many games, 82 games, and the guys don't try. And to me, a lot of things are bothersome to me about the NBA. One of the big ones is the foul situation, where some guys get like the whistle on their side, other guys don't. Some guys are like getting hacked in the paint. There's no foul. Other guys are doing a fadeaway and they get the foul. And it's like it's too subjective with these referees that it just doesn't make it enjoyable to me anymore. It used to be more exciting to me. Another thing that I can't stand, this has never made sense to me. Okay, let's say we've got a best of 7 series. I don't care who it is. You choose the teams. All right, you'll get team 1 beats team 2 by 50 points the first game. Like, to me, that would tell me like team 1 is just superior to team 2. Yet team 2 in the second game will beat team 1 by 30 points. It's like, how is it like that? Like, shouldn't these games be like? Shouldn't you be? If these teams are really that like that, you shouldn't have these blowout happen, but it just does. I'm not a big fan of Adam Silver. I'm not a big fan of Adam Silver, though I wasn't David Stern either. I think that if I know the name of the commissioner so well, or the general public does, then you're not letting the game do its job. Then you're letting, then the commissioner has to come out with excuses for the refereeing and all this other stuff. So, like the big thing that happened last year was that Nico, whatever from uh, Dallas trading, um, trading,
Yeah.
what's his name?
Luka Doncic.
Luka Doncic. Yeah, exactly. And then all of a sudden, like, surprise, surprise, they get the number 1 pick, and Dallas gets the number 1 pick. And then the other weird thing is then the Lakers were sold for $10 million, which is like, it raises the bar for all of the other teams. It's very business oriented, and I just don't like that about it. I like ball. And so, like, I'll sometimes watch G League games or highlights, or like 3-on-3 like leagues, just because like those guys, nobody's watching, so they can just, you watch really good basketball. And if I were the commissioner, in my opinion, in basketball, you shouldn't be putting your hands on any player at all. No hand checking, nothing. Why do I say that? If you want basketball to be an art, which it should be like jazz. You shouldn't make it football. It shouldn't be like guys crashing the boards. And, if you touch another guy, in my opinion, that's a foul. And if they played it that, no matter who it is, and if you play it that way, then you're going to have guys who, have to make jump shots, and it's not just going to be, I'm going to crash the board for a dunk every single time, because you'll get called for the foul. You can either play basketball one of two ways, I feel. You can play it where you don't call the fouls, and then it just becomes football on the court, and nobody really enjoys that. Or you make sure to blow the whistle whenever there's contact. And I understand that that's going to mean that there's free throws and things like that, but that's fine. Guys will learn. And that's just kind of how I feel, that when it gets this subjective, like, well, we're going to let LeBron get away with that, but we're not going to let some random bench guy from the other team get away with it. I don't like that. So, yeah. And so I don't know why they don't play it that way. And it just seems like I don't know if you know who Tim Donaghy is, but he was the referee who got caught gambling many years ago. And he got caught gambling on the NBA. And they said it was just a one, and he went to jail because of it. They said it was just a one referee issue, but I don't believe that. I think that it's rampant, and especially with how gambling has taken over. I mean, when you were a kid, there was no gambling on games, like not like there is now on your phone, and now you get played in it. I mean, they have these prop bets that are like get really strange. Like there was one guy in the MLB who got in trouble just recently because he had a third party that was doing prop bets on first pitch strikes. So basically they would bet that the first pitch would not be a strike, and they would have this pitcher just throw the ball into the dirt, and like really crazy like balls just on that one, and they were making a lot of money doing it because whether you make money on whether the team wins or just because of a prop bet, they still pay out the same. So I think that's changed just how players are playing. Like there are some players, it's like strange that their team is maybe up by 17 points with 1 minute left, and these guys are still playing all the way out just so they can get like a certain amount of points for the over under. And it's just confusing. Like normally the players are like, okay, we lost, that's fine, but one guy's just still going all out just so that he gets like, that 7.5 point over under or whatever. It's changed the game.
Right.
And so I'm not a big fan of the NBA as much as I am college basketball. I like college basketball. It seems like purer. I wish there was a way that they did fantasy college football. Like they and I've looked into this. Why isn't there are some minor leagues that do it, but the reason why is because with fantasy football, basically there's a lot of parity in the NFL. So you're not going to have one player who gets like 4 touchdowns every week. But in college football, a perfect example of this is Boise State with Ashton Gentry. And he gets like they're not playing anybody each week, so he's picking up huge amounts of numbers. And that's not really fair to everybody else. Like somebody who picks some running back who is playing tough competition each week isn't going to have the same kind of numbers as some of these other guys. So and then there's also the thing where there's like it's just so broad. There's so many more players to get that can cause issues. But I think with now they like moving the college is moving away from NIL and moving straight up towards paying players as employees. I think that's what they're doing now. You'll have fantasy college football, and then when that happens, you'll get fantasy college basketball and all those other things. And even you'll get fantasy women's basketball, and then you might even see it branch out to other sports like college baseball and that kind of stuff. Which when that happens, I mean, at least with the betting aspect of it, I think it can cause, it can be tempting for guys, especially in college. I saw some statistic that like 60% of all college players have had some kind of pressure on them from an outside source to do something for some betting. And so I think that, that's some pressure, especially because if I say to you, look, Jamo, your team doesn't need to win. You don't need to even score a touchdown. All you need to do is touch the ball 3 times in the third quarter. It doesn't even matter if you get a yard. We just need you to get 3 touches. So you just say to your teammates or whatever, or to the coach, like, hey, I really need to get the ball in this play. I'm feeling it, coach. I'm feeling it. Okay, that's cool, Or the reverse of that, where they say, look, you don't have to score. You don't have to catch the ball. Just don't get 5 yards on the first drive. We've got an over-under of 5 yards. So you just get 4 yards, and then you pull yourself out of the game. You just say, oh, coach, my knee, it's messed up. So they put somebody else in there, and then you win. I mean, if you're a college person and you're not making that much money, generally you haven't, it's a huge temptation. And I think that can distort the game a little bit. And I want players to decide the games. I don't like when referees decide the games. Here's the one that bothers me more than anything, perhaps, is in the NFL, is the fact that we don't have laser, we still have the chain game, and we don't have like laser positioning of the ball, if you understand what I mean. Like basically the chain gang is just like a bunch of old dudes who run out there, and it's like there are thousands and millions and billions of dollars that are riding on the game, and they're like, oh, it's this short. It's like, it's not that short. I saw the guy cross the ball, midfield on instant replay, and we're going with this old-fashioned system of the chain gang. When I've seen they have like that, to me is ridiculous. Now it is, and it's a way that they rig it, and the reason why is they never show where the chain gang starts. So like when they're let's say you're like a foot short, you don't know if you're really a foot short because the chain gang could have started a foot backward, and it's just they have the the referee and the NFL headquarters in their ear, and the referee just goes up and says, "Oh, we're a foot short," but they don't show where the ball originally was placed. And I've seen this replacement for this system that is really cool. It's just this little robot, like a Roomba, that keeps track of where the ball is all the time. There's like a little chip in the ball, which there already is a chip in the ball, and it just puts the ball down exactly where the guy went down. And like I know it's kind of like still in its early stages, because what if a guy reaches the ball out, or what if he fumbles? When did it actually go down? But okay, I get that. But the fact is that we don't have like an accurate system for the chain gang is just absolutely ridiculous to me. It allows people to. There's so much riding on just it's a game of inches, as they say, and that we don't have an accurate way to measure that, or we do, but they just don't allow it. The one that bothers me as well is the balls and strikes in baseball, and they're starting to use the robot umpires, and that's great because we don't need umpires anymore. It's absolutely ridiculous that like you actually get to see the scores of the umpires now, and it's like, oh, this umpire is really great. He's got a 92% accuracy rating. Dude, that means he's wrong 8% of the time. That's not good. Why not have it be? That's high. Yeah. Why not have it be 100% of the time accurate and correct? And it's like, oh well, and again, use it because they rig the system, and the umpires get involved in this. I didn't like I didn't study this too much until I became older, but like you would hear about Babe Ruth, and Babe Ruth being like the best, the great Bambino, 714 home runs, like the greatest hitter of all time. But back in the day, he could just pay the opposing pitcher to throw him an easy strike, and so he could hit him out of the park. And the guys weren't making any money then, so it was a win-win. It was a win for Babe Ruth, and it was a win for the pitcher because they were paying the pitchers like $75 a week or whatever. They were, they had really small contracts or whatever. And that kind of mentality hasn't changed. It's only evolved until modern day, where you have umpires who are making like, I don't know, a couple $100,000 a year, if that, and they're playing with players who are literally signing contracts for $750 million. And there's a certain amount of like questionability, like, hey, why is this guy making so much more money than I am? Well, I'll make it up by not betting on the game, but I'll have my brother-in-law bet on the game. And all my brother-in-law's got to know is that we're going to have more balls than strikes in this game, or whatever it will be. And that's how they make money. With the Tim Donaghy issue, which was the basketball, the NBA betting scandal that happened like 15 years ago, they would say that the NBA referees would get jealous of the NBA players, because the NBA players are arriving to the stadium or to the arena in Ferraris and Rolls Royces and Lamborghinis, and they're getting all the attention of everybody. And the NBA referees are making like, at the time it was like, $120,000 or something like that, which is a good living. But there's some jealousy that occurs, because it's like, well, I want some of what that guy's got. And so how do I get it? I start point shaving. And like that's a big one too, and it's really hard to stop. Is point shaving? Are you familiar with what point shaving is?
I actually don't.
That's okay. So imagine you've got your friends when you were back in middle school playing, and we say to you, "All right, you guys are gonna win the game. We know you're gonna win the game. You just don't win the game by as much as you normally would. So you're playing some crappy school, and we're gonna say to you, you guys are favored to win by 25 points. Okay, that's fine. Just win by 15 points. And so you're still gonna win, but just don't win by as much. And we're gonna make sure that you all get money. This was a big. There have been big controversies about this in college basketball, and um, it's a big thing in pro sports as well. So you say to the Lakers, you're gonna crush the Charlotte Hornets or Charlotte Bobcats, or whatever they are. You're gonna crush Charlotte tonight. You're favored to beat them by 22 points. Just beat them by 9 points. That's all, and it's a win-win for both sides because the team still gets to win. It's not like they have to throw the game. They just have to shave the amount of points that they were going to win by. That's why it's called point shaving. And that's a really hard thing to stop because it's not obvious. Like who cares or who can know if you're really playing all the way out? You're already up 10 points or whatever. Just don't get up by more than 20 points. And so, you might have a team just pardon me. You just might have a team just not play as hard or put in its backups or its bench players or whatever, turn the ball out over if they need to, or just slow down the pace of the game. And it's really hard to detect that. So I think point shaving could be a big issue as well. And on top of that, nothing changes at the end of the game for the team. They still won. The guys still get to score. They just don't do as well as they would have done. And I think that's a big thing. So with all of these things, I have lost my sense of like sports um, are the ultimate like what's the word? Sports are the like basically the ultimate challenge for these people because um, it's really easy for them um, to cheat basically. Do you know who Shohei Ohtani is for the Dodgers?
He's a pitcher, right?
Yeah, he's a pitcher and a designated hitter, pitcher and yeah, and so he plays both ways, and he's like the best player in baseball easily right now. Well, he had a situation where his translator was allegedly betting illegally, and yeah, but not just a little bit of money, like $20 million. Like, where does a translator who just knows Japanese like get $20 million? So there was all of this rumor that it was actually Shohei Ohtani who was doing it, and just they got caught or whatever. But because baseball did not want to lose their best player, they said that he had to have Tommy John surgery and sit out like a year. He had to sit out like last year, at least from pitching. But in reality, it might have been like a untold punishment for him. Well, there's the whole issue of Michael Jordan in the 1990s, why he took 16 months off from basketball to play baseball. There's always been the theory that that was a punishment from David Stern because he was betting on basketball.
I see.
So when there's the idea that like we really want these guys to be larger than life and these superstars and everything, but even they get tempted with this kind of stuff. So with that said, it's very cool that you're into sports. Do you do anything else? You've got your bike, you've got video games, you do fantasy football. Do you have friends?
To be there, I don't have a lot of friends.
Well, you have one now. I'm always here for you, big dog. And I don't want to take
I appreciate that, man.
absolutely. I don't want to take up all your time, but you should know that if you ever need anybody with whom to speak, I'm here for you. If you want to watch football or any other sport. Oh, one last question. What are your thoughts on the UFC?
UFC, I never really looked into it that much.
Dude, I didn't either. I wasn't into it. I kind of thought it was lame until
Yeah.
I watched a few fights, and you get hooked. And to me, it's the most exciting sport of all of them, even more than football, even more than baseball, hockey, soccer, everything, because it's like 5 minute 5 minutes. These guys just go at each other, and they're like fighting each other to the death, basically. So if I have any advice to you, next there'll be like a UFC like mid like this month. Um, get a stream and just watch, just have it on, and you'll get excited for it. And man, it is super exciting. It's like I'm telling you, it will become the number two sport in the United States in the next decade. I don't know if it will surpass football, but it will definitely surpass baseball because baseball's lame. I mean, it's cool, but it's just 162 games is too much. 162 games was great when there was no internet and no cell phones, but people have other stuff to do now. It's bigger than basketball. 82 games is just a lot, and for all the reasons that we said, is limited. Hockey only has niche appeal, but UFC, you can take a fourth grader and say this guy's beat up this guy. You can take a woman, middle-aged lady, and just say this guy's going to beat up, and they can understand it immediately. It has a very low um, barrier to understanding, and it's really, really exciting. So I'm like you were. I was like that like 2 years ago or so. I didn't care about the UFC. I couldn't name anybody in the UFC, even their biggest people like Conor McGregor and stuff. I didn't know who that was. And there was like at one point you'll watch it, and all you have to do is just get hooked once, and it will hook you, and it will then immediately become like, if not your favorite sport, one of your favorite sports because of how exciting it is. I mean, these guys are, you know, it's like every person's dream. Like, who would beat up whom? Is like every little kid thinks about that. So I'll leave you with that. You should check out the UFC. I'm telling you, in the next decade, it will become the number two sport in the United States.
Okay. Yeah, because I've seen like highlights of it. Like highlights of the fighters. It was actually interesting.
It is. It's
But I haven't looked into your highlights in a long time.
and it has everything that boxing has, but more because they can go to the ground. With boxing, it's a lot of dancing, and like these guys are just like, not that boxing's not cool, it is, but there's a certain element when you kind of think to yourself, okay, if I were in this situation in this octagon, would I go for this guy's legs? Would I try to put him in a headlock? Would he start trying to punch me? You can basically do anything that you need to survive. It's like basically like what everybody does when you're walking down the street and you see some guy and you're like, could I take this guy? Or would he just whoop the shit out of me? It's the same idea, except it's put on display for everybody. And it's becoming more and more popular. And I was exactly like you. I was like, well, it's not that exciting. It's all these guys that I don't know. They're all from like some place I've never heard of. And I just didn't have a lot of interest in it. And then I watched like one complete UFC night. So basically, like where they do like 12 different fights, and I was hooked. I was like, wow. So with boxing, they only generally, a lot of times they'll just do one big fight, or maybe they'll have a couple of maybe a couple fights before then, but everybody's just waiting on this one fight, and it's like 12 rounds, and sometimes these rounds just go for too long. With the UFC, it's usually at least the main fight is 5 minute rounds. That's it. And these guys are like doing everything they can to kill each other. And it's just it gets really exciting that and when you watch them, when they do a UFC fight, like a UFC pay-per-view or whatever that you can just stream, you're going to get to watch like 12 different fights. And even if you don't think that you have no dog in the fight, you don't care about the country the guy's fighting for or his size or anything about him, it's just interesting to see two guys or women go at it and, like basically see who's the better competitor. And um, you've seen the rise in the sport over the last even 5 years or so, and you watch, the only thing that will still be bigger, at least in the United States, is the NFL in a decade. So the next UFC is going to be August. I mean, they do them every weekend too, which is a really cool thing. So what do I mean by that? They have like the big fights that are usually once a month, and then they have um, UFC every weekend. They're called like fight nights. So the next big one is gonna be August 16th. So like in a week from this weekend. If you want, check it out in here. We'll stream it. But the cool thing about the UFC is that there's no off season. You know what I mean? Like with football, we've been waiting 8 months for football, and with baseball, there's the off season, and with basketball, there's the off season. Hockey, there's an off season. There isn't an off season with UFC, so you literally there's always something going. So, again, I was like you. I can't say it enough that it was pretty boring to me because I never got into it until I watched a whole one, and I was like, wow, that was flipping awesome, amazing. Like that these guys, they're like it's phenomenal. So check it out if you can. I'm not going to take up any more of your time. I know you've got stuff to do, but J-Mo, I'm glad you came in here. Well, I'm just
I'll be chilling here. What show are you watching right now?
sure. I like Jewish history lectures, so I don't know how exciting it is for you, but feel free to listen. And if you want to talk some more, let me know. And if you've got other stuff to do, that's cool. But you should know I'm always here if you ever need anything. Okay.
All right, thank you, man. I'll be here. I'll be playing my game right now, actually, but I'll still be here on the call.
Absolutely.
I'll be muted, though.
That's totally fine. I get people who stay in here for like days on end, so you're always welcome here. And if you want to stream your game, I'll comment on it. If you don't want to stream your game, I totally understand that. But yeah, if you just want to be around somebody, I'm here for you, big dog. Okay.
Okay, man. Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. One piece of advice I can give you: if you want to listen to the lectures, that's great. If you don't want to listen to the lecture, sometimes there's an echo. Just mute the other account that I have, the one with the professor on it, and then you won't get such an echo. Just so heads up.
Let's see.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Abram and Hagar. This is Delshawn asking if Abram and Hagar's child was Ishmael, was he not a Jew, or was he Jew-ish? Again, it really depends on how we understand the development of matrilineal descent as a concept. Tosafot, for example, a very important body of scholars in the Talmud, 12th to 14th century, argue at one point that the idea of matrilineal descent is something that was introduced when the Torah was given to the Jewish people. This is obviously a traditional viewpoint. So that would mean that the birth of Ishmael occurred before matrilineal descent was defined. That's one way of solving the challenge of Joseph and Moses and so on. And so, technically speaking, he could have been considered Jewish if he was, taken in by the father. Of course, the story is that Ishmael and Hagar were sent away to the east and created a different civilization. So complicated question, but I would think they would not be considered Jewish by the standards of the time, at least understanding it through the lens of Tosafot. Oh, this is hard. This like stumped the professor. Barb Todd writes, just a thought, but I think that the reason for mothers to be Jewish could be from Ezra, and the problem was their practice of other religions. That's definitely a very important observation, Barb. If you look at the, for those of you who may not be so familiar with the book of Ezra, this is written after the Jews returned from Persian captivity to the land of Israel. We can call them Jews at this point. It's not anachronistic. And one of the first things that happened is Ezra makes a rule that no marriages between Jewish men and non-Jewish women. And so it was clearly at that time kind of like a communal acceptance that Jewish women produce Jewish children. And that's basically how it was enshrined for centuries. Although, again, the historical scholarship still points to many examples of Jews who did not have Jewish mothers and was still considered Jewish by at least the surrounding society. If you read Josephus, that seems to be abundantly clear. Alice asks, speaking of Jesus, are there any writings attributed specifically to him? I am unaware of that. The Gospels were all written by his disciples, for example. Delshon writes, is vaudeville as important to our Jewish culture as the Yiddish language? I would think not. Yiddish is, we have a recorded history of Yiddish that goes back centuries. Vaudeville is much more recent. Yosef writes that I am being misled when I say Italian DNA. Those genetic studies are speaking of ancient Anatolian, meaning Levantine DNA. That's interesting. My understanding was it was more from the region of Piedmont, but Yosef, if you want to put a citation in the chat, that might be very helpful. Okay, folks, I budgeted half an hour for this experiment. We got a couple minutes left. Is anyone else? Oh, let me just have a look at the notes for other questions from the audience. Right, so Tom Guitar 22 asked me to make a video about the historical accuracy and some of the disputes over the Purim study and the book of Esther. He writes, I think many Jews, including myself, wonder if the events actually happened. Would love to hear what you think about some of the historical conflicts within the Persian royal lineage and how this impacts the validity of the story. Yeah, this is a really complicated thing. It has to do with the calendar. And for those of you who are less familiar with this, basically we have a challenge that the chronology, traditional Jewish chronology, like right now, the year we're in is 5,784, does not quite jibe with non-Jewish calendars of the ancient world, and particularly the reigns of kings in Babylonia. So it's hard to place the Book of Esther within it, and there's also some internal literary difficulties as well. In terms of the calendar controversy, my go-to work on this is a man named First, who wrote a book under the title, I can't remember it. It's Mitchell First, F-I-R-S-T, and he wrote probably the definitive work on calendar controversies and chronologies in Jewish history. And from a traditional rabbinic viewpoint, there's a very persuasive essay by Rabbi Shimon Schwab in his collected writings, I think volume 3, that explains that. Last question from S2P-org. Where can I go to get historical information about the ancient Canaanites, who, according to the biblical text, inhabited the region of Israel before it was promised by God to Abram and his descendants, before Joshua led them to them? Have you done a video about this, etc.? I have talked about this a little bit, but since most of my profession in Jewish history, I haven't spent a lot of time on the Canaanites, but there's quite a bit of historical research. My go-to source, my beginning source, is a man named Grabe, G-R-A-B-B-E. He's written about 40 books looking at ancient Israel, both before and after the advent of the Israelites, and I would start with him. There's also a really nice thin volume by a man named Eric Klein, C-L-E-I-N, I think so, And it's a really short book, An Introduction to Biblical Archaeology, which is a really interesting kind of special sort of archaeology. And I think it's if you're not looking at 40 books, if you're looking at one book that's under 200 pages or so, just a quick introduction, I like that book very much. Yeah, and I thought that, and Delshon also mentions that I refer to the Yiddish language as a Creole. It is in the sense that it mixes in lots of other languages, so that's quite true. Oh, and Morami Pashikani says she likes this. We should try it again. Maybe we should. Okay, and do I have any lectures where I talk about the Rebbe of Klausenberg? I haven't done that yet, although he's quite a fascinating individual. There's a great biography of him available as well. Okay, I guess that's it for this experiment. I thought this was kind of fun. I talked a blue streak, but it was nice to kind of have an opportunity to interact with you live. Thank you for the members who decided to support the research with donations. That's really nice. And okay, maybe I'll try and schedule one of these again. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope you have an excellent day. Bye-bye. Hello, everyone. Let's see if this is working. Please write something in the chat if you can hear me all right and see me all right. Let's see. Is this? Yeah, the sound seems to be working. Just waiting for someone to say something in the chat. Please write something here to confirm. Oh, very good. Okay, I've got some confirmations. All right, why don't we get started with a few questions? Hello, Yosef and Delshon, London for Jane, Lottie Block, Army Farajun. I guess you can all see these names as well. So let's have a quick look at some of the questions I received in the last little while that I think are really useful. And please add your comments here. Oh, and I see Michael Klein. Look at that. I haven't seen you in a long time, although we worked together for many years. And hello, Grant, Marion. Oh my gosh, so many. Okay, I'm going to stop saying hello to everybody, but now let's go to the questions. So someone asked last time we had a live chat to talk a little bit about Clement of Alexandria. I didn't have a lot of time to look into this individual, but he looks quite fascinating. I really like to study a little more of him. His name was Titus Flavius Clemens, and he lived in the end of the 2nd and into the 3rd century. He was one of the church fathers, and apparently he has kind of like a split personality vis-a-vis the Jews. On the one hand, heavily influenced by the Jewish thinker Philon, also known as Philo, very important Egyptian Greek thinker who was Jewish, of course, and spent a tremendous amount of time mediating for a Greek-reading audience. And so in a whole number of areas, Clement of Alexandria, who lived a couple hundred years after Philo, decided to follow his way of thinking in so many areas. However, at the same time, Clement of Alexandria also participated in the Adversos Judaeos tradition, which was basically a kind of epistolary or literary attempt to argue against Judaism that's very common among the church fathers. So really quite fascinating, going in both directions. On the one hand, very much relying on Philo and appreciating his sort of Jewish philosophy, and on the other hand, still criticizing Jews vis-a-vis Christianity. So we can look into him in a little bit more detail later. It looks like we have the Tominator writing from Toronto. Did Purim really happen? Can you explain the discrepancy between the timelines of King Xerxes? So hard questions. First of all, did Purim really happen? Yes, it was just a few days ago. I had an amazing Purim. Thank you for asking. I suppose what you're really meaning are, did the events described in the book of Esther really happen? And so I think the answer to that question depends on who you want to ask. If you will ask rabbis or believing Jews who retain the oral tradition, the vast majority of them would say, well, absolutely, this is historical fact. This is all these people lived and all these things happened and so on. Literary scholars, biblical scholars from the academy, from the university, and so on, tend to disagree and tend to say that the book of Esther was probably comprised quite a bit later during the Hellenistic period. And so this is like one of those key areas where you'll have a sort of divergence between the rabbinic world and the scholarly world. To be sure, the holiday of Purim, as I indicated in my argument, is definitely deeply enshrined in Jewish memory and tradition, and is observed with tremendous excitement, especially by young kids who get to dress up as Mordecai or Esther. In terms of the discrepancy between the timelines of King Xerxes, and this is, for those of you who may not be familiar with this issue, there's like almost 2 centuries of missing time between the accepted religious chronology that is recorded in a 2nd century document called the Seder Olam, which was written by a Talmudic figure named Rabbi Yossi ben Chalafta. And that's how we get this year 5784, meaning this is the calendrical year that we're in right now, Jewishly. And the chronologies that we have from outside sources, particularly Greek historians like Herodotus and so on. So what do we do with the confusion of, what happened to all those years, particularly in Babylonia, and which king is Achashverosh? That's the king described in the Esther. Should be identified with Xerxes or with other kings? Very, very big confusion. So there are multiple ways to deal with this apparent contradiction between calendars. And I would refer you in particular to an excellent book. It was originally a master's thesis. It was later published under a strange title. The author is Mitchell First, F-I-R-S-T. The title has something like Calendars in Conflict or something. And he goes through all of the theories behind this, because it's a problem that's been known for centuries to Jews. And there's basically 3 ways to solve it. One way is to say that Seder Olam is right and the Greek historians are wrong. And you will find a certain segment of scholars who will argue that. There's another way, logically, to argue that no, Seder Olam is wrong, and that the Greek historians that we essentially follow in Western scholarship are correct. And the third argument is that there's a way to synthesize them to somehow mathematically make them work. I find that third argument the hardest to really work with. In my own publications, I typically rely on the Western dating that would make the placement of the actual events of Purim very difficult. And in this, I follow an Orthodox scholar, very well regarded, named Rabbi Berelwein, who essentially says we're going to wait until the time of the Messiah to figure out the calendar issue. So that's the short version of it. If you want the longer discussion, have a look at Mitchell First's great book. Someone named I Am Joe Paul says, all my beautiful Jewish people, stay vigilant, stay the course. We will win this attempt to get rid of us. Am Yisrael Chai. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, let's see. Now, here, Mike, of course, is asking very, very difficult questions. Again, I really should not have advertised this as Ask Hard Questions. So what Mike Klein is asking, I'm sure you can see the chat there, but, what is the whole deal with the relationship between Esther and Mordecai and Achashverosh? And once again, it depends a lot on who you ask. If you ask a biblical scholar, let's say, who is living entirely within the world of Tanakh, of the Hebrew Scriptures, well, the story as described there is not really, as difficult, because the whole relationship she has with Mordecai is one of an adoptive father, perhaps an uncle, or some kind of like a protective figure, but there's no marriage described there, if I'm not mistaken. In the Megillah tractate, however, in the Talmud, which is mind-blowing in terms of the kinds of things it says about what actually happens in the book of Esther, which are like, wow, huge, amazing divergences from the text, and with tremendous Aggadic lessons buried into them. What do these things mean? Like, for example, off the top of my head, Esther is described in the biblical book of Esther as being extremely beautiful, and everyone, loved her. She found favor in everyone's eyes. But in the Talmudic text, it says that she had a green complexion. Maybe you could say nicely olive complexion, but the text, as in, yeah, like but the green screen. And so on one level, it's really this has to do with how you understand agadics in the Talmud. On another level, I think it's possible to kind of say that the Talmud is saying that physically she may not have been so but there was something about her. She had a level of, the Hebrew word is chen, a level of like, she made everyone feel welcome and warm and important, and so everyone liked her as a result. That's sort of the way I tend to understand these things. So one of these big areas that my client is asking about is, Esther married Achashverosh, but in the Megillah she also married Mordechai. How is that even possible? So the answer that the Talmud arrives with that particular understanding of events has to do with the whole idea of defining what is non-consensual relations. And that's really the crux of the issue when Esther decides, after discussing it with Mordecai, that she has to voluntarily go to Achashverosh, which would ultimately, remove the legal permission that she had granted, since things were non-consensual, and that's why it was considered such a huge deal. Mike, you're asking a really tough question. It'd be much better to discuss this, I think, over maybe a shot of whiskey, but I appreciate the hard question. Let me go back up to what we got here. We have Hiram Bifidum. Thank you for supporting the research. That's very nice of you. So he asked that an interactive discussion, I assume Hiram Bifidum is a male, I shouldn't, but Hiram Bifidum asks, at Temple Beth El Makor Chaim, is it possible the hero protagonist of the Megillah Book of Esther may be represented as an idea of maturity and not person or people? It's an excellent question. The reality is, it boils down to the question of how do we deal with texts, right? Do we consider them as literal, unmoving, inflexible statements of historicity, or do we have a broader sense of what they mean, possibly poetically, allegorically, in terms of the hidden meanings that may be like sort of a Kabbalistic mystical bent? We have the basic level of 4 ways of interpreting the biblical text: Pshat, Remez, Sod, and Drash, which is sort of translated into English as simple meaning, allusion, secret meaning, and homiletical meaning, like meaning things that you don't have to take them exactly literally, but you can expand greater lessons from them. That's one level. And the Talmud itself says, Shivim Panim LaTorah. There are 70 faces to the Torah. Just like the Talmud offers a metaphor that when you strike a rock with a hammer, 70 sparks fly out. And 70, by the way, in the biblical imagination means the largest number possible. So, too, the Torah admits of a tremendous amount of interpretive directions. And so, as a historian, I can answer that way. As a fan of rabbinic scholarship, I can give you some sense of that, but I am not, as I like to remind people, I'm not a rabbi, just a regular guy. Whew, okay, tough questions. Let's see, what else we got here? So, let's see. Shoshana Kiria Ziraba asks, there was a time when Bukharian and Ethiopian Jews were not accepted by the wider Jewish world. What happened that got them accepted? I'm asking with the Ugandan Jewish community of mine. So, it's an excellent question. I don't know how to answer the question that well. I think a lot of what you're asking here has to do more with sociology than history, where I spend most of my time. But I think that's sort of like a simple answer, simple in the sense of being not very sophisticated, is that, when Jews feel relatively safe, then unfortunately, like many societies, Jews tend to fight with each other. And, tiny differences between various groups of Jews are magnified, and small controversies just get kind of blown out of proportion, and so on. And so the degree of sort of centrifugal force is exerted sociologically on the Jewish community, like many communities, when there's nothing else to argue about, so we'll find things to argue about. On the other hand, when there is an external threat, as many Jews are feeling right now with the current situation in the state of Israel, then those minor differences tend to lose their importance, appropriately so, and there's a centripetal effect where people will come together. And I would like to think that, especially with Ethiopian Jewry, which I know much better, there was much more of a feeling of, this is a time of ingathering of exiles, that the Ethiopian Jews should be, welcomed as long lost cousins, as long lost siblings. And that's basically what happened, especially in the land of Israel. Bukharian Jews I'm not as familiar with, but I know there's a lot of interest in that, and I intend to work on their history much more closely in the second volume of my book coming out. Question here. Per Olaf Sternhammer asks, was Jesus a rabbi? The short answer is basically no. The term rabbi, as used in the first century, involved a level of formal recognition of rabbinic authority. And Jesus never appears in the rabbinic literature, where you would think, you would get a legitimate statement, as a rabbi. He's sometimes called that man, which is a slightly derogatory term. Sometimes he's called Ben Petora or Ben Stadta, which is also somewhat derogatory in the sense it means son of, and then there's the name of a couple different people. And obviously the argument to say that he was not of divine parentage, because you wouldn't call him son of a particular person if he was. So that would be in the literature. Definitely we have no evidence that he was indicated as a rabbi. He was, however, definitely a rabbinical student. There's a dispute as to who exactly were his teachers. Likely Rabbi Yeshua ben Parachia, but there are others, and he definitely followed many of the teachings of the Rabbi Hillel. So he definitely was within the circle of the Pharisees, but he does not seem to have actually received that level of ordination, at least among rabbinic senses. Is it possible that this was later omitted in the record? Not impossible, because these texts that I'm citing for you right now were written a few hundred years after his death, and so therefore it could be that they simply omitted that, but that's an argument from silence. In the Gospels and in the New Testament literature, I'm not sure if he's ever referred to by the title rabbi. Perhaps someone will put it in the chat if they're more familiar with these texts. But he was certainly regarded as a teacher, and the word rabbi basically boils down to teacher. It really means more like master, but in the sense of an intellectual master. So that's the technical answer to the question: was he actually a rabbi, like it would, capital R rabbi? Was he a teacher of Jewish things? There's no question. He had a significant following of people, particularly in the north. He was, however, somewhat of a controversial figure even in his lifetime, as we can see, primarily from Christian sources, but also from Jewish sources looking back in time, of whatever distortions may happen in the historical record as a result. Oh my gosh, good question. Okay, let's see. Let's see. I don't know what purple deer means. What do I think of Yehuda? Abraham Friedman asks, what do I think of Yehuda Landi, a Ben Torah licensed archaeologist research, who was written Permanent in the Persian Empire and Uncovering Yirmiyahu? Unfortunately, I haven't read either of those books, so I don't know what to say about that. I just one issue related to saying things about books, but let me just quick scan the chat here. why, Melissa Martinez asked, why do Orthodox and ultra-Orthodox shun B'nai Anusim conversos from converting back to Judaism if Moshe, God bless his memory, was also a converso? Wow, lots of questions here. So first of all, I would not say, first of all, I dislike speaking about large groups of people in generalities. So, but even with the specific statement, I don't think that Orthodox and ultra-Orthodox people shun specifically B'nai Anusim conversos from converting back to Judaism, because there is a tradition to discourage everybody from converting to Judaism, period. Now, you use the term converting back to Judaism, which I probably should explain to people who may not be so familiar with this particular situation. The term Hebrew B'nai Anusim means the children of those who were forced. And what that is referring to is the descendants of those Jews from the Iberian Peninsula who primarily in Spain in 1391 and then later in the 1410s and then in Portugal in a large number in 1497 were forcibly converted to Christianity and lived for hundreds and hundreds of years as Catholics. Reason being, the Inquisition was horribly persecuting Catholics who had adopted Catholics who had adopted Jewish behaviors. And so even though they were converted to Christianity, various degrees of coercion involved, they were nevertheless legally Christians, and adopting Judaism technical behaviors was definitely forbidden by the church. So the Inquisition really, went after them for hundreds of years, basically in every Catholic country in Europe, but in particular in the Iberian Peninsula, in South America, Central America, and so on. So in the 18th century, the Inquisition began to really lose force. By the 19th century, it was shut down. And in the 20th century, these communities began to explore their original Jewish identity from hundreds of years ago. And some of them, wanted to retain their current behaviors and still absorb or adopt a Jewish identity. And, people can choose whatever identity they want. You can identify as an alligator if you like to. But if you want to join an organized club like Judaism, then you have to, meet certain markers of club membership. And since they could not document, for the most part, continuous matrilineal heritage, because traditional Judaism follows the mother in terms of giving status. So since they couldn't trace all of their grandmothers typically all the way back to a Jewish grandmother, they had to go through at least a technical conversion process, which is known in the Hebrew literature as gerus mechumra, converting for stringency. And this usually was a little bit lighter process, but it did involve, for example, circumcision for men and immersion in the mikvah without the reciting of a blessing and so on. So that happens all the time. And I have members of my own family who are in that category, and they are totally beloved and accepted. So I would not say that there is a blanket shunning specifically of B'nai Anusim conversos. However, the whole idea of coming into the Jewish fold when you don't necessarily have to is specifically shunned, not shunned isn't the right word, discouraged, ever since the Hashmonaim, the Maccabean kings, way back in the 2nd century before the Common Era, forcibly converted a few peoples to Judaism, the Idumeans and the Itureans in particular. And this was considered a shameful act, which had grave negative repercussions for the Jews. Herod the Great was descended from these Idumeans, and he's kind of like a mixed, record for the Jews. On the one hand, rebuilding the temple, very nice, running, the trains on time in Israel in the 1st century, but on the other hand, a brutal tyrant who murdered most of his own family and all kinds of things like that. So ever since then, we're talking about 2,100 years, there has been sort of a rabbinic impetus to try to avoid anyone converting to Judaism. If they insist, and there's a tradition of like sending them away 3 times and things like that, then of course they are welcomed. But it's definitely not something that Judaism is not historically a proselytizing religion. When I say historically, I mean since the 2nd century before the Common Era, it's not been a proselytizing religion. Wow, tough question. Let's see here. Delshan London Prajan says, "Why are we so Sheol bent?" Sheol is that's a word in English for the underworld. On being through a time. Yeah, I agree. You know, these are calendrical issues. And actually, in the first volume of my book, I had about 10 pages dedicated to it. And the peer reviewer said, "Who cares? Just get past it." And so I cut like 10 pages of the book specific on this. So thank you. I agree with you completely. Okay, now let's see. Oh, we got a follow-up question from here on Bifidum. Have you ever studied the story of possibly that Yochanan, son of Yochanan Hagadol, found in 1960 could have been Yeshu, Jesus of Nazareth? I think probably you're referring to the remains of there was a crucified remains that were found in Israel. Rather dramatic. An ossuary was found, which is kind of like a box where bones were kept, and it has a few Hebrew names inscribed on it. One of them has it's actually like a pretty awful thing. It is the photograph is included in my first volume, which, by the way, God willing, will come out around Hanukkah time. I hope that will be nice. I will see it. And it's got an ankle bone, and there's a nail driven through it, and the nail could not be removed from the ankle, so they simply cut the cross, as it were, and buried him with the nail still in his foot. It's unlikely that it's actually Jesus. Jesus is an extremely common name of the period, and there's no other indication suggested. He was also buried with other people. Of course, it contradicts the gospel account in so many ways, but so it's unlikely. Thank you for asking. Wow, this is like, let's see, what do we got here? Zoltan Kurvis asks, are Yeshu in the Talmud and the Jesus of the Christian the same character? Someone said they are not the same. Yes, that's exactly the case. Again, remember that the Talmudic accounts were recorded about 200 years after the events of the life of Jesus. And, he's sometimes associated with specific rabbis, sometimes associated with other rabbis. And some of those other rabbis, like the Yeshua ben Prakya that I mentioned earlier, did not live in the 1st century such that Jesus could be their student. Not too far off, but still very hard to imagine that. And this was exactly the point that was brought out by the great scholar Nachmanides, the Ramban, in the 13th century when he was forced into a formal dispute with the priest Nicholas Donin, who was a former Jew who was arguing that the Talmud was essentially anti-Christian. And they were brought to trial before King James of Aragon in Spain. And Nachmanides says, "Oh, you mean these passages about Jesus? That's not the same Jesus you're talking about. It's a different Jesus, a different Yeshua." And that name is very common. So, yeah, there's a lot of argument about these texts. It's most of them, I think, seem to refer to the Jesus of the New Testament, but it's hard to pin it down when you start doing the chronologies. So maybe we should be concerned with time. Time is an important thing to start, I guess. Okay, let's see. Trying to see lots of statements here. Solar eclipse on Rosh Chodesh Nisan. We do have a cool thing coming up. I'm looking forward to going to Dallas, not this Shabbos, but next Shabbos for a Shabbaton there, because we're going to pull together a lot of people to talk about the idea of an eclipse in Jewish history and thought, and then, of course, watch the eclipse ourselves. Let's see. I think I'd like to step away from this for a second here to let's look at something that's been coming in the comments over the week. I want to mention one specific thing. So, since October 7th, I put out a lot of videos on Israel, trying to produce a little bit more light and a little bit less heat on the history of Jews and Palestinians, and hopefully we can move to a peaceful and lasting resolution to the conflict there, so everyone living there can enjoy, peace and prosperity. And I get a lot of hate online as a result. And one particular scholar, people tend to say to me, like, "Hey, haven't you read Ilan Pappé?" And I did, read Ilan Pappé. He's a controversial figure in many ways. He's kind of like one of the more extreme of the so-called new historians in Israel, who have generally done a lot of, I think, very useful work at re-examining the sort of official narrative that has been widely accepted by the State of Israel and by Jews worldwide. And, that's what historians do. We establish narrative models, and then, after time, new historians come up and say, wait a second, what about this aspect of the narrative model? Is that correct? Should we look at the documents again, go back to the archives? And, they discover new things, and we have to revise the narrative models, and that's what historians do. But sometimes you have historians who spend much more of their energy delighting in, being an iconoclast and destroying old models than really building what are effective models. And that's why I do not rely on Ilan Pappé's research. I do believe there are some value aspects to what he has done with the history of the land of Israel and the Palestinians and so on. And I talk about them in my review. But as you know, as members, I don't make that review public. And the reason I chose not to make that review public is because I think it's worthwhile talking about scholars I disagree with, but I don't think that I have to share my negativity with the rest of the world. There's so much positivity I would much rather put out there for the sake of scholarship and for the sake of people who might want my opinion on something. I do put it behind a paywall. So that's the reason why. Okay, let's see. Shoshana Zirka. So Shoshana Aktiria Ziraba asks, historically speaking, what makes Jewish religious movements grow or become popular? The Chabad movement is growing while resisting the trend towards relaxing the tradition. Good questions. Again, another sociological question, though not necessarily something I can speak to historically. But a lot of reasons I think would go into it. I would just add one small detail about the kind of stringency movement. There's a great article that appeared about a year ago in the Atlantic. I can't remember who wrote it. I'm sorry, but it was an article on the Mormons, and asking the same kind of question. Mormonism apparently is growing, and why are people converting to Mormonism? What is the attraction? And one of the theses is that it's actually the greater degree of demands placed on Mormons that may be more attractive to people. In other words, why should we assume that people always like things easier? Maybe people like things harder. Maybe people like things stricter. Maybe people feel that rules, boundaries, things like that are actually good. And I would think, I remember being very impressed with that argument, I would think that not only does that speak to a degree of motivation for conversion to Orthodox Judaism, or not to use the word conversion because a lot of Jews are attracted to it, so it's really, the Hebrew word would be kiruv, meaning drawing closer, but at any rate, an adoption of an Orthodox lifestyle. I think, first of all, there's a lot of appealing things to it intrinsically, a lot of really good things about it that, of course, I enjoy myself. But there is a sociological impetus. I mean, having no boundaries also means no structure, no definition. It really is hard on building communities. Like, for example, the fact that Orthodox Jews will not drive on the Sabbath means that we have to live close together in order to gather in synagogue. And that means that we build very tightly knit, dense communities, that we know our neighbors, and that we spend time not engaged in electronic communication, but in actual face-to-face communication. Those positives are all the result of the restrictions. If it weren't for those restrictions, you would have, as you do in unfortunately many Jewish communities, this diffusion of people living far away by car. They could come together by car, but they tend not to. The communities become more diffuse. So the restrictions actually have lots of positive, side effects, if you will, or maybe they're intrinsic. Another argument I'm not going to make right now, but if we had more time, I would say that marriage is exactly the same thing. There are incredible benefits to marriage. I have enjoyed them personally for well over 30 years. And those benefits exist precisely because of the restrictions that come along with the institution of marriage. Okay. We're a little over half an hour now, so let me see I'll try and get back to any other questions here. Yes. Can I discuss Ivri? Avery Nunley, can I discuss Ivri in detail? So probably not in detail, but I can say a little bit about it. The term Ivri is usually applied, it's translated as Hebrew. It is a term that is used to describe Abraham the patriarch in the Bible. And it literally, it comes from the root. All Hebrew words come from a root, usually 3 letters, that means, that is avar, meaning the other side or to cross. And so people have argued that,
how are you, Robert?
Perhaps calling Abraham from...
Robert, can you hear me? Robert, can you hear me? Robert, can you hear me? Yo, dog, what's good? How's your day going? Hello? Robert?
From the other side refers to his migration from the other side of the Euphrates River down into Israel. That's possible. And then there's a lot of homiletic things like, no, the whole world's on one side and Abraham is on the other. That's where that term comes from. So that's one of the earliest designations of the people we call Jews today are Hebrews, Hebrew. Let's see. I should really cut this off here. Nodnar BRS asks, do I know how many people have unbroken lineages verifying them as Kohanim? How is this verified historically, and would these men be acceptable, quote unquote, for future sacrificial temple service? So, historically speaking, there are obviously a diminishingly small number of people who have genealogical tables that trace back to, let's say, even the 1st century. It became like much more popular to create these things around the turn of the millennium in the year 1000, more or less. Rashi's family, for example, begin to have genealogies. And so there are some people who can connect themselves back to, let's say, the Maharal of Prague, and then back to Rashi, and let's say around the 1st millennium. But then there's a big gap. How do you get from Rashi back to the 1st century? 900 odd years. Most historians do not consider those.
Hey, come to my Discord. It's discord.me/rabbi.
So it's really, it's impossible to verify them. On a genetic level, there's some fascinating studies that look specifically at the Y chromosome of people who claim to be Kohanim. And there's like a statistically significant number of them that indicate that they are all similarly related to a single paternal ancestor 3,000 years ago. That's the so-called Kohen gene. But there are a lot of people who have that gene who are not identifying Kohanim, and there's a certain number of people who identify as Kohanim who don't have that gene
Come to my Discord, big man.
And that's obviously impossible under Jewish law. The bottom line in the argument of Kohanim is that we don't really know for sure who is actually a Kohen today. So much
Enjoy
so
your
that the Vilna Gaon, who lived in the 18th century,
integration.
who was the firstborn male of his family, and there's a ritual called Pidyon Ben, where a firstborn male has to receive redemption from a Kohen as a child. The Vilna Gaon would famously perform that ritual for himself with every single Kohen he ever met to be sure that he had the best chance of actually fulfilling that commandment. Most Jews today, including myself, I'm also firstborn male, it's just done once with and you're good to go. In my case, it was Harry Graham who drove the snowplow in the winter and the garbage truck in the summer in my hometown. He was the local Kohen of Northern Ontario, and that's how I was redeemed. Okay, folks, we're already well over my half-hour mark. I'm really grateful for all of your participation. Thank you so much for joining me, and I guess we'll try this experiment again. I hope you, for those of you who celebrate, I hope you have a fantastic Sabbath. For those of you who are marking Good Friday and Easter Monday, I hope you have a wonderful, religious experience that's uplifting, and I look forward to speaking to you in the future. All right, take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So I'm really excited about this new set that I just received from Korn Publishers. It's a really amazing set. It takes up about a meter of space on my bookshelf. It's a multi-volume set. It's called the Rohr Family Edition of the Chumash Koren Mikraot Hadorot, the scriptures or the readings of the generations. This is actually, this is one volume here, volume 10. This is actually a remarkably new and original new work. It follows on the heels of the remarkable Tanakh of the Land of Israel, another really original work from Korn Publishers. And I think it speaks to the expansive and creative vision of this publishing house based in Jerusalem and its CEO, Matthew Miller. And it makes me feel, I have to say, like, is Korn publishing these books just for me? Because I feel so personally attached to these new scholarly publishing endeavors. I'm really excited about this. So let me tell you about this particular book, which is really cool. So first of all, I'm sure many of you are familiar with the classic compilation known as the Mikraot Gedolot, which we translate as kind of like the Great Scriptures. It was first published in the 16th century in Venice, and basically it took like a verse or two of the Chumash, the first 5 books of Moses, read on the yearly cycle, and then arranged around it a whole pile of Hebrew commentaries from the ancient period, like Onkelos, through the medieval period, where most of the commentaries come from, Rashi and Ramban and so on. And that's like been a staple of Jewish study for the last 500 years or so. But this volume is very different. Whereas Mikraot Gedolot is usually published in 5 volumes, one for each of the major books of the Chumash, the Mikraot Hadorot is published with each volume covering 1 parsha, or in some cases 2 parsha if they're like typically read together. So the Mikraot Hadorot really focuses much more deeply on each individual parsha, but it does it not so much by exploiting the space on the page, but by exploiting the time of the commentators. How is that done? They organize the commentaries into 3 large groups. There's one section that focuses on the time of the sages, which is basically anthologized commentaries from the Midrash, from the Talmud and so on. And then from the classic commentaries is another section, which is basically medieval, and that's most closely related to the Mikraot Gedolot. That's familiar to us. And then finally, a really interesting section, Confronting Modernity, where they present commentaries from the 18th through the 20th centuries. And reading the commentaries roughly grouped by when they were written in major eras of Jewish history, you really get a feel for the historical texture of the commentators and the kinds of issues which remain eternal but are really rooted in the specific kinds of issues that Jews of that time faced. Really fascinating, like so great for people who are interested in Torah and Jewish history. Wow. Okay, let me walk you through the structure of the book, which is also highly unusual. First of all, it's a book that you open from both sides, right? It takes advantage of the right to left, left to right difference between Hebrew and English. On the sort of Hebrew opening side, you have the Chumash with Rashi, and that's kind of like much more traditional in terms of its content. It is really great in that the translation of the Chumash, which is presented alongside the Hebrew like this, is the translation of none other than the great Rabbi Jonathan Sachs of blessed memory, a beautiful writer and a brilliant thinker. So his translation in itself is a tremendous gift. And then you have, oops, sorry, I opened it from the wrong side. Here's the Hebrew side. So the translation is from Rabbi Sachs, and then there's a translation of Rashi alongside the original Hebrew by Jonathan Mishkin. He also, by the way, translated all the commentators on the other side, which is really useful because it means that with one translator, you have sort of a common emotional literary baseline that allows for the idiosyncrasies of individual commentators to really stand out, rather than a jarring kind of collection of translations from different translators. So it's really, really useful. Also, I read of course, the Hebrew Rashi, which I normally do, but I also read the English Rashi, and I actually appreciated it because there was a lot of helpful parenthetical comments. One of the classic issues in studying Rashi is sometimes you will provide a statement and you wonder, like, why is he saying this? And this is the question that we say in yeshiva: what's bothering Rashi, right? Why would Rashi feel the need to say this particular thing? So the questions as to why Rashi might be prompted to say such a thing is helpfully included here, and I really benefited from that. The only small criticism I have is that while I am a huge fan of the regular Koren font, which of course the publishing house takes its name from the author of that font. It is really gorgeous. I use it for my own personal prayer books, but I never really liked the Rashi font that Koren developed. I still have difficulty with certain letters in it. I don't think it's quite as beautiful as the main font, but that's a small quibble. I'm overwhelmingly impressed with this series, and I hope that's coming across. Now, let's go to the other side, which is really where you have something unusual. It's not just Chumash Rashi, it's something totally new. So the editing here is the key, and there's a great team involved here. There's a managing editor, Rabbi Yedidia Naveh, but I think the strongest editing voice through this is Rabbi Shai Finkelstein. He's the editor-in-chief, and his vision really permeates the entire book, and it's fascinating. I'm really getting a lot out of it. He's the one, of course, who makes the tremendous number of selections here, choosing from more than 40 different commentators that are represented for everything, and it's really fantastic. So let's look at those three main historical sections. In the section that they call the Time of the Sages, which has this helpful sort of timeline in front here like this, there are standards like the Talmud Bavli, the Talmud Yerushalmi, lots of Midrashim and so on, but also Philo. And wow, I never studied Philo before. Of course, I've read about him and read little bits and pieces of him, but selecting the sections from Philo that make him stand out really give you a sense of how different the Torah of Alexandria was from the Torah of, let's say, Tiberias or Jerusalem and places like that. I really appreciated that very much. Then in the middle section, there's the classical commentators, which is more standard, like you'll get Rashi, Ramban, and so on, many others, but also some voices that I've never studied before, like Avraham ben HaRambam, right, the son of Maimonides. It's really interesting when the son of Maimonides quotes his grandfather, and you feel like, wow, isn't it so interesting? He must have heard that either from his grandfather personally, or maybe from his otherwise unnamed father, Maimonides himself. It's so fantastic. And then in the modern period, that's when it's like so unusual. You have the standard, modern commentators like the Ha'emek Davar and so on, but you have Shadal, Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, who's just brilliant and brought into here. Rabbi Avram Kotler, 20th century thinkers, Rabbi Joseph Soloveitchik, the Lubavitcher Rebbe. So fascinating to see this range of ideas brought together. And Nechama Leibowitz. And, she's an incredibly well-regarded commentator on the Torah. It's so refreshing to see a woman represented in an anthology like this. It's really quite unusual and path-breaking, like most of this book. And then the book concludes, or at least concludes in the way I chose to read it, because, of course, you can read it from both sides, with the center section which has a selection of 3 brief essays by Rabbi Finkelstein, which I read for yesterday's Parsha for Mikates, and I have to say they were like really insightful, and I got a lot out of them, and made me feel again like, wait a minute, is Corin writing these just for me? Because they felt like personally directed. They addressed a lot of the concerns that I have about life, the universe, and everything, and it was really great. So this is really a game changer in terms of Humashim. And it's a significant investment. Each individual volume is really quite reasonably priced, happens to be on sale for Hanukkah right now. But the whole set, we're talking about somewhere around 50 volumes. That's a lot, but nevertheless, it's huge return on investment, in my humble opinion. It's going to change the way I study Chumash for the next year for sure. I think what I'm going to do is on Shabbos afternoons, I'm going to do the following week's Parsha with Rashi, which kind of like make sure I fulfill sort of like that halakhic obligation. And then on each day of the week, I plan to learn the 3 levels of commentary for that particular aliyah. So it's Sunday morning as I record this right now, and yesterday afternoon, I finished Parshas Vayigash. I just read through Mikates when I got this set. And this morning, I did all of the commentaries. So I'm really looking forward to the next year of learning with the Koran Mikrot Hadorot. Thank you, Rabbi Finkelstein, for this remarkably creative work. And thank you, Matthew Miller, for the vision that brings these volumes to the broader public. It's really fantastic. I hope you will have a look at this particular book, and I wish you tremendous success in your learning. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. My goal in this short video is to quickly cover the roots of the current unfortunate conflict, with emphasis on the period from the middle of the 19th century to the armistice of 1949. There's a lot of material on this crucial period that occupies much of the world's attention right now and really for the last century. Much of the material online is unfortunately highly tendentious and very misleading. I'm going to be relying very heavily on the research of Professor Gudrun Kramer from the Free University of Berlin, who wrote a very serviceable 1-volume history. She has made a very good case for the fact that most historians come to this topic with a great degree of tunnel vision and tend to see the entire history from within the perspective of their own national, religious, ethnic backgrounds. And I'm going to do my best to try and rise above that. Obviously, I have my own biases and my own opinions like everybody else, but let's try and go over the facts in as dispassionate a manner as possible, and then I can leave it up to you to debate what it means for our current moment. So let's start with a discussion of terminology, because as Professor Kramer rightly points out, there is power in naming things. And so my intention here is just to achieve clarity, even though some anachronisms may result. And I apologize for those of you who are deeply steeped in this history. This will be somewhat basic. But let's just make sure we're all on the same page with this. First of all, the term Palestinian. So Palestine is the name that was given to this region of the world. In the next section, I'm going to take you through some maps to say, well, which region exactly. It is a term that derives originally from a Roman adaptation in the 2nd century. After having dealt with 3 revolts of the Jewish population, they decided to completely wipe out the name Judea, which was the Jewish name of the southern part of what would be the land of Israel today, and they renamed the entire section Palestina. So that term entered into Western usage already from the 2nd century and was later adapted, for example, in the Arab world as Filistin. Now, Palestinian was also used in the 20th century and in the 19th century as well to refer to Jews who lived in this region as well, who would call themselves Palestinian Jews. I know that sounds strange today, but for example, look at this newspaper, the Palestine Post, which is actually a Jewish newspaper. Its name was later changed to the Jerusalem Post, but that's just because the term did not have the strong ethnic and national connotations that it has today. So That's Palestinian. Israeli. Israeli refers to people who have citizenship in the state of Israel. And approximately 20% of the people who have citizenship in the state of Israel would call themselves Palestinian. This is just an indication of how confusing it is. Israeli citizenship is extended to a large number of Arabs, Druze, Christians, Baha'i, and other peoples who are not Jewish. So Israeli refers to a citizenship in the state of Israel. What about the term Arab? So Arab is an ethnic term that refers to a large number of people all across the entire Middle East. It includes Palestinians, but it does not include Muslims. Muslim is an even larger term. It is a religious term referring to people who worship according to the dictates of Islam, and that includes all kinds of people in the Far East, for example, or in Africa, and of course in the United States and on. The term Jew is also, it's a religious term, but it's also an ethnic term because many people who are Jews do not consider themselves religious, but nevertheless they still fall within this ethnic definition. And as I mentioned, about 80% of Israelis are also Jewish, but about half of the world's Jews are not Israelis. Israel houses about half of the entire population of the world's Jews, in other words. Finally, Zionist. So Zionist, the term Zionism was coined in the late 19th century to describe this movement towards reestablishing a Jewish homeland in the land which we're going to call Palestine. This is an aspiration that does not necessarily mean it has to come to fruition in actual Israeli statehood. It can also be understood as support for the land of Israel. And once again, the majority of Jews clearly are Zionist and support the state of Israel to one degree or another, but there are many Jews who are not Zionists. There are even some Israelis who are not Zionists, believe it or not. That's because Israel is a democratic country that tolerates a very wide range of difference of opinion on a whole host of political, social, economic, and other issues. So that's our basic survey of terminology. Let's look at the maps a little bit. Where exactly is Palestine? The borders of the region which has been called Palestine varies significantly over the space of the last 2 millennia. There has never been a state of Palestine, that is true, but the region has had that term already, as we see, from the 2nd century. It is especially well used after the 7th century when it becomes an Islamic land. And in the region of the Ottoman Empire, which ruled for almost exactly 500 years until the beginning of the 20th century, it was actually divided between two administrative sections, that of Jerusalem and that of Beirut. So the regional identity of Palestine, or in Arabic, Filastin, was not very well developed really until the 20th century. It nevertheless did have consciousness. You see from this newspaper, Filastin, which was actually established in 1909, very early on in this period. But for many, the term Palestine geographically is identical to the boundaries of the state of Israel, which in itself is a huge problem. As you see in this depiction here, Filastin, which has the slogan, Min il Nahar il il Bahar, from the river to the sea, the river being the Jordan River on the west and the Mediterranean Sea on the east. By saying Min il Nahar il il Bahar, you're saying essentially, at least this is how Jews hear it, that there's no space for Israel. There's only space for Palestine. In other words, Palestine will be free, meaning free of Jews, Judenrein, which is why many Jews find this deeply offensive. So in other words, the boundaries of Palestine, as understood by many Palestinian supporters today, are virtually identical to the boundaries of modern Israel, shown here. In the next video in this planned series, I'll explain what are the differences between Israel proper, Gaza, the West Bank, and the Golan Heights. But for now, this is basically the territory that we're going to be speaking about over the course of this video. At the risk of horrible oversimplification, Jewish claims at their root are based in the idea that this is the ancient homeland of the Jews, and Palestinian claims are based on the notion that they conquered the land in the 7th century with the advent of Islam, and that makes them essentially indigenous because they have been living in that region for some 1,300 years. This is a little bit like something I saw with two of my grandchildren the other day. I don't mean to reduce these complex and painful issues to something very juvenile, but this will at least help as a metaphor. Two of my grandchildren have a favorite chair, which was given to them by the other set of grandparents, and it actually has the name of the older child written on it. So the younger child was sitting on it, and the older child wanted to take it from the younger child, and we said, no, you have to let her sit there. But then she saw something that distracted her. She got up from the chair and she went off to do something else. And in that time, the older child went and sat in the chair, which upset the younger child, seeing that she was in there. And that involved a whole bunch of fighting. But basically, that's the same kind of claim. I was here first versus you left and then I took it. The fact that the name is written on the chair does not necessarily feed into whose chair it is forever and ever, because, to extend this back to our situation, the main source of the claim, the deed, as it were, for the land of Israel for Jews is the Bible, and Muslims do not regard the Bible, the Hebrew scriptures, and for that matter, the Christian scriptures, as being duly sanctified the same way that Jews and Christians do. So the deed is not relevant here. It's true that there's multiple points to demonstrate that Jews were in the land of Israel from ancient times. The oldest non-biblical example is the famous Merneptah stele shown here, which dates from about the year 1209 BCE and refers to a people called Israel living here. But the counter argument that when the Muslims conquered in the 7th century, as you see in this map, is also a very strong one. And in the absence of divine intervention, which I'm sure both sides would like to appeal to, there's no easy way to reconcile these claims. So let's move to the Ottoman period, and specifically to the area we'd like to concentrate, the 19th century, to understand how this conflict expressed itself. The metaphor of my grandchildren in the chair is not entirely accurate for a lot of reasons, one of which is that there was always a small presence of Jews in the land of Israel, as best we can tell from historical records. Having a look at the very weak statistics from the Ottoman Empire, it wasn't until the latter part of the 19th century that they started to provide more, reliable statistics, but this gives us at least some sense of it. In 1850, looking at Ottoman subjects only, not foreign people living in this land, Muslims and Druze who were included in this survey amounted to about 88% of the population, Christians about 8%, and Jews about 4%. But by the time you move to the later part of the 19th century, there is a significant shift in Jewish attitudes, and many Jews, really absorbing the national movements that are rocking much of Europe at the time, Eastern Europe in particular, they begin to explore the idea of developing a Jewish nationalism with the object of creating a Jewish national state in this part of the world as well. The most famous early movement is called Bilu, taken from this verse in the Bible, Beit Yaakov L'chu v'nelcha, house of Jacob, let us arise and go, meaning go to the land of Israel and colonize it there, in order to establish a Jewish settlement back in the ancient homeland. And in fact, they did, working the land with some success, but they were heavily supported by Jews around the world. The idea of Zionism, especially promoted by Theodor Herzl, really caught the imagination of Jews living around the world, saying, yes, of course, this is a fantastic idea. And although most Jews were not specifically willing to pick themselves up and move to Israel, they were overwhelmingly very happy to support the movement, especially financially. You can see in this poster here, these are English language posters, help him build Palestine. Once again, it's clearly a Jewish poster. At the bottom, it's written in Yiddish, help him boyen Eretz Yisrael, help him build the land of Israel. This was the kind of fundraising poster that was used by the Jewish National Fund established specifically to buy lands in Palestine, which they bought legally throughout this entire period. Here's another one that gives you a sense of the kind of modern feeling of it. A nation reborn on its ancestral soil. It really appeals to the imagination. It's young, it's powerful, has kind of like a socialist vibe to it. And in fact, the early settlements did have very strong socialist leanings and so on. So basically, as you move through the early 20th century, the population of Jews in the region increases dramatically. Looking at this chart of statistics, which was taken by the British, much more accurate and reasonable than the Ottoman figures, you can see that in 1922, the blue column are Jews. Of course, the green column are the Muslims. There's also Christians. And then here we've broken out the Druze, the Baha'i, and many other peoples living on the land. By 1931, there has been a natural increase of Muslims, both through birth rate, but also through immigration. And the Jewish increase has also been marked. By 1946, it's even more dramatic. And in fact, this is one of the arguments that needs to be teased out is how many of the Arabs who moved to this region were in fact from other parts of the Arabic world and later adopted a Palestinian identity. It's something that the historical literature discusses at some length. Now, basically, what happens is the Ottoman Empire absorbs these Jewish immigrants with a certain amount of tension. They are buying the land legally from Arab notables living in the region. There's a certain amount of competition with the local Arab workforce and a certain amount of hesitancy to admit people who are definitely trying to build a new nation state in this region. There's also a Kulturkampf, a culture struggle between the highly conservative Muslims living in the region and these European modern Jewish immigrants who are, having women dressed differently, educated very differently, engage in different kinds of cultural activities, which many of the Muslims find shocking and different and so on. Is in the context of World War I, the Ottoman Empire disappears, and the British and the French engage in very large geopolitical discussions to essentially divide up the region between them. The way this plays out specifically for the region we're talking about is especially represented in this document here, written by the Foreign Secretary Lord Balfour. This is the so-called Balfour Declaration, in which he writes this message to Lord Rothschild and asks him to send it to the Zionist Federation. And look at the inside paragraph there, which really encapsulates the problem that the British would have for the next 50-odd years. His Majesty's government view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people and will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this object. That's at the point where most Jews just stopped reading, and it was a big party for them because it looked like England, which was in fact very soon going to take over this region with the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. England was going to give Palestine to the Jews. But the second part of the paragraph reads, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. Meaning the British were saying essentially two things at the same time. On the one hand, they're going to give some of this land to the Jews for their Jewish homeland, but at the same time, they're saying as long as the Arab peoples living there do not object. And that's basically going to be impossible. It's also going to be something which will definitely affect the Jews living in any other country as well, as we shall see. Jews celebrate this with great excitement, and Arabs are concerned. They're not using the term Palestinians for themselves, but as I mentioned in the prelude, let's just refer to them as Palestinians. That term will become much more popular when we get to the second half of the 20th century. The first series of disturbances were associated with the Nabi Musa festival, which ironically commemorates the life of Moses, held sacred by both Jews, Christians, and Muslims. And in the context of this initial riot,
5 Jews and 4 Arabs were killed, and 230 people, primarily Jews in this case, were injured. And this kicks off a series of riots and retaliations. Arab riots against Jews, and occasionally Jewish riots against Arabs as well, that go throughout the 1930s, culminating in a major period between 1936 and 1939 of very, very heavy violence. I will allow other historians to work out, which acts of violence were more significant, but there's no question that what people refer to as the cycle of violence really begins in 1920, right after the Balfour Declaration. So the British right away, they're very good at establishing commissions, and they establish a new commission under Earl Peel, and he issues a massive document called the Peel Report. And very rarely has anyone said it as well as this particular report does. I'll just read to you one section. This is from chapter 20, which could basically say the same thing about much of the later part of the century as well. The problem of Palestine is briefly restated. Under the stress of the World War, this is of course World War I, the British government made promises to Arabs and Jews in order to obtain their support. On the strength of those promises, both parties formed certain expectations. The application to Palestine of the mandate system in general, and of the specific mandate in particular, implies the belief that the obligations thus undertaken towards the Arabs and the Jews respectively would prove in course of time to be mutually compatible, owing to the conciliatory effect on the Palestinian Arabs of the material prosperity which Jewish immigration would bring in Palestine as a whole. That belief has not been justified, and there seems to be no hope of its being justified in the future. In other words, the British said that they were hoping that, by having Jews move in and improve the economy, and the Peel Report actually discusses that, Jewish immigration did help the economy significantly. There was a lot more employment, there was a lot more capital flowing, and a lot more foreign investment, but that prosperity would not help to solve the political dispute between the Arabs and the Jews in this region. Let's go back. But the British people cannot, on that account, repudiate their obligations, and apart from obligations, the existing circumstances in Palestine would still require the most strenuous efforts on the part of the government, which is responsible for the welfare of the country. The existing circumstances are summarized as follows. An irrepressible conflict has arisen between two national communities within the narrow bounds of one small country. There is no common ground between them. Their national aspirations are incompatible. The Arabs desire to revive the traditions of the Arab Golden Age. The Jews desire to show what they can achieve when restored to the land in which the Jewish nation was born. Neither of the two national ideals permits of combination in the service of a single state. This may be the genesis of what was called the two-state solution, which was eagerly pursued by many diplomatic efforts in the second half of the 20th century. God willing, we'll get to that in another lecture. The Peel Report had an appendix which laid out a map, a very controversial map here, that said we should partition this region. And the area outlined in red was to be given to the Jews as a homeland. As you can see, it's a tiny fraction of the later boundaries of the land of Israel, and not entirely conforming to the way that the populations had spread out through the land. A lot of Arabs were in this region, a lot of Jews were outside this region, and Jews were incensed that this is what Peel was suggesting. And there's also that kind of it looks like a word bubble extending from the ocean to Jerusalem. That's supposed to be like an international zone, allowing for access to the holy sites in Jerusalem for everybody. And the rest of the region outside of that red line would be an Arab country, presumably attached to what was called Transjordan. Transjordan was actually separated from the British mandate applied to Palestine earlier. So the Jews were incensed, the Arabs were not satisfied, and this came to naught. The period of 1936 to 1939 saw extensive dissatisfaction with the British mandate, and the Mandate authorities. Arab uprisings, Jewish violence against each other and against the British were pursued throughout this period. The British attempted under Colonial Secretary Malcolm MacDonald to look at the problem again, once the British again are very good at establishing commissions, and he wrote up a white paper that suggested perhaps they should limit Jewish immigration to the land to 75,000 people over 5 years, which was guaranteed to blow the lid off Jewish aspirations. Because look at the time we're talking about. It's the late 1930s. Anti-Semitism is ramping up in Europe under Hitler. And of course, World War II would begin in 1939, just a few months after the White Paper came out. And immigration of Jews anywhere was a top concern for the entire Jewish people, because of course Hitler would take 6 million lives over the course of World War II. After the Holocaust, you have millions of displaced people all over Europe. Hundreds of thousands of Jews in particular are unwilling or unable to return to their homes in Poland, and they're seeking to establish themselves in the ancestral homeland of Israel. Legal migration and illegal migration is happening at a tremendous clip, and the British are desperate to try and hold off these thousands of Jews who are seeking to make their way to safety in the Middle East. The Arabs, of course, are very incensed with the idea that Europe's problems should be solved with migration to the Middle East, but as one Zionist from the era put it, the Arabs have a problem of appetite and the Jews have a problem of starvation. They needed someplace else to live, and no other place was acceptable. So basically, the British gave up. Very similar to how they dealt with their departure from India. You know, the entire geopolitical world had changed. They had to retrench themselves after World War II, and they handed the problem off to the United Nations. The United Nations came up with this resolution, number 181, which essentially said the land should be partitioned into 7 sections. And here's a map, which was attached to the bottom of Resolution 181, that divides the land of Israel quite differently from the Peel report. The green areas were to be Jewish. There are 3 of them connected by tiny little wastes. And the goldenrod areas are to be Arab, also connected by these little wastes. And a 7th section was to be around the area of Jerusalem, and that was supposed to be, like the Peel report, some kind of international zone. The history after this point is well known. The Jews, now Israelis, accepted the plan, and in 1948 they proclaimed statehood, and they were immediately attacked by Arab armies surrounding them. They fought a very, very difficult war, but ended up managing to not only keep this territory, but in fact expand it somewhat. That's a very important part of this whole history, but we should understand that the conflict with the Palestinians really began even before that war happened. As soon as Resolution 181 was passed and before the British could leave, there was already violence erupting between Jews and Arabs. And a large number of Arabs living in Palestine chose to flee. Somewhere in the range of 700,000 Arabs left their homes seeking safety. Now, one of the larger debates, like we mentioned earlier with the cycle of violence, one of the larger debates focuses on the question of why exactly did they leave. It does not take a tremendous amount of imagination to realize that, families flee theaters of war. There were examples of atrocities. Even an atrocity that is exaggerated and spread through the rumor mill is something that will strike fear in the heart of a family and would cause them to flee. Once again, I defer to other historians to go through the details. I'm sure you will find it useful to look at Professor Kramer's work to go into more details as to what specific events, Der Yassin and others, that prompted many of these people to flee. But this was called the Nakba, the catastrophe, which essentially displaced something like 750,000 people from what would become the state of Israel in the armistice of 1949. If you look at this map here, you can see the green areas were assigned to the state of Israel in the 1947 partition plan. But after successfully defending the territory, the Israelis were able to actually add those pink areas to make the boundaries somewhat more defensible than they were before. That's essentially the origins of the Palestinian Nakba. It's also important to note that there is a Jewish version of this Nakba at the same time. Shortly after this war, there was a wave of anti-Jewish persecution throughout the Islamic world, particularly in Arab lands, and Jews were forced to flee from many of these countries. Perhaps 800,000 Jews were required to flee, many of them making their way to Israel, which ironically achieved the opposite purpose of what many of these states might have had in mind, because it made Israel much more stable and stronger demographically and further cemented its presence in the Middle East. So that's a very quick overview of the major events that contribute to the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians. I'm sure that many of you will comment that I forgot to mention this or forgot to mention that. And it's true, it's inevitable that as I attempt to compress this massive history into a very, very short presentation, it's inevitable to omit certain things. But I hope that this overview does something to break down the tunnel vision that's so prevalent on social media today, and people can have hopefully productive discussions about how this conflict may be resolved peaceably, and that all the peoples in the land should enjoy health and prosperity. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to continue our discussion of the origins of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict by looking at the second half century in this very complex topic, specifically moving from the period of the establishment of the State of Israel in 1948 through the Oslo Accords of 1993. I've subtitled this Towards the Two-State Solution because that was one of the most important elements of this period. In this discussion, I'm going to try and focus my comments primarily on the ways in which both Israelis and Palestinians saw the major historical events and how they shaped the path towards some kind of peace. I will not be devoting attention to every single element of this history because it's overwhelming for a very short presentation, but hopefully these elements that I present will be cogent and coherent and will help to provide some background to understanding what we are to make of the current crisis today. History and her fraternal twin sister memory are closely interrelated. History affects memory, memory then turns around and affects history. A simplistic view of history is one in which we say, just tell me what exactly happened and when. We don't realize that every time we tell something about history, we tell it from a particular perspective. If you consider, for example, two people standing at very different points of an intersection witnessing a traffic accident, they'll both see very different things because of the place in which they're situated as that accident happens. So when we look at something far more complicated than a simple fender bender, the 100-year-long conflict between Israelis and Palestinians, how much more so is it crucial to understand exactly where we were standing and what kind of perspective we have. In this context, let me share a little bit about my own background and how I come to this history, and then specifically the sources that I have been researching specifically for this video. So I was born, obviously, to a Jewish family in the 1960s in Canada, and I was raised on a fairly steady diet of what we might call the heroic school of Israeli historiography, which basically presents materials in a way that describes the struggle of the young Israeli nation in a very positive light, obviously, and displays the behavior of the enemies of the State of Israel in a very negative light. To be understood as a national historiography that aims to create an affinity for the State of Israel, for the ideals of Zionism, and so on. And I believe that the skeletal structure of that historiographic model is basically sound. However, as memory and history interact, and specifically as people go back to the archival sources and revisit more details and different perspectives on those same events, some of those historical evaluations have to be re-evaluated. And so I'm going to rely for this presentation on much of my prior research,
based in that heroic school, but also on newer research that I think qualifies that material significantly. First of all, I'm going to rely on a lot of the excellent work done by Professor Benny Morris of Ben Gurion University. He is a member of what's sometimes called the New Historian School in Israel that has basically done the hard work of going back to the archives and asking some of the very difficult questions about those controversial elements that we'll look at briefly in this video. His recent book, Righteous Victims, A History of the Zionist-Arab Conflict, 1881 to 2001, is sometimes very difficult reading, and there are definitely some elements there that I can see would provoke controversy. I've also relied, obviously, on a Palestinian perspective. Professor Rashid Khalidi from Columbia University, who is the author of The 100 Years War on Palestine, A History of Settler Colonialism and Resistance, 1917 to 2017. And his perspective, like Professor Morris's, is definitely partisan. But what I think is very useful about both of them is that despite their very deeply involved and cherished beliefs about the nature of the trajectory of this conflict, they are both very quite self-critical and are willing to look at their own movements and to determine what went wrong within Zionism or within the Palestinian movement. And so with those caveats, let me present to you how I see the major developments of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict so we can have a better handle on understanding what's happening today and hopefully make some progress towards a rational dialogue and at some point a lasting peace. For Israelis and Palestinians, the original sin was certainly the period that Palestinians call the Nakba and Israelis call the War of Independence. The Nakba, or catastrophe, refers to the forced displacement of a large number, something like 700,000 plus refugees, Arab refugees, Palestinian refugees, from what would be later Israeli territory and moving them off into various refugee camps and into diaspora. The way in which the heroic historiography of Israel portrays this is it's more like a voluntary flight, sometimes with more venal motivations, but a closer look at the archival records indicate that while there was no organized plan to displace these refugees, it was definitely something which was not unwelcome to the young state for reasons that I think should be obvious. If you have a look at this map here, this is from Professor Morris's book. You can see the hatched lines represent the territory held by Israel on May 15, 1948, which is, when they declared independence. It is smaller than the territory that was allotted to them by the 1947 partition plan, but this is where they actually existed in the land of Israel with some control at the time. They were then invaded by several armies, by Egypt, Jordan, Iraq, and by Syria. And amazingly, they were able to hold them off, and not only that, to actually expand the territory a little bit. Now, it is a remarkable military achievement. As Professor Kramer put it in her last book, though, it's not exactly a David versus Goliath kind of battle. It was more like David versus many Davids, because the Arab armies suffered from a lot of deficiencies. But if you look at the challenges that the young Israeli state faced, particularly looking at that small strip of land extending from the coast to Jerusalem, this is a very indefensible kind of territory. And so this Plan Dalet, which was especially focused on consolidating territories and roadways in particular to be able to access important Jewish settlements, was crucial. Beginning from the date that the Israelis declared statehood to the period when the British actually evacuated and then the full-on war, there are a lot of hostilities which occasionally involved some horrific atrocities, such as that of Deir Yassin, which spread fear throughout the Palestinian population that the Israelis would be attacking them. And they could point to a few examples where, in fact, that had happened. And for the Haganah, the proto-army of the State of Israel, later transformed into the Israel Defense Forces, or IDF, they had no reason to stop and fleeing because they saw that as the Palestinians left their homes, they were freeing up more territory to allow them to achieve their objectives of securing the roads and a more defensible set of borders. Now, what that means for the displaced Palestinians is that many of them, hundreds of thousands, were displaced into camps. And as you can see from this map, refugee camps were set up throughout the region in the Gaza Strip, in neighboring Jordan, which of course from 1949 to 1967 also controlled the West Bank, in Syria and in Lebanon. In terms of the numbers, looking at it in the early 21st century, there were about 5.5 million people who are registered with the United Nations as being refugees or descendants of refugees. Those are the children, obviously, of the original 700,000 odd refugees. And about 1.5 million of them are still in the camps. About 370,000 in Jordan, 200,000 in the West Bank, 100,000 in Syria, 200,000 in Lebanon, and 700,000 in Gaza. It is worthy of note that most of the descendants of those original refugees have made lives for themselves in a Palestinian diaspora, but still that massive number of 1.5 million people living in refugee camps throughout the region is deeply troubling and, of course, is a constant reminder of how important this problem is and how it must be solved. By 1949, the armistice lines had created something which would later be known as the Green Line, the borders of Israel, even if the states surrounding it did not recognize its official existence. Israel continued to deal with infiltrations from neighboring countries, from Egypt in particular, and there were conflicts like the 1956 Sinai War that were very relevant for many other reasons, but I want to focus on the 1967 Six-Day War because that is especially crucial from the Palestinian perspective. If you have a look at this map here, in June of 1967, Israel looked like the map on the left, and you can see Gaza was then part of Egypt, and the West Bank was part of Jordan. Israel then fought a war primarily with Egypt, but also with Jordan and with Syria as well. And amazingly, over the course of a very brief period of time, 6 days, and specifically through establishing air superiority early on, Israel was able to actually expand its territory dramatically. It was rather a surprising victory for everyone involved, and Israel had to decide what it was going to do with these territories. And this is extremely important, so let me slow down a little bit. They decided to annex 2 parts of the region. Annex meaning they took those parts and they made them permanently part of the state of Israel, never to be returned in any future peace deal. Specifically, the eastern part of Jerusalem. Jerusalem had been a divided city since 1949, and actually the holiest site of Jewish geography, the Temple Mount, was located on the Jordanian side. Since Jerusalem is the historic capital of the Jewish people, East Jerusalem was annexed outright and made part of the state of Israel proper. This also happened in the north, in the Golan Heights, where you have a mountainous region, and whoever commands the heights either looks down onto the Galilee or looks down onto Damascus. And given that it had great strategic value and not a huge local population, it was easy for the Israelis to annex that territory as well. However, the West Bank, with its large Palestinian population, posed a much greater threat because annexing the territory would involve giving all those Arabs citizenship. And that would deeply upset the demographic balance that Israel must maintain if it is to remain a Jewish state. And let us recall that Israel is striving really for 2 basic goals. One, to establish a Jewish state, a country that is free for Jewish immigration, that Jews can flee there if they are persecuted elsewhere. And secondly, it wants to establish a democratic state. It wants the political basis of Israel to be essentially one person, one vote. About 20% of Israel's population is not Jewish, primarily Palestinian Muslims, also Palestinian Christians,
also Druze and Baha'i and many other peoples. And 20% is a sizable minority, but it still retains the basic Jewish character of the state. If citizenship were extended to all of these people in the West Bank and also in Gaza, that would seriously threaten the demographic balance of Israel as a Jewish state and simply could not be countenanced. So the West Bank and Gaza and the largely uninhabited Sinai Peninsula was simply occupied. These territories were administered by Israel, controlled by Israel, but the general thinking was that they would be exchanged for some kind of peace deal. Not all Israelis felt that way. Some said that peace should be exchanged for peace and the territory should remain within Israel, but by and large, the dominant opinion was that these territories would be given back. And in fact, this is what happened to Sinai, as we're discussing now. But here's a really important moment for the Palestinians. This document is Resolution 242, which was issued a few months after the conclusion of the Six-Day War. And it's really important for two main reasons. The first is something that you see in item number 1, Roman number 1, which refers to the basis of a peace, a just and lasting peace, as the withdrawal of Israel's armed forces from territories occupied in the recent conflict, meaning in the Six-Day War. And what this implicitly said was that there would be a just and lasting peace going back to the Green Line boundaries of 1949. That if Israel were to give up these territories that it conquered, then in fact a just and lasting peace could be achieved. This is actually a big plus for Israel in many ways because the surrounding Arab states did not recognize the 1949 boundaries as a permanent and lasting peace. They regarded it as a kind of larger ceasefire, an armistice for the time being. So that was a big win for Israel in one sense. And note, by the way, I've included the French, which is also the official version, but the French version has a very key small distinction. It includes the phrase des territoires, as opposed to simply territories, which is much more demanding that all of those territories have to be returned, whereas in the English version, it only implies that at least some of the territories, from territories, not from the territories. The other thing which is hugely important about this document is something which is not written, and that is the word Palestinian. This entire document reflects a relationship between the state of Israel, now recognized with boundaries of 1949, and its neighbor nation states. This was not something that affected the Palestinians, according to the document. It was something that affected Jordan, Egypt, and Syria in particular, and peace would be made between those players, not involving the Palestinians. And this, I think, is perhaps one of the most important drivers of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict from the beginning up until the present day. And that is that the Israelis failed to adequately understand the Palestinians, and the Palestinians failed to adequately understand the Israelis. Let me just take a very brief moment to speak about that. In terms of the Palestinian misunderstanding of the Israelis, they failed to grasp just how desperate this people was after the Holocaust. Palestinians through the 1960s, and many pro-Palestinian enthusiasts today, seem to take it for granted that Israeli Jews would be prepared to accept to live as kind of like, guests within a generous, benign Islamic host society. And that's simply not valid for Jews after the Holocaust. Jews must have a refuge, they must have a home. The earth is so big, Jews demand a small portion for themselves, and they believe that it is totally within their moral right to demand it, especially in their ancestral home. For their part, the Israelis misunderstand the Palestinian national cause, although it awakened much later than many other nationalities. It nevertheless is very real and profound. This is a society that, at the beginning of the 20th century, was still quite primitive in terms of having very low levels of literacy and education and so on. And most of their national expressions were of loyalty to region and perhaps to clan, to religion, but they regarded themselves as part of a larger pan-Arabic society. Those things are all very true. But by discounting the Palestinians' live for self-determination, which would really awaken in the second half of the 20th century, by never taking those concerns seriously, Israelis tended to miss the boat and to disrespect the Palestinians in ways that would be incredibly tragic. And this resolution 242 is perhaps the pinnacle of that statement coming from the United Nations that completely ignores Palestinian considerations. Now, we would see this come to fruition in this very jovial photograph here that shows the Egyptian leader Anwar Sadat on the left, the American President Jimmy Carter in the center, and the Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin, who had faced off against each other in the 1973 war launched by Egypt in particular. But the reason why these three men are smiling here is because after that war was fought, and Egypt was able to retain some pride, and after demonstrating that Egypt could inflict damage on Israel, he was able to call up Menachem Begin and effect a peace treaty. In the late 1970s, Israel, with some significant internal controversy, gave the entire Sinai Peninsula back to Egypt, but Egypt was unwilling to take back the Gaza Strip, with its high concentration of restive Palestinians, many of whom showed an affinity for the Muslim Brotherhood, an organization which later was spawned Hamas, and Egypt felt that they were simply too destabilizing an element to bring into their polity. Anwar Sadat's vision of peace in the Middle East came to fruition, and although the relationship between Israel and Egypt has not been decidedly warm, it has nevertheless maintained peaceful relations since the 1980s. But Anwar Sadat himself would pay for this with his life, as some of his own bodyguard, incensed with the idea that he would make peace, turned on him and shot him dead. The turning point for the Palestinian movement was undoubtedly the establishment of the Palestine Liberation Organization led by Yasser Arafat. This was to be the focal point of Palestinian national efforts, and although they had to elbow their way to the table, not only at the United Nations and elsewhere, but even among other Arab allies, nevertheless they took the lead in articulating what they wanted for themselves, rather than allowing the Arab states in the region to dictate what would be the fate of the Palestinians. They wrote a national charter in 1964 that was thoroughly unrealistic, laying out essentially a one-state Palestinian vision of the land of Israel, where only those Jews and their descendants who had lived in the territory before the Balfour Declaration in 1917 would have any rights, and furthermore, that armed struggle was the only way to liberate Palestine. This notion of a one-state solution, combined with violence to achieve that end, was thoroughly unacceptable to the Israelis. The PLO then sought to gain attention for its cause through some very dramatic terrorist activities throughout Europe and the Middle East, which included things like airplane hijacking in particular, the massacre of the Israeli Olympic athletes at Munich, and many others. It is important to note that in this brief video, I'm speaking about the PLO generally, but we should understand that it is essentially an umbrella organization. There are many different fractions that come together under this umbrella, and a more nuanced look at the various groups would say a lot more about the internal debate over the values of these kinds of activities. But we can say in general that the PLO, under Arafat's leadership, at this time failed to grasp some very important emerging realities about the future of their national movement. First of all, to completely misunderstand the importance of public opinion in Europe, and especially in America, where the Israelis had far greater experience with the media environment, with the culture, the development of connections, and so on. And the PLO was not going to win their propaganda war through terrorism. In fact, it was just burying them further and sidelining the movement as being one associated with criminality and violence. Secondly, the PLO failed to realize that their conduct and even their mere presence in states bordering Israel made them
increasingly unwelcome. Jordan, for example, which was one of the friendliest states to the Palestinians, granting them citizenship, for example, and in fact the majority of the Jordanian population is of Palestinian extraction, they found that they had to expel Arafat and the PLO after an uprising in September 1970 that was aimed at overthrowing the monarchy. Same sort of thing happened in Lebanon and elsewhere, and by the time you get to the 1980s, the PLO is basically out of the region. It has no direct border contact with the state of Israel, and it's basically Arafat and others are hiding out in Tunis in North Africa. Furthermore, Arafat made a few key missteps at this point. He backed, for example, Iraq against Kuwait when Iraq invaded, leading to a much larger invasion of Iraq in 1991. And much of the PLO was bankrolled by the Soviet Union, which saw it as a useful proxy in its battle against the United States in the Cold War. And as the Soviet Union began to go through its slow train wreck of self-destruction, it became clear that the PLO was going to lose more and more power. Ultimately, by the time you get to the early 1990s, the PLO has figured this out. They amended their charter significantly in favor of the kind of things that Israel would have wanted to see, including the acceptance of Resolution 242 with at least the 1949 boundaries for Israel, and secondly, abandoning the notion that armed struggle is the only way to liberate Palestine. And this is when we start talking seriously about a two-state solution. That is the idea of Israel as a Jewish state and Palestine as an eventual Palestinian state in the same region in one form or another. That even this two-state model would have received any traction were it not for the first intifada that broke out in December of 1987. The term intifada in Arabic refers to a kind of like an uprising, a general revolt that is kind of like a spontaneous grassroots movement, and that was a fair description of what began to happen. Arafat, although the titular head of the PLO, was severely weakened off in his hideout in Tunis. Many of his allies had been co-opted by other states or assassinated by Israel, and he simply had lost a lot of power, although he still had a symbolic kind of role to play as the figurehead of the Palestinian movement. What happened in December 1987 is that the Palestinians themselves in Gaza and the West Bank began to rise up spontaneously on their own. And the character of their uprising was rather different than anything they had done before. The first intifada was not characterized by widespread terrorism in the sense of things that would later become much more associated with the second intifada, blowing up of buses and pizza shops and things like that. It was rather a kind of a symbolic attack on the IDF, as we see in this iconic photograph of a young Palestinian boy throwing a rock at this massive Israeli tank. The Palestinians, through a very deft use of the large number of foreign journalists who were frequently on the ground in Israel, were able to take their message to the world in a very different way, and actually inverted the David versus Goliath model that had frequently applied to the Israelis in the earlier heroic historiography. Now the Palestinians adopted that mantle of young David and Israel as the oppressor. The Palestinians in this first intifada were able to really draw attention to the multiple humiliations that were associated with living in a second-class status in the West Bank and Gaza, such as moving through slow checkpoints, which were designed by the Israelis to allow the large number of West Bank and Gaza residents who worked in the state of Israel to proceed into Israel proper and to their jobs, and to not allow people who are going to be engaged in terrorism in Israel. So for the Israelis, these security checkpoints were precisely what they sound like, but for Palestinians, they raised daily humiliation. Furthermore, and there were a significant number of Israelis who felt that
we should not be giving territory back to any other Arab population. And either for economic or ideological reasons, we are moving into these territories that were beyond the Green Line. And a significant number of Israelis, Jewish Israelis, were now living in West Bank lands, a smaller number in Gaza, and many Palestinians saw these people as the leading edge of an Israeli land grab with frequent conflict and violence that occurred in the West Bank as a result of the meeting of these two populations. At this point, I'd like to refer you to what we talked about at the beginning of this video about how history and memory are interrelated. The history that I studied in the context of the Six-Day War, in the context of the peace deal with Egypt, is portrayed Israel as moving forward with a righteous cause and making peace with its increasingly reasonable Arab neighbors. There's a lot to be said for this understanding of the history, and as I hope to discuss in the next video in the series, we see a lot of Arab states ultimately decide to make peace with Israel in the 21st century. So it is a model that's still quite viable. However, if I put myself in the shoes of someone who was born, let's say 1987, when the first Intifada came out, their first encounters with Israel and what they see in newspapers and on television and later on the internet is shaped by the new presentation of material that the Palestinians are for the first time really bringing forward about themselves. The second Intifada would hurt that image significantly, as we shall see, but in the spirit of the first Intifada, you created the roots for a new understanding of Palestine among Gen Xers and millennials. We'll talk about that shortly. When you put all of these things together, the beginning of a shift in the international narrative, the weakness of the PLO as the official leader of the Palestinian movement, and the collapse of its support from the loss of the Soviet Union, led Yitzhak Rabin, the Prime Minister of Israel, to determine that he had to make peace with Yasser Arafat. And his reasoning was, if he did not make peace with the PLO, he would ultimately have to make peace with 1,000 other Palestinian entities because the PLO could not itself handle the fractious nature of its population. It had already lost control of much of the narrative, which was being taken over by the Palestinians living in the West Bank and Gaza. And so, much like Anwar Sadat reached out to Menachem Begin, Yitzhak Rabin reached out to Yasser Arafat. And with the assistance of the United States under Bill Clinton, shown here in this photograph, they were able to establish another peace treaty, the Oslo Accords, which was really the culmination of this idea of a two-state solution. I'm going to spend a lot more time talking about what that solution was and what its challenges were and are in the next video. But at this point, we have to mention that in a cruel irony of history, just as Anwar Sadat was assassinated by Muslim extremists who disagreed with his view of peace, so too was Yitzhak Rabin assassinated by a Jewish extremist who was incensed with the idea of making peace for the former terrorists. Here you see a very sad photograph, which was a copy of a Hebrew poem, the Song for Peace, which was stained with Yitzhak Rabin's own blood in the context of his assassination. So that's my discussion of the second half century of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. I hope you found it of some value, and I hope that it provides some material for national discussion between people of goodwill to contribute in whatever way it can to the just and lasting peace enjoyed by all the peoples of the region and prosperity and goodwill. Thank you. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. As you know, I've recorded 2 short videos on the history of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. The first one is stemming from the late 19th century through 1949, the second one going from 1949 until 1993. And this is the final chapter in that series. It is not a planned series. I tried to avoid this topic for a very long time because it is so contentious and it has put up all kinds of wrong people on the website, and I'd rather focus on other areas of Jewish history that
really work towards my overall research agenda. But I felt that given the nature of the horrific attack on October 7th, I really had to do something to help contribute to voices of reason and to provide people with some kind of, hopefully, dispassionate treatment of the history so that people of goodwill could engage in reasonable discussion about how these thorny issues might be resolved. As I record this video on December 1st, we are still deep in the hostilities, the hostage release that Hamas had been participating in for several days now has unfortunately ended with some horrific news that a 10-month-old baby, Bibas, that was abducted among the 200-odd hostages taken when Hamas attacked Israel on October 7th. Hamas is releasing information right now that that child and his brother and his mother were killed. The IDF is currently examining whether or not this is true. But I have to say that this particular video is especially difficult. The first two were hard enough, but now we are bumping up against the limits of history because we're not speaking about events in the 16th or even in the 20th century. Now we're talking about events that are occurring right now. And I really try hard to avoid those things. I prefer my history to be located firmly in the past, where at least theoretically it's still changed. But I have to do something to try and help current crisis. I'm beginning with a little bit more personal note in this lecture because this isn't history that I read about in books. This is history that I have experienced. And so I'm going to begin this brief video with a little bit of background so you can understand that I am hardly unbiased about these things. In case you didn't notice from my garb and beard, I am an observant Jew, at least I try to be, and I am a supporter of Israel. I am a Zionist, and I believe in the mission of Israel. Many people that I love, many people that I care deeply about, live in Israel. And that doesn't mean that I don't have any compassion left for Palestinians. It is a fundamental belief of mine that I want all the people of the region to live together in good health and prosperity and pursue happiness. So let's set that aside and let's begin with some of the personal background that hopefully will inform your understanding of my presentation. I'd also like to invite you, if you haven't done this, to please watch the first two parts before you come to this one. And I think that will illustrate history, which is generally consumed chronologically. I have discussed sources in previous lectures. There's so much available on this particular topic. I think I'd refer, but my goal is to try and make this simple for people. So I would suggest if you want to do some reading on this specific topic, you might want to look at Ali Toga's remarkable book, Chances for Peace, Missed Opportunities in the Arab-Israeli Conflict. It's about 400 odd pages. You would think that it'd be much, much thicker, but those 400 pages are difficult. So let me just take a few minutes before we talk about the history to share how I experience this history personally, how it overlaps with my personal attachment to the history of the Jews as a whole. I first lived in Israel in the 1980s, the early 1980s, because I was a student of Professor Emil Fackenheim, who was a senior scholar, a Holocaust survivor at the University of Toronto, where I was pursuing my undergraduate degree. And when he made Aliyah, which means to immigrate to Israel, he invited me to study with him, and I was very, very proud to do so. It was kind of a shocking photo of what I looked like back in the 1980s. I'm sitting outside my dormitory at Woods Hoshim, where I was a volunteer in the summer before attending the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. And I happened to be holding a letter in which I received good news about a scholarship in the name of Frankenheim. I couldn't be prouder as a young undergraduate student to be in the land of Israel, to be studying with a great scholar. My home after the kibbutz was here on Har Sophia, the Mount Scopus campus of Hebrew University. You can see its magnificent structure up there on the hill. And I had, a lot of amazing educational experiences. But what I think is most relevant for what we're talking about today is the walk. As an impecunious undergraduate student, I took on a part-time job working in Richie's Carville Cafe, which was a restaurant in a remarkable part of Jerusalem. It was on the Carville, which is this ancient Roman street that is actually featured in the 6th century Madaba map, and it was, reconstituted with modern shops, including this restaurant. And because I didn't have a lot of money, I would frequently not be able to afford bus fare, so I would walk about an hour from the Hebrew University campus, way up on the right of this map, and I would walk through all of these Arab neighborhoods, Shara, others, taking different routes and just exploring the streets, and finally entering the old city through the Damascus Gate, and then walking through the Arab Souk to the eventual destination in the Carville, where I would put in my time serving pizza. I returned about a decade later. At that point, I was married, and my wife brought with us our 2 youngest children. And I spent a year studying, once again at Hebrew University, but also at Yeshiva or Seminary. And I gained tremendously from it, but I will say one major thing between the early 80s and the early 1990s, it was not so safe to walk through these groups anymore. And unfortunately, that wonderful experience was not something that I could share easily with my wife and my children, because it was simply too dangerous for a Jew, a physical Jew, to walk in a lot of these areas. My children grew up, and each one of them spent at least a year studying Israel, much as I did. And some of them actually immigrated to Israel and live there now. So let me be clear, I'm not neutral. I support Israel, but I also support Palestinians. I wish earnestly that Palestinians should live in peace and prosperity in whatever arrangement Israel and the Palestinians are able to determine. I would like nothing better than a cessation of the violence and the end to human suffering on all sides. And I would like to think that many of you watching this video share this value with me. So my goal, as now we get to the history part of it, is to just survey the major elements of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and especially those efforts made towards peace. And my hope is that this will spur honest discussion among rational people. Where we left off in the last video was the culmination of the Oslo Peace Accord that basically created a system where the Palestinian movement, through something called the Palestinian Authority, would establish some initial steps towards an eventual statehood. Jerusalem was kind of set on the back burner for final status negotiations, which ultimately never happened. And the thought was that the Palestinian Authority would slowly develop confidence-building measures that Israel would then reciprocate by giving more authority to the Palestinian Authority, and ultimately, as the name implies, this would result in a two-state solution, Israel and Palestine living side by side. When you get to the actual nuts and bolts of the deal, however, it was apparent that it would be very, very difficult to actually achieve this. Have a look at this map here, which comes from a pro-Palestinian source, Welcome to Palestine. Unfortunately, they spelled the name Israel incorrectly, but otherwise it's basically accurate and depicts the current status quo. What you see in the light yellow color is the West Bank. It is so called because it is on the west bank of the Jordan River. It's known as Shomron and Yehuda in Hebrew. The dark red patches are called Area A in the Oslo Accords. These are areas where you have the densest settlement of Palestinians, including some of the major towns like Nablus and
Hebron. And here in these regions, the Palestinian Authority has the greatest power. It was supposed to be responsible for internal security, which is kind of a euphemism for protecting Israel from Palestinian terrorists, but also public order, which is more like internal policing, and finally civil affairs, which deals with the setting up of infrastructure and transport and traffic and things like that. So these regions were the most Palestinian in terms of their government authority. Area B involves a little bit of mixed authority, where Israel would be responsible for the security aspects, which is the security for Israel, and the PA would hold on to public order, police, and civil affairs. And then in Area C, which is the largest chunk, Israel would be responsible for everything except for the civil affairs of Palestinians who live in Area C. If you have a look back at the previous video in the series, I showed you a map there of the Jewish settlements, Israeli settlements within the West Bank, and we're basically dealing with populations that are living cheek to jowl. I mean, on one hill you have a Palestinian village, and on the other hill, with a very small valley in between, you have an Israeli village. And it's very difficult to simply block out a whole map that has all this contiguous area for the Palestinians without including also those Israeli settlements, which is an incredibly difficult problem to solve. Now have a look at the second area, which is Gaza, down towards the bottom left. Gaza, after 2005, was completely handed over to the Palestinians. Palestinians control all internal affairs in the Gaza Strip, but Israel and Egypt, you can see the Egypt, of course, on the lower left border, control all the borders, the air traffic, and so on. Initially, this was far less onerous, but as time went on, Israel and Egypt imposed even harsher blockades on the region for reasons that I'm going to explain shortly. Now, let's understand, if I were a Palestinian looking at this map, I would say, what kind of a Meshuggah map is this? Maybe I wouldn't use the word Meshuggah, but what kind of a crazy map is this? How do you expect us to build a state out of this? I mean, two major chunks of land, you have to set up some kind of corridor to travel between them. And even within the West Bank, there's like all these little patchwork quilts. And yeah, it's a really hard, I would think, impossible task to engage in state building based on this. On the other hand, if I were to ask an Israeli, what do you think of the map? This is not the way they would see it. Chances are they would look at something like this. They would say, this is a map of the Arab League member states. And Israel, as you can see in that little red area, it's tiny. Israel is just one little piece of land where the Jews want to establish a national state. We went through the process for that in the previous two videos. And the fact that Palestinians are gaining territory where they currently live in the West Bank and Gaza, whatever they get, they should be happy for, because Israel is not willing to back up into the sea. Israel insists on its right to exist. And so for many Israelis, particularly on the right wing, the idea of giving any land to Palestinians in this context, where there's so much land that belongs to the Arab states, it just weakens Israel and exposes them to more attacks as a result of terrorism. And that point of view has unfortunately been borne out by much of their history. But before we discuss the Second Intifada, which is hugely important, let's just reiterate that the Palestinians looking at this map would complain that much of the agreement favors Israel, and is a result of the U.S.-dominated nature of the Oslo Accord negotiations. And in fact, this is going to continue through the rest of the 3 decades until our present day, where the U.S. has really exercised an outsized role in whatever deals are struck between Israel and Palestinian authorities. For many Palestinians, it seems like just another example of Western imperialism simply exercising unilateral decisions upon the Palestinian people. Now, Israel, on the other hand, let us not forget that Israel, as a society, demonstrates tremendous strength when it comes to external challenges, like the current situation, where Israelis of all stripes will come together and will fight together to protect their very existence. But otherwise, it is a very vigorous, meaning fractious, divided democracy. Israel is, prone to huge outbursts of protest against one policy or another, as we saw over the summer of 2023, perhaps more than any other time. And trying to bring together this polity to agree in unison on anything other than defense of Israel and its borders, that's a very, very difficult task. Again, thinking in alternative history, if the Palestinian Authority had demonstrated more confidence-building steps and had exercised greater control over the Second Intifada violence, that certainly would have helped the left wing of Israel promote the idea of expanding the experiment of the Oslo Accords. But on the other hand, Palestinians can point to Israelis and say, every time you establish another settlement in the West Bank, which is essentially a fact on the ground, that is an impediment to the development of a state for Palestinians. So Palestinians complain that you're undermining this process from the very beginning. You're doing some things to please your sponsor, the United States, but in reality, you don't believe in the idea of Palestinians. Palestinians are also blessed with remarkably ineffective leadership, as we see, for example, after the death of Yasser Arafat, who was much better at fomenting guerrilla attacks on Israel than he was at actually state building. But his successor, Mahmoud Abbas, also known as Abu Mazen, after having elections, simply discontinued elections and has been in power for about 20 years and is widely regarded among Palestinians as completely ineffective. Palestinian frustration with the lack of progress from the Oslo Accords, combined with a provocative visit to the Temple Mount by Ariel Sharon, an important political leader, exploded in Al-Intifada al-Intifada, the second Intifada of September 2000. And this was rather different from the first Intifada, primarily in the scope of the violence associated with it. It was especially associated with suicide bombings, like on buses and on pizza shops and other civilian infrastructure in Israel proper. I remember at the time I was on a postdoctoral fellowship at Harvard, and I would get up super early and go to my office in the morning. And the internet, that was back in the days of Alta Vista and things like that. And I would be constantly refreshing my feed to see if there's any more news from Israel, And sometimes, multiple times a day, I would hear horrible things about these awful terrorist attacks on Israelis, which involve a very different element, that of the suicide bomb, so much associated with Hamas and with Gaza, as we shall see shortly. From the Israeli perspective, the Palestinian Authority was a complete failure in this regard, doing very little to stop actual terror attacks, and in fact, in some cases, even having its own security force participate in their lynchings of Jews in all kinds of places and horrific violence. And Israel's response to it was something that they would repeat over the next 30 years. Israel stepped up its attempt to protect itself by creating these security barriers, these concrete walls in some places, fencing and others, to prevent the incursion of terrorists from the Palestinian West Bank into Israel proper. These concrete barriers were also facts on the ground that many felt at the time constituted a land grab by the Israelis yet again, in even pushing forward the 1967 Green Line into Palestinian territories. Secondly, it constituted another example of the humiliations that Palestinians would have to endure when they went into Israel proper for the work permits or visiting relatives or what have you. So it was definitely something that increased the security of Israelis, but it exacerbated the tension overall.
And at this point, we really have to talk about Gaza and specifically the military strategy that Israel chose to pursue from the period of the Second Intifada through our current day. Israel's military response to much of the Second Intifada has sometimes been called the Dahya Doctrine, after a suburb in Beirut, which also had a similar kind of experience. The notion is that if you're fighting an asymmetrical battle where terrorists will infiltrate your society and attack civilian populations, such as what happened yesterday with two Hamas fighters getting out of a car and shooting at a bunch of people standing at a bus stop, killing, among others, a 24-year-old expecting mother, then of course Israel is going to strike back hard and fast, and it will be memorable. The basic idea is don't poke the bear. And you would think that people who live next to the bear would get that. But Hamas has not. Hamas has actually tried to take advantage of that by using civilian and humanitarian structures as places where they should establish their bases. You see this in the Al-Shifa hospital, under mosques, under UN facilities, under schools, and they're thinking that, by having these human civilian shields, that will somehow protect them from this doctrine. And Israel has gone to great lengths to try and minimize civilian deaths. And just for sure, they have an entire unit of Arabic speakers, not only Palestinian Israelis, but also those descended from Jewish communities that were expelled from Arab lands. That's the Nahum. And the job of this unit is simply to call up people in Gaza and say, hey, we intend to attack this area. Please move south. They employ technological devices like knock alerts to let people know that an attack is forthcoming. And even in the news, you can see Israel broadcasting a lot of what they intend to do, because they try to limit the impact of the civilian casualties. But Hamas specifically does everything it can to provoke that kind of response. Part of me remains absolutely stunned. Why would Hamas want to do this? Why would Hamas want to impose such phenomenal suffering on top of what they're already experiencing by provoking an attack from a neighboring country? I can't say that I have come to grips with this at all. It doesn't make sense to me on a human, visceral level. I do not understand this urge for self-sacrifice to the point of martyrdom and the willingness to sacrifice one's own progeny. I just can't conceive it. Now, you may think to yourself, well, he's exaggerating. I would like to recommend you please have a look at a website called MEMRI, MEMRI. It stands for the Middle East Media Research Institute. It is a really valuable institute that for decades has simply been watching Arabic language media and providing translations of key segments. And, very little commentary other than, the title of the video sometimes gives away where they're coming from. But you have to see this, and I'm going to put a few links of some key videos in the information box. You can go visit it yourself. But, for example, this is Ghazi Hamad, who was an important Hamas official, saying very, very specifically that October 7th was not a one-off, that the attack of October 7th will happen again and again and again until Israel is completely destroyed. And there's no ambiguity here. And you see these really bizarre things, like these kindergarten plays. I'm sure many of you were involved in these when you were children, right? You dress up as, trees and forests and princes and fairies, and you put on a little play for the parents. But in Gaza, they actually have kids dressing up as soldiers taking Israeli hostages. These are like 5, 6, 7-year-old kids. And amazingly, the parents are watching and cheering as they take Israelis captured. And who knows what else they do with them. And then, there's so many examples of this on memory. I just don't know what to say about it. Mothers. Sometimes mothers of people who are already killed in suicide bombings will come on and say things like, and I have to use 2 screenshots here to show you. By Allah, if all my children and grandchildren are martyred for the sake of Allah, it will make me happy. And I gotta say, what planet do these people come from? How can I'm a father, I'm a grandfather. I cannot conceive how anyone could possibly say that they would want their children or grandchildren, God forbid, to be harmed while harming others. It's beyond the scope of my understanding. So please do visit. You'll see that they provide a broad scope of voices. This is not like just watching, one crazy channel. You'll see that there are voices there that are critical of Hamas, but the examples I'm giving you are not at all outliers. This is the kind of enemy that Israel is. I'd like to conclude this already long video with just a short discussion of the impact of this on the United States and populations throughout the world. One of the things that concerns me deeply is that even though it should be practically obvious to everyone that invading territory, murdering, raping, mutilating bodies, kidnapping children, and then holding them hostage. These are all deeply, deeply evil things. We should be able to unite around that. I think as human beings, I don't care who does it. If Israel were to do such things, I would be deeply, deeply ashamed. And I'd like to think I would speak out against it as strongly as I am now. But there should be like a common denominator. And we see that in the United States, for example, this is the results of a poll that was conducted just 2 weeks after the October 7th massacre, that Israel actually has fairly strong favorability in the United States. You can see that of the institutions measured, Israel comes in number 3 behind the U.S. military and the police, considerably higher than the Supreme Court or news organizations, and Hamas is like way down at the bottom. I would like those numbers to be higher, but they're not that. But here's the scary thing. When you go a little deeper and you look at the demographic groups that express that positivity, young people simply are not getting it. Look at this map, look at this chart on the right, which asks, in general in this conflict, do you side more with Israel or Hamas? Not Gaza, not Palestinians, but Hamas, a terrorist group. 16% of Americans side with Hamas. I really don't like that number, but 84% say Israel. That makes sense. But then look at the chart below, and you can see that people in my age bracket are far more likely to feel the way I do. Okay, thank you. But as you get younger and younger, and you get to the age of my undergraduate students, only 52% of Americans, and this is 2 weeks after October 7th, the most horrific massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. 52% of people aged 18 to 24 support Israel, and 48% support Hamas. We see it so clearly in this horrific. I walk by this every day on my way to work. People put up posters drawing attention to the fact that children have been captured. Children. And other people tear those posters down, saying, I don't know that's not true. Well, there are Hamas propagandists who say the craziest things, that October 7th didn't happen, or it did happen, but it was perpetrated by the Israelis, God forbid. And, this is going full QAnon, and you can just go join the Flat Earth Society. However you feel about the conflict, this happens. And, if I'm walking down the street and I see a poster where someone lost a puppy, put up a little poster with a picture of a puppy, I think it would be heartless to tear that down. Someone lost their dog. You care about them. Maybe you'll see the dog. But to actually tear down the pictures of human beings, children who are suffering, I simply cannot understand. But that seems to be the way our society has been moving. There are riots in schools here in Queens that are filled with hundreds of children demonstrating for Palestine when they probably couldn't even find Palestine on a map. If this trend were to continue, God forbid, with younger people being duped by such obviously immoral actors like Hamas, then we're in for much more trouble than we're experiencing right now. This video has already gone much longer than anticipated. Let me just conclude then with a wish and a prayer with sincerity that all of the hostages should be released to their families in good health, and that the violence is swiftly ended and is crowned with a lasting and just peace, in which all the peoples of the region can dwell together in security and with mutual prosperity and with hope for the next generation. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. A fascinating article appeared in the Wall Street Journal recently, written by Professor Ron Kastner, who teaches political science at UC Berkeley. Fascinating study. What he did was he hired a survey firm to conduct a scientific survey of students of undergraduate age, 18 to 24, and asked them what they thought about this slogan, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." And it was absolutely fascinating, the results that he got. Let's have a quick look at them. So first of all, 43% of them enthusiastically supported this slogan. And an additional 33% supported it somewhat. Only 23.9% of respondents indicated they did not support this slogan. These results fit very well with what other studies are indicating as a significant generational gap among Americans. That basically Americans 30 years and older are increasingly in favor of Israel and understands the nature of the attack of October 7th and will back Israel in this conflict. And the youngest Americans in these studies, particularly the ages 18 to 24, who are more ambivalent about it. And in fact, in one study, 48% of Americans reported that they were actually in favor of Hamas, a terrorist organization, over Israel. And that's a very troubling kind of number, seeing it particularly in the younger demographic. So we see that, the majority of people of this age group see the conflict very differently from older adults. However, here's the positive news. Most of these people who support the slogan have no idea what it means. Like, for example, when they were shown a map that helped them identify which river and which sea we're talking about, they changed their mind. And 53% of them said, no, I'm not prepared to support this particular slogan based only on the map. And other data indicates that when they know a little bit more about what the slogan actually implies, they are less likely to support it. So let's do the geography first. Which river are we talking about and which sea are we talking about? When Professor Hassner asked them, which river are we talking about? Some students pointed to the Dead Sea, which is actually not a river, but at any rate, it's a body of water. Others actually pointed to the Nile River in Egypt, so try and figure that one out. And some even pointed to the Euphrates River, which runs through Syria and Iraq. So they obviously have no idea which river we're talking about. But it gets even worse when you ask them which sea. And you would think that this would be fairly obvious. We're talking about the Mediterranean Sea, but many actually identified the Atlantic Ocean. I mean, can you imagine from the Middle East all the way out to the Atlantic Ocean? And some actually identified the Caribbean, which is like just bizarre. So these students really need some basic geography here. Let's do that right now in case some of those students are watching. So the river we're talking about is the Jordan River. In Hebrew, the Nahar HaYarden, and in Arabic, the Nahar Urdun, right? It's so named because Jordan is on the other side. And what is the sea we're talking about? Obviously, the Mediterranean Sea, Hayam HaTichon in Hebrew, or El Bahr El Abyad or Mutawassit in Arabic. So that's the river and that's the sea. Now, here is where it gets difficult. Basically, if you go from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, that is all of Israel. And this
kind of oval is not exactly shaped to the boundaries. It eliminates the northeastern part of the Golan, but those are the boundaries of contemporary Israel. You're basically seeing that this entire country should be free, and you're calling it Palestine. So those are somewhat problematic. Now, here's the good news. Once the students saw the map and were given some basic instruction, 75% of them downgraded their enthusiasm, meaning they changed from being enthusiastically so to being somewhat or being not approving at all. Furthermore, once it was explained to them that replacing the current country of Israel with a putative future country known as Palestine could inform, quote, the subjugation, expulsion, or annihilation of 7 million Jewish and 2 million Arab Israelis, 60% downgraded their enthusiasm, meaning like, wait, that's not what we had in mind when we were saying this slogan, when we were chanting it in protests and things like that. And that makes me happy because at least we're talking about people who are unfortunately ignorant of some basic geographic and historical information. Let's look a little bit deeper now. Like, what exactly is the phrase? And let's try to understand how it is offensive to some people. The phrase in Arabic reads "Min il nahar il bahar," from the river to the sea. Good enough. And then what happens after that? There are a couple different versions. One reads "Filastin satatahara," that Palestine will be free, or will be free. And that's usually the one that's translated in English, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, or Palestine will be free. A second version is a little bit more troubling. It ends Filastin Arabia. Palestine is Arabic, meaning this is a land presumably for people who speak Arabic or are Arabic, and that doesn't leave much place really for the Jews who are Hebrew speakers. The third version begins a little differently, Maya Ila Maya, from the water to the water, right? The water of the Jordan to the water of the Mediterranean. Filastin Islamia, Palestine is Muslim, or Palestine is Islamic, and that is similarly problematic. So the second and third versions are definitely offensive because that entails the idea of removal of these people who are not Arabic or Muslim, either a literal removal or, God forbid, genocidal, or even some kind of population transfer. All of those things obviously are very problematic, to say the least, and offensive to Israelis and to Jews. What about the most neutral one, which is the Palestine will be free? Is that offensive? That was used famously by a congresswoman and heavily criticized, and it is actually illegal in some European countries to use that because it constitutes hate speech under some of their definitions. So let's try and figure this out. So when you say from the river to the sea, we understand that. That means from the Jordan to the Mediterranean. Palestine will be free. What do you mean by the term Palestine? Palestine is not a country. It is a regional description that has been used for a long time. The Romans, of course, renamed Judea Palestine after a revolt in the 2nd century by Bar Kokhba and his rebels. They wanted to wipe out the association of the land with its long Jewish history, so they renamed it Palestina, echoing Herodotus, but before that, even echoing the Bible, which refers to the Philistines, the traditional enemies of the Jewish people. So that term Palestine was used quite neutrally by Arabs and Jews and British and everybody involved in the region to talk about this piece of land. It was always part of some other larger political entity, but this region was called Palestine. So when you are using this term, Palestine will be free, do you mean that this region will be free? Maybe in some kind of one-state solution, meaning all the people living in this region will be free? That's a generous interpretation, and I think that's the only way that you can say this phrase could possibly not be offensive. But let's look at the second word. Palestine will be free, or will be free.
Welcome.
What do you mean by that? Israel is already free.
Israel is a democratic state. 20% of Israeli citizens are not Jewish. It is not an ethno state. And those 20% of Arabs who live in Israel have the right to vote. They are represented in Knesset, and we can go on and on about these things. Gaza, which is overwhelmingly not Israeli, has been separated from Israel since 2005. Gaza has had its own opportunity to create its own government since that time. They elected Hamas, which then kicked out Fatah. There's a lot of things to say about it, but it's not Israel. And if it's not free, that's not Israel's fault either. There is a blockade around Gaza, primarily because they keep on sending rockets at civilian territories in Israel. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole of what does that mean for the region. I've talked about it in other videos, but the basic thing is Gaza is not considered part of Israel. Israel disengaged already for, what is it, over 10 years now, since 2005. If you want to say, well, what about the Palestinian Authority, which is the region in what's also called the West Bank, Israelis know it as Shomron and Yehuda. That is the whole idea of a two-state solution, which was articulated in Oslo in 1993. It has not gotten off to a good start at all, and in fact, it has been stalled for a long time for lots of reasons, which also go beyond our discussion. So possibly you could say it's not offensive because you're saying, well, we hope that the Israelis in the non-Palestinian Authority regions will be free, and the Palestinians in the Palestinian Authority area will be free. That's a nice sort of thought, but it doesn't lend itself easily to a slogan. But nevertheless, like in the first possibility, maybe this is one way you could possibly consider it not offensive. But if you mean Palestine will be free in the sense of free of Israel or free of Jews, those are absolutely offensive statements that should be totally rejected. And you can't be surprised when Israelis and Jews are offended and are in fact intimidated by them, especially when you join it to other popular phrases like globalize the Intifada. The Intifada was a period of phenomenal terrorist violence directed against the Jews. The second Intifada, which was dominated by Hamas, was characterized by all kinds of attacks on civilians. Bus bombings and coffee shop bombings and stabbings on the streets. Absolutely horrific. When you say globalize the Intifada, that means take that kind of violence and spread it throughout the world. And it's completely unacceptable. So, in these senses, I can understand. I myself am offended by the use of the term from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, because I hear all of these other things happening. And I'm sure many, many Jews feel the same way I do. So, if you are one of these Gen Xers or these millennials who is thinking about using this phrase, just consider it like the N-word for Jews. It's the kind of thing that is definitely going to get a rise out of us. And yes, maybe you can thread the needle and say, possibly if you interpret this word this way and this word this way, it's not offensive. Let's see trying that with the N-word. Okay, I hope this made things a little clearer for you, and I want to reiterate that the good news I hear from all of this is that most people, when they understand why this expression is so offensive to Jews, they decide not to use it anymore. And I hope that's what you'll think too. But thank you very much for listening to this video. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm sure you're aware there's a lot of talk right now in connection with the conflict in the Middle East regarding the idea of genocide. And I thought it would be interesting for us to have a look at the person who actually invented that word. He was a Jewish man named Raphael Lemkin. So let's have a quick look at his background and why he came up with this particular term. He was born in 1900 in a part of the world that would be today called Belarus. Actually happens to be a part of the world that my own family comes from. And he was rather different than most Jewish boys his age. His father was a farmer near Volkovich, where
My great uncle was actually a high school principal, and his mother was an intellectual. There's just not that many Jewish farmers, particularly in that part of the world, in Lithuania, what it was called back then. His mother was a great intellectual, a great reader, and she really instilled in her three sons a love of learning. In fact, she homeschooled all three brothers. Young Raphael was deeply affected by the news of a pogrom in Białystok that occurred in 1906. And then later, as a teenager, when World War I broke out, the entire Lemkin family had to flee into the forests in order to avoid the hostilities between the German and the Russian armies. While they were hiding in the forest, unfortunately, his younger brother died, possibly of pneumonia or even Spanish flu, but unfortunately he passed away at that time, leaving Raphael with only one surviving brother. He went on to receive a trade school education, but he had exceptional language skills. He was ultimately able to read about 14 languages and speak 9. He studied linguistics in Lviv, which back then would have been called Lvov. Later, he went to study philosophy at Heidelberg and law in Lviv once again. And during this time, he continued to meditate and to think deeply about the nature of human cruelty, and in particular the history of massacres in Armenia, which occurred in the beginning of the 20th century in Iraq and elsewhere. And he went to one of his professors, Julius Makarevich, and asked him about the doctrine of state sovereignty that the professor had been promoting. The idea that the states essentially can do whatever they want in their own countries and they can't be punished in other legal fora. So the professor responded to him saying, consider the case of a farmer who owns a flock of chickens. He kills them, and this is his business. If you interfere, you are trespassing. Lemkin apparently replied to him, but the Armenians are not chickens. You can't compare these things. A farmer killing his children as opposed to a head of state killing his own citizens. His eventual conclusion was, sovereignty, I argued, cannot be conceived as the right to kill millions of innocent people. He was also deeply moved by the trials of two individuals. One was the assassin of Talat Pasha in 1921, and another I'm quite a bit more familiar with, Shalom Schwarzkopf assassinated Simon Petlura, who was the leader of the Ukrainian government during the brief period of Ukrainian independence between World War I and the Soviet occupation of Ukraine. In the case of Shalom Schwarzkopf, he went up to Simon Petlura, the leader in exile now in Paris in 1926, and shot him dead on the street. He was arrested and placed on trial, and he was able to essentially turn the trial around to be not a trial of his own assassination effort, but rather of the activity of Simon Petlura during this crucial Civil War period. And even though Shalom Schwarzkopf was clearly guilty of assassinating Simon Petlura, the Paris jury in 1927 rendered a verdict that allowed him to go free. And this kind of event led Raphael Lemkin to think, why is it that we can't prosecute those who perpetrate war crimes on their own people? This thought would eventually mature in his mind during his experience during the Holocaust. But during the 1930s, he was working as a public prosecutor in Poland, and he was also very deeply involved in working with the legal codes of Poland and codifying those laws. Let us remember that Poland was recently reconstituted as an independent country after World War I. And in 1933, he went to the newly formed League of Nations, which was essentially the precursor to the United Nations. And he met with their legal counsel at a conference in Madrid. And there he made some derogatory comments about Nazi Germany that went back to Poland, got him in a lot of trouble because Poland was working on some treaties with Germany at the time. So he was fired from his public position. He ended up going into private practice, but he continued to work on his idea of how is it possible to prosecute perpetrators of international massacres. Unfortunately, he would have ample opportunity to continue this line of thought because on September 1st, 1939, the Nazis would invade Poland. Lemkin's own home was destroyed in a bombing raid on the 6th of that month, and he ended up being homeless and having to wander from place to place for some time. He was able to escape both the Nazis advancing into Poland and also Russian detention by portraying himself not as an intellectual, as a lawyer, but rather as a simple peasant, and he managed to make his way back to Volkovich and to see his parents for the very last time in November of 1939. He moved on to Vilna, the capital, and he decided there, and I'm going to quote from his autobiography, "I really lived only when I was fighting for an ideal. I will devote the rest of my life to my work, outlawing the destruction of people." Later in Riga, he would meet with the distinguished historian Shimon Dubno, who would encourage him to continue his work in this vein. Dubno was later killed by the Nazis himself. But Lemkin was able to make his way first to Sweden and then via Japan to the USA in 1941, where he became a professor at Duke University and later at Rutgers University. The Holocaust, however, was absolutely devastating for him. He lost 49 members of his family, although his surviving brother actually managed to make it through the Holocaust because he was in a labor camp with his family, a Soviet labor camp, and ultimately was able to come to Canada, where he settled. So Lemkin had suffered phenomenally during the Holocaust, and this further encouraged him to work on his concept of how to prosecute war criminals who commit crimes against people of other nations. His greatest claim to fame, of course, is that he created and defined the word genocide, borrowing from the term genos in Greek, meaning family, and sidera, which means to kill, like a homicide or suicide, terms like that. And he published the term in a book in 1944 called Axis Rule in Occupied Europe, and it proved to be an extremely important term that was used in the Nuremberg trials and elsewhere. The UN General Assembly accepted his Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide in December of 1948, and then later was ratified in 1951. And for the rest of his life, he worked on many examples of 20th century massacres, including a very notable speech in 1953, in which he was an early individual to identify Soviet artificial famine of 1932-33 as a genocide against Ukraine. Unfortunately, Lemkin, who spent the rest of his life in New York, he suffered from very poor health, in particular high blood pressure. Doctors had difficulty diagnosing his illness, which he ended up calling genociditis, meaning exhaustion from the work on the Genocide Convention. In 1959, he died of a heart attack on a New York street. Lemkin never married nor had children. But as you can see from his gravestone, which has smaller stones placed upon it by visitors in accordance with traditional Jewish custom, he continues to be revered. His work as a theoretician and as a legal scholar was without peer. He was in fact nominated for the Nobel Prize 10 times in his lifetime. Unfortunately, the word genocide has been cheapened significantly in our times and used quite casually when it really does not conform to the way Lemkin would define it. In the context of the Middle East, I think it's relevant to point out that in his autobiography, which he titled Totally Unofficial, there's no mention of the Allied bombings of Dresden or Hiroshima or Nagasaki, even though these involved very high numbers of civilian casualties. So clearly, the high numbers, and especially the disparity between the numbers on either side of the conflict, is not the kind of element that actually plays into his definition of genocide. I think it's very important to think about this in the context of what the Allies were thinking when they were bombing these places. Dresden, of course, and Hiroshima and Nagasaki are civilian cities, but the Allies viewed the attack on the German city essentially as an attempt to extirpate an absolutely noxious, murderous, genocidal regime, the Nazis. And Americans certainly felt they were attacked without provocation on December 7th, 1941, with the bombing of Pearl Harbor, and so ending the war quickly in Hiroshima and Nagasaki by demonstrating to the Japanese that a long, drawn-out conflict was not in their interest. You can understand the American decision, what was going into the American mind when they made the decision to engage in these activities. And this, I think, gives us some insight into what Israelis must be thinking. The brutal pogrom of October 7th was so horrific and so unprovoked and so sudden that for Israelis, this is essentially like a Pearl Harbor moment. And the Hamas organization in Gaza is so dangerous to Israeli civilians that it must be completely removed from the population of Gaza. Now, that is not to say that Gazans themselves are the subject of the attack. They are definitely suffering, horrific suffering that's unimaginable, but that's primarily because Hamas is deeply into their civilian infrastructure. I do have the temerity to tell Israel what they should or should not do militarily. That's out of my lane. I'm a historian, not a military specialist. But I will say that I can understand on a historical basis why they would be engaging in the Daya doctrine and trying to exert maximum pressure to squeeze Hamas out of the tunnels and to release the hostages that they kidnapped from Israel on October 7th. I would recommend that anyone has any doubts about this, please visit this website, Saturday-October-7, all spelled out, Saturday-October-7. It's a very, very graphic website which simply brings together all of the publicly available photographs, cell phone videos, and other things that have been culled from social media that depicts what happened on October 7th. It is definitely a very, very difficult website to visit, but you get a sense of what Israelis must be feeling and why they are taking these actions. Let me conclude by getting back to Raphael Lemkin. In his autobiography, he speaks about how he was first introduced to Jewish culture and Jewish religion and Hebrew and the Bible. And I found an especially moving passage when he describes how at age 7 he was studying the book of Isaiah, one of the biblical prophets. And he says, he read, "Cease to do evil, learn to do well, relieve the oppressed, judge the fatherless, plead for the widow." Unquote. This call of Isaiah, Lemkin continues, sounded to me so urgent, as if the oppressed stood now outside our door. The appeal to create peace by converting swords into plowshares seemed to recreate his presence. I thought of the power of our own plows, which brought life and not destruction. And of course, the metaphor of the beating of swords into plowshares is so resonant in Isaiah's writings and has, of course, affected the United Nations today. And you can understand the motivation of someone like Raphael Lemkin, who devoted his life to ending this kind of horrific massacre of people. I find it especially relevant, therefore, to note that this person who loved peace so much and devoted his life to ending massacres of innocent civilians, nevertheless did not feel that discussing Hiroshima, Nagasaki, and Dresden was within the boundaries of what he conceived of as genocide. And you can make of that what you will. Thank you very much for watching, and let us hope to see an end to this conflict as soon as possible.
He proposed that his son Joachim marry Togrich's daughter. The proposal infuriated Togrich's disinherited son Ilshka, who defected to Jamuga after his father refused to break ties with Temujin.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In accordance with YouTube community guidelines, I'd like to issue a brief educational content warning. This video will discuss some difficult issues, and I will probably show you some disturbing images. Obviously, we're still in the midst of a tremendous crisis in Gaza and Israel. It's a period of tremendous polarization, and what I would like to achieve with this brief video is to help define the parameters for appropriate debate of the history of the peoples that live in Gaza. Specifically, I'd like to try and define for our working purposes what is acceptable criticism of Israel and what is simple anti-Semitism. This is a very valid consideration because the world is focused on this area, as it frequently is, and I myself am uncomfortable with a lot of the debate that goes on. I'd like to try and promote more of a space for the participation of people of goodwill and reason to look for a path forward where all the peoples in the region can live in prosperity and good health. So let's start with the question, if I criticize Israel, am I an anti-Semite? Well, if the answer to that question is yes, then you're in company with roughly 50% of the Israeli population at any given time. Israel is an extremely rigorous democracy. They have had 9 elections in this century alone. That's about one every 2.5 years. They had remarkably robust protests in Tel Aviv and elsewhere in the summer of last year before October 7th. So, Israel has a deep-seated commitment to the diversity of opinion and its expression, and this includes the 20% of the Israeli population that are not Jewish. There is a strong minority population of Arabs, both Muslim and Christian. They vote, they participate in Knesset, they disagree with other parties just like every party does in Israel. So it's certainly appropriate to criticize the policies of the state of Israel because, roughly half of Israelis do it. This is not the same thing as saying I'm Jewish, therefore I can never be anti-Semite. Unfortunately, that is possible. There are boundaries of criticism which are inappropriate, and I would think that there are boundaries of criticism in Israel that are even illegal, depending on where one states them. Furthermore, one who supports Israel is not ipso facto anti-Palestinian or Islamophobic. It is possible to identify with both of these peoples in the Middle East. It is possible to empathize with their suffering and to seek a solution that is amenable to both parties in this conflict. So, what are the parameters for when something tips over from criticism of Israel and goes into the area of simple, rude anti-Semitism? Let me outline 4 basic guardrails. The first one, inability to empathize with Israeli suffering. Now, obviously, the suffering in Gaza is phenomenal. The response to October 7th has been overwhelming and has been the focus of much attention since the invasion of Gaza began, motivated by the attempt to release the hostages and destroy Hamas, the terrorist organization that has been identified as the aim of this particular war. But we should recall that October 7th was a thing. October 7th happened. It was an incredibly violent, horrific attack on a civilian population and still has 131 hostages associated with this attack. You have to see where Israelis are coming from. These are family members. These are close relatives and friends that Israel is trying to retrieve from this incomprehensible situation. That's an important thing to bear in mind. We also see this kind of inability to identify with Israeli suffering when people rip down the posters that commemorate these people who are held in captivity and try to draw attention to their condition. When they disagree with the military strategies of the state of Israel without denying the suffering of those who are kidnapped and their families. Seeing the Israelis as the sole perpetrators of the suffering in the region is simply unfair and it's ahistorical. If one has a historical attention span longer than 15 minutes, one recognizes that this conflict goes back generations. Hamas, for its part, has been shelling Israel since it took over the Gaza Strip in 2007. Of course, Palestinians can also point to suffering at the hands of these Israelis. This is not a what about it kind of video. I'm trying to specifically address the issue of criticism of Israel and anti-Semitism. But it just underscores the fact that this is a place of great historical complexity, and people should not rush to judgment. Second guardrail, conflating anything Jewish with Israel. Recall that about half of the world's Jews live in Israel, but half of them do not. Half of them belong to countries all over the world, the United States, Canada, Europe, Australia, and so on. And while it is true that most Jews support Israel, but that doesn't mean that every Jew around the world constitutes a target for anti-Semitic attack. Consider, for example, the recent protests at Mount Sinai Hospital in Toronto and also here in New York, where, what does Mount Sinai have to do with Gaza? Mount Sinai is, of course, the name of a hospital that was founded by Jewish donors. It treats people across the religious spectrum, regardless of their background. It's a place of healing that has absolutely nothing to do with the setting of Israeli military or political policies. Why you're taking us here unless you want to specifically target Jews all around? That's called anti-Semitism. Third guardrail. Beware of borrowing tropes from historical anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is not an idea that was invented last month. It's something that goes back millennia. And it has a hoary and awful blood-soaked tradition behind it. There are certain images, such as, for example, the drinking of blood by Jews in some kind of vampiric way, which is associated with a 12th century charge called the blood libel. It's absolutely horrific and plays into a long-running attack on Jews. Completely false and completely unfair, but borrowing from those things essentially plugs one's argument into this historical tradition of anti-Semitism, and that may not be something that one wishes to encourage. And then the final guardrail. It may be anti-Semitic if one's outrage is selective. In other words, people are entitled to their opinions, but are they only so enervated about Israel? Are they not enervated about the persecution of people elsewhere in the world, in Syria, in China, in Sudan, and elsewhere, in Iran? Is it only when Jews are involved that one is outraged? If that is the case, chances are it constitutes anti-Semitism. So if we're going to discuss this historically, we should bear in mind that blind spots are certainly human. I definitely have them. But nevertheless, I value the opportunity to discuss some of these extremely important historical issues with open-minded people who are rational and of goodwill. And while I've had many productive discussions with people who have very different opinions about what should be happening in Gaza right now, nevertheless, none of them associate with slogans that involve violence, such as, for example, resistance by any means, a very offensive statement that I doubt most people who use it have any idea what they're talking about. Or globalize the Intifada. Similarly, they have no idea what the Intifada actually meant for the people of Israel. And they don't use horrific, violent, gory images, such as this particular lecture from a Northeastern University recently featured in the news, who uses these kinds of offensive images to stoke a visceral hatred, which can only lead to anti-Semitism. This has been a little different video from most of the ones that I talk about. I hope you haven't found it too tedious or difficult. And I look forward to speaking to you in more conventional Jewish history videos. Thank you for watching.
Military regulations concerning the mobilization of armies, the duties of officers, and the punishment they would suffer if they failed to carry out those duties.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. As a historian, I like to restrict my activities to things which happened firmly in the past, which are no longer happening today. That's really where I feel most comfortable and I can speak with a certain degree of authority. But since October 7, it has become increasingly impossible to maintain my safe, comfortable home in the past, and I often have to talk about things that have direct relevance to the future. The truth is that's not really true. That almost everything I say about the past has relevance to our times, but now it's become incredibly explicit. So what I'd like to talk about today is the history of Jews and universities, and I'll probably get a little bit more political towards the end of this video, so warning in advance. Now, perhaps one of the reasons why the current moment is so upsetting for many Jews is because Universities is perhaps one of the last places where we expect to see this kind of phenomenon. But in reality, we shouldn't be that surprised because, again, taking a longer historical approach to the problem, we happen to be living at the end of a historical problem that in the immediate post-Holocaust era, and especially from the 1960s, when the combination of the growth of the Black Pride movement in the United States and the remarkable victories in Israel, the Six-Day War, produced a surge of interest in Jewish academics on university campuses, and specifically the rise of Jewish studies on academic campuses. We always thought, at least my generation thought, that universities are relatively speaking fairly safe spaces. We invest heavily in them with Hillels and with Chabad houses and all kinds of supports for Jewish studies on campuses, and we thought that Jewish students would find a lot of value being in universities. But we have to be coming, it appears, to the end of that anomalous period, that 5 or 6 decades of relative peace are slowly coming to an end, or perhaps rapidly coming to an end. So in this video, let's have a quick look back all the way to the very beginning of the Jewish love affair with universities, and I'd like to trace a little bit of the thread of resilience that winds its way through this history up until the present moment. So first of all, let us recall that Jews have a deep love affair with higher education. This is something that is deeply rooted in Jewish culture and has all kinds of reinforcements throughout history. If you look, for example, at the central prayer of Judaism, the Shema Yisrael, Hear O Israel prayer, it has a command to teach your children. I mean, teaching and education is really built into the core DNA of Jewish history. And besides its religious motivation and its intrinsic value, the Jews were incredibly incentivized towards the pursuit of higher education, primarily because the holding of real estate, the holding of land, was not necessarily the best way for them to make a living throughout the long diaspora period. Jews could be expelled from a country on a moment's notice, and that would mean they forfeit their land holdings and so on. So historically, Jews have looked towards aspects of the economy that are more portable in nature. This leads them, of course, to various crafts that are skill-based, to all kinds of financial activities in particular, and to medicine. And all of these things require a higher level of education. So there's like the idea of transportable economics produces more inclination towards higher education. If we look at our own times, and we look at the Pew Research Center report on Jewish Americans, you can see that statistically Jews are an extremely highly educated ethnic group. If you have a look at this graph, you see the comparison of Jewish Americans, who are in the red bar, and non-Jewish Americans in the yellow bar. This is as of 2020. You can see that Jews are severely underrepresented when it comes to people who have a high school diploma or less, and they are incredibly overrepresented when you look at postgraduate degrees, like master's degrees, professional degrees, doctorates, and so on. There's more than 3 times the proportion of your average American. So Jews are very much invested in the idea of higher education, which is something that we should also note, of course, that historically had their own universe understood within the context of their times. Examples from the ancient world, such as the gathering at Yavne, the so-called Terra of Yavne, the orchard of Yavne, which was Israel in the first century. Bodies that were partially research, partially judicial, like the Sanhedrin. And then, of course, when you get to the Talmudic period, you have massive academies in Babylonia and several cities along the Euphrates and Tigris rivers, also in Israel, in the city of Tiberias, for example. And you should also note here that in the Talmudic academies, the nature of Talmudic study is so broad that it easily encompassed all kinds of other areas of intellectual research, such as medicine, of course, geography, geology, astronomy, astrology, all kinds of bodies of knowledge would be included within cognitive ability. So those aren't exactly universities the way we understand them today, but nevertheless they were institutions of higher education that Jews were deeply attached to. And even in the post-Talmudic period, there were several examples of purely Jewish university-like gatherings, but most of them were not especially successful. There was, for example, in the 15th century in Sicily, an attempt to create a Jewish university, or perhaps might be better said, as a university under Jewish auspices, but then the Inquisition came along and the Jews were expelled from there shortly thereafter. It was really only in the modern era when you have institutions like Hebrew University established, and here in New York City there's an extremely successful Jewish university. I've heard that there are a couple others as well. But let's focus for our purposes on Jews attending general universities. What was that like for them? So the dominant experience of Jews and higher education up to the 20th century is one of struggle against exclusion. This is especially true in Christian lands, where there was always a religion test for students and especially for faculty. This begins already in the 4th century with the University of Constantinople, which was then known as the Kandidaterion, or the place of all teachings, which is sort of echoed in the word university that we use today, which was founded, ironically, when the Patriarchate of Israel was ended in 425. But outside of the University of Constantinople, Jews were admitted to the University of Dindi in Sasanian Persia in the 6th century. This would be in like the early post-Talmudic period, which absorbed a lot of Jewish scholars and scholars from other places. And shortly thereafter, when Baghdad rose, there was the Beit al-Hikmah, which was open to Jews as well. So Jews enthusiastically participated in these kinds of institutions, which were solely devoted to the pursuit of higher education. In Christian lands, there were some interesting exceptions made for extremely literate Jews who were very valuable to the university enterprise, particularly in areas like the Hebrew language, which is something the Jews, of course, retained and was essential for study of the Hebrew scriptures. But it didn't always work out so well for neither the prospective faculty nor the university institution. For example, Eliyahu Levita was invited to teach in Paris in the 15th century, but he refused because Paris was still closed to Jews, and he didn't want to be the only one there with some kind of residency permit. The major exception for much of the medieval period is Italy. And Italy was incredibly kind to Jewish students. The great universities of Bologna, Ferrara, Pavia, Perugia, Pisa, Rome, Siena, and especially Padua invited Jews or allowed Jews to attend. So much so that when they graduated and went back to their home countries to practice, typically medicine, the term Italian doctor basically meant Jews. Just like in roughly the same period, the term Portuguese merchant also meant Jew. It was kind of like a euphemism for it. There were, to be sure, discriminatory practices in these universities as well. Jews were forced to pay higher tuition, higher fees. There were certain kind of humiliations, like on Christmas they had to give all of the Christian students a bag of candy in Padua and things like that. The Jews would still generally be forced to wear distinctive clothing, like distinctive hats that separated them from Christian students and so on. But by and large, Jews were very happy to even have the opportunity to study in these institutions of higher education. This all really changes from the 18th century onward. There is increasing pressure from the Enlightenment to admit Jews without demanding that they convert to Christianity before they teach and certainly before they study. Interesting example is one Isaac Abraham Neufeld, who was an instructor of Hebrew, and the University of Königsberg rejected his application to teach Hebrew there over the objections of the great Immanuel Kant, who is, of course, the most famous son of Königsberg, who refused to sign off on the Senate of the university's decision to not admit Professor Eichel to teach Hebrew again. Everything changes really on a legal basis when the Austrian Emperor Joseph II issued the Patent of Toleration in 1782, which formally allowed Jews to attend public school. Again, this is around the time when universal public education just begins to get rolling, and Jews were, under the Patent of Toleration, allowed to apply to universities as well. Application is not the same as admission, and progress was slow, but nevertheless, on a legal basis, Austria formally allowed Jews to attend institutions of higher education. By the time you get to the end of the 19th century, there are so many Jews who are active in all kinds of areas that are burgeoning and developing new departments of study in psychology, in sociology, experimental physics, linguistics, that the idea of blocking Jews who were really at the forefront of many of these fields, sometimes actually creating these fields, made this whole idea seem silly. And so by the time you get to the early 20th century, Jews are being admitted to universities in much higher numbers. Perhaps the greatest resurgence of a threat to Jewish participation in higher education came with the advent of fascism, however. The Nazi regime passed just months after Hitler came to power on April 25th, 1933. By the way, I have to be recording this video anniversary of that date. The so-called law against overcrowding in schools and universities. The law, which was against overcrowding, really meant against too many schools and universities. A very, very low threshold of how many Jews could also attend the classes. No, Jews were at that time just 0.8% of the population of Germany. Nevertheless, there was a strong urge very early on in the Nazi regime to keep them out of higher education. By 1939, they would not be allowed to attend at all. In Poland, heavily influenced by the integral nationalism that was emanating from Western Europe, they instituted ghetto benches, which was a segregated area at the back of lecture halls where Jewish students were forced to sit during lectures. Some bizarre discrimination against Jewish medical students, whereas they were required to source their own cadavers for dissection from the Jewish community, as opposed to general students who could use whatever bodies we were donated to science or, were otherwise sourced by the university for research. And we have this also, though, in the communist realm. One of the most bizarre episodes in a very bizarre period of time. The early Soviet Union tried to do away with all bourgeois educational models, and they actually tried to have the universities run by the students themselves. Kind of ironic when you see the People's University of Science poking up in some of these Ivy League schools. And they wanted to put students in charge. Why should professors be in charge? This was considered an absurd effort, and it was doomed to failure because you can't put undergraduates in charge of undergraduates and hope that students will actually make progress. But nevertheless, it also was another opportunity to persecute Jews and remove them from teaching positions in the Soviet Union as well. It also chilled, for a very long time, the efforts of Jews in the Soviet Union to pursue degrees in certain fields, which were like ideologically suspect. I have many colleagues who studied in the Soviet Union and received their doctorates in fields that were far away from Jewish history. And then once the Soviet Union fell apart, they actually went and they retrained because what they wanted to study was Jewish history. So this should give you just some kind of how we got to where we are at today. What I began this video with was a statement that we are at the end, sadly, of an anomalous period in Jewish history. That we're at the end of a very happy bubble where Jews were more tolerated, where there was a honeymoon for Jews. Unfortunately, everything seems to be pointing in the opposite direction right now. We are at the cusp of a new form of anti-Semitism, as I understand it, which will call for now anti-Israelism. And this anti-Israelism does not live within the parameters of normal criticism of any other country. Now, please don't get me wrong. There is lots of room to criticize Israel. And in fact, until October 6th, disagreeing with Israeli politics is basically a national sport in Israel, and it is an amateur sport outside of Israel as well. There's lots of room for legitimate dissent, criticism, and so on, and it is a very vigorous democracy that allows for that to happen. But what's happening on many campuses today seems quite different. I'd like to outline now 4 basic ways in which today's protests go beyond the normal descent of young people in an artificial environment like university into something which sadly resembles cruder anti-Semitism. First of all, calls for violence. And it goes without saying, of course, actual violence. Universities should not tolerate any intimidation of any student. No student should feel fear for their physical well-being by entering the campus. They should be able to stand and listen to someone else's argument. They should be able to offer their own counter-argument, all within the parameters of normal speech. Saying things like the next target of Al-Qassam, or holding up signs, or saying things like Intifada revolution is the only solution. We'll get to point 2 about that in just a second. But open calls for violence are absolutely inappropriate and certainly constitute, in my humble opinion, a form of reason. Secondly, and it pains me to say this about the university environment, where we're dedicated to higher education, but there is an incredible degree of ignorance about the basic history of this region. A deep level of ignorance that is so profound that it's hard not to see it as willful. And when you combine this incredible degree of ignorance with what appears to be a complete moral apathy and inability to empathize with the suffering of people on either side of this conflict, that becomes incredibly dangerous. I see it especially when talking about the hostages. My social media feed is full of these videos where people will interview students and, okay, they don't know the geography of river and the sea farms, so, but when they ask them straight up questions like, should Hamas release the hostages, and they can't give clear yes answer, that astounds me. How can they possibly conceive that it is acceptable to kidnap children, women, the elderly, civilians, and then hold them as hostages, hiding behind human shields? It's just mind-boggling that rational people can actually think that that is acceptable. So that definitely tilts over into anti-Semitism, whether they know it or not. Third, a refusal to countenance so-called normalizers, meaning people, typically Muslims, by the way, who want to tone down the rhetoric. You know, like they have these red lines, like they call them Dawabi, something like that, which basically says various principles, and they're saying that anyone who doesn't agree with these principles, these starting principles, we're not going to listen to you at all. I see it on my social media feed as well, when there's certain voices for peace who are arguing from the other side of this crevasse, that they want to find ways to traverse the distance, the abyss that separates us, and they are shut down by their co-religionists. I mean, that's absolutely intolerable. We need to find people who can build bridges right now. If we're serious about creating a lasting peace in the region, those are the people we need. There should be no excuse for shutting those people down. And then fourth, and we've talked about this before, so I don't want to add more to it, but this idea of selective outrage, this idea that, you know, you can be upset about things that Israel does. Jews and Israelis are frequently upset about things that Israel does, and there's room to criticize, there's room to analyze, and there's room to make recommendations. But to be only upset about things that Israel does and completely be uncaring about things that happen in the rest of the world, you know, where does that come from? You've stuck with me for quite a while in this video. We talked a little bit about history, we talked a little bit about the present moment. Let me just add one last thought. I've never seen anyone do a really good scientific study of this. I've seen a few isolated studies that seem to bear out the parameters of diseases, but it seems that most anti-Jewish violence, and I would like to suggest that maybe it's most protests by young people in general, is strongly correlated with the weather. In other words, people don't like to come out in the rainy season to protest. People don't come out in the middle of February to protest. Generally speaking, there are some interesting exceptions. But perhaps a lot of what we're seeing today is affected by the beautiful spring weather that we are enjoying here in the Northeast. And I'd like to hope then that we get some rain. Thank you very much for watching.
To hold out against the Mongols. Once Genghis realized that the Shah would not take the bait, he ordered his sons to besiege Odra with full force. With several years of experience besieging Chinese cities now behind them.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Like many of you, I've been following the protests on the campuses of many of the institutions of higher education in this country with great interest and concern. And one of the areas that I find particularly difficult is reading the perspective of Jewish participants in these protests. And so, this is stepping a little bit out of my lane as a historian, because I prefer to talk about things that happened a long time ago, and I will. If you're here for that, I will talk about some historical precedents here. But I really wanted to take a moment to speak directly to my fellow Jews who are choosing to participate in these protests and share with you some of my thoughts about how your participation fits into the larger narrative of Jewish history over the last 2 millennia. Let me say first that I think I understand your motivation. I think I understand where you're coming from and why you want so badly to participate in these demonstrations. They have little statements like "everyone is free until everyone is free," beautiful. And you are heir to the tradition of the prophets, to Isaiah, railing against corruption and oppression. This is beautiful. This is very much part of the Jewish tradition. There's no denying it. Even in the last century, the famous photographs of Abraham Joshua Heschel marching arm in arm with Martin Luther King Jr. for civil rights and things like that. I totally get it. You add to that the fact that so many of your like-minded peers have participated, and it feels like you're connected to so many people around the world doing the same thing, and you're getting validation from some of the faculty and things like that. I really understand. I can see why this would be like a moving moment. Maybe you think to yourself that one day I'll tell my grandchildren about where I was in the summer of 2024. That might be true. Let me just take some of your time, however, to tell you why I think respectfully that this is not the protest that you should be participating in. There are other ways, better ways for you to voice your opinion than to be specifically joining yourself in this one. Let's just do a little bit of history, separating from the immediate concerns of the present moment, and we'll come back to it in a second. I want to point out to you that there's a long, long history of Jews, usually individual Jews, stepping away from mainstream Jewish communities in order to participate in movements that have a much larger social capital. Recall, of course, that Jews have been a minority for 2 millennia. We have lived in sometimes very hostile environments, sometimes predominantly Muslim, sometimes predominantly Christian, and it is a natural human desire to not be part of the minority, not to stand out, to say, why are we oppressed by the larger community? Maybe they're right and we're wrong. And that first step out of the community is so affirming for much of Jewish history. there are all kinds of people on the Muslim side, on the Christian side. And of course, we're talking now about a secular moment. We'll get to that in a second. But within the medieval period and in the early modern period, there's so much of a huge amount of love given to Jews who step over the line and join the larger intellectual currents of the day. And we have many examples in this story of these Jews who be tokens, who essentially jump the fence, and then they end up making a career out of denouncing their fellow Jews. Tens of them are very well known in Jewish history, but there are probably thousands, maybe tens of thousands, or much lesser known individuals. A few examples, like Nicholas Doman, who was a yeshiva century, Paris. He didn't get along with his rabbi, and he decided to convert to Christianity, and then he ended up denouncing the Talmud to the Pope, and ultimately succeeded in having a massive number, 24 wagon loads of precious Talmudic manuscripts publicly burned, and initiating an attack on Jewish religion that would last for centuries. Another example, Anton Margarita. His father was a very important rabbi in 16th century Poland. You know, we don't know much about that whole family dynamic, but he also decided to step away, and then he ended up writing these incredibly scurrilous treatments of Judaism that were extremely popular with non-Jewish readers and had a huge influence on the later anti-Semitic movement right up until the 20th century. In the case of Margarita, by the way, not only did he convert first to Catholicism, he later converted again to Protestantism, because one of the things that happens inevitably with these people is they get an initial amount of support and love and affirmation, and then that fades away, and then they're looking around saying, what happened to all the love? They end up doing it multiple times. We have several examples of Jews who make a career out of converting to Catholicism after the Inquisition, and then reverting back, and then converting again, and each time getting a bump socially from the people around. How much more so is that true in our era, when so much emphasis is placed on what one of my sons called clout, the visibility on Instagram and likes and things like that. I'm too old to really understand this properly, but I do get the general sense of what's going on. And I think the parallel to all this love, which we see in the media today, all of these op-eds written by people saying things like, I'm a Jew, and that's why I'm participating in the protest, or I'm a Jew, and here's how I see the protest as a fulfillment of the Jewish wish, and so on. And I have to tell you, for someone who is deeply embedded in the Jewish wish, those are very cringe-worthy. Perhaps the saddest of all of them, in my humble opinion, is a man named Ernst Lüsau, who was born in 1882, and a Jewish man who was a huge German patriot. During World War I in particular, he was an exceptionally talented writer of songs and poems that were very patriotic, and they were extremely popular. Some of them were called Gott strafe England, God will punish England, or Hasse Gesang gegen England, a hate song against England, of course in the context of Germany fighting England. And initially he was like a darling of all of these right-wing German patriots. But after a while, they began to tire of him. They found him too shrill, literally too Jewish, and he found himself cast aside by the community that he wanted to attach himself to so dearly. Jews, on the other hand, saw his undying pro-German stance, especially as we get into the late 20s and early 30s. When Hitler comes to power, they see his attitude as one of fundamental betrayal. And he later wrote, shortly before his own death, to the Germans, I am a Jew, not just a German. To the Jew, I am a German, faithless to Israel. These are all kind of cautionary. I know what you're thinking. I'm not in that category. I'm fighting for right is right. I'm fighting against oppression and all these things. You don't have to take my word for it. Please use your intelligence. I have 4 basic suggestions that I would like you to just think about before you participate in the protest. First of all, of course, Jews sympathize with the suffering of Palestine.
The onslaught of the IDF is terrifying. But ask yourself, ask your associates, is this really the fault of the IDF or the fault of Hamas? Hamas, after all, precipitated this with their brutal attack, breaking the ceasefire of October 6th, massacring over 1,000 people and kidnapping over 200 people, many of whom still remain in captivity. Now, this long history didn't start on October 7th or October 6th. It goes back much further, and I'll talk about that in point 3. But you have to ask yourself, if you were Israel, what would you do after October 7th? Ask politely, what exactly does, how do you live with over 200 of your family members held in brutal captivity, raped, abused, starved? How are you supposed to do this? I don't know. I'm not in charge of the country. But I will tell you, I don't think their reaction is irrational. They're trying to get the hostages back. Second, please note, there is no contradiction between wishing peace, prosperity, and self-determination for both Israelis and Palestinians. But you can have that desire at the same time. Many Israelis do. And as we see, many American Jews do as well. We all like to have peace. Peace involves no more cross-border attacks and no more kidnapping of people. You know, if this is all true, here's the question. Why are protesters calling for the destruction of Israel? Either literally or figuratively, with statements like from the river to the sea, which means wipe out Israel and make it Palestine. And you see that graphically all the time with the images of the state of Israel colored with the Palestinian flag. Why does Israel have to disappear? Now, a lot of people will say anti-Zionism is not the same thing as anti-Semitism. And that's technically true. But the fact is, anti-Zionism is almost always a hiding place for anti-Semitism. Have a look, for example, at this chart that shows this is from the Pew Research Report studying American Jews. It was published in 2020 based on a 2013 survey. The numbers, I think, are pretty much the same today. 87% of American Jews say caring about Israel is either essential or important to Jewish identity. Only 12% say it's not important. Maybe you're inside that 12%. I don't know. I hope not. But most American Jews are Zionists. They care about Israel. Also, by the way, note that 61% of American Jews believe that a peaceful two-state solution is possible. That means both Israel and Palestine living side by side in peace and prosperity. Now, why isn't there more protest for that than destroy Israel and make it all Palestine? 3, please get educated on history. Go back before October 8th to be sure. I have some resources on my channel, but you don't have to look at my material. Look at lots of material. There are certain books and so on which I would not recommend. If you want something that I think is moderate, something that I disagree with occasionally, but I think is a fairly middle-of-the-road account, have a look at Benny Morris's Righteous Victims. Really important study that will give you some sophisticated idea. But read widely. Go ahead. Use your intelligence. You're at these institutions of higher education. You should be able to do this. Finally, please talk to other Jews who choose to support Israel. Hear them out. Go to your Chabad house, go to your Hillel house. Tell them what you think. Tell them, I'm upset about this, I'm upset about that. I don't think this is right. Have the conversation. Just don't rely on your Instagram feed for perspective on this highly complex issue.
I want to conclude by telling you that I thought a lot about you.
Genghis Khan leaves behind a legacy as one of the
I'm
greatest
sure you're
conquerors
familiar
in
with
world
the
history.
section in the
After
Haggadah
imagining
which
a
speaks
new
about
level
the
of
four
obscurity to
sons,
take control
right?
of
The
the
wise
Egyptian
son,
plan,
the wicked son,
Genghis had
the
to
simple
fight
son,
bitter
the son who
campaigns
does
to
not know
eliminate
how
his
to
rivals
act.
and unite the
And
tribes of
the
Mongolia
Haggadah
into a
goes
single
through each of
state.
them, and
He
there's
went
a
on to
very,
conquer
very
much
fine
of
difference
northern
between
China
the first
before
two
turning
sons.
his hordes
If you look
west
at the text
and
here of the
vanquishing
Haggadah, you can see
Kublai
that it says, Chacham Mahu Omer, the wise son, what does he say?
His successes
Mah
were achieved
Eduta Chufim
because of
Mishpatim
three
Asher
factors.
Tzila Hashem
Firstly,
Elokeinu Et
he
Lechem.
managed to unite
What
the
are all
traditionally
these various
divided
rules
tribes
that
of the
God
Asian steppe
commands
into a
you?
formidable army.
And then the wicked
Secondly,
son
he took advantage
says
of the
almost the
military
same thing.
machine
He says,
that
Rasha
Mongolian
Mahu
cavalry
Omer, the wicked son,
archers
what does he
riding
say?
swiftly on
Maha
horseback
Avoda
across
Hazot
Asia constituted
Lachem.
and was a
What is
formidable
this
general
worship
himself,
to
one who
you?
showed his
And
adaptability
the difference
while
between
adopting
these two
Chinese
questions,
siege
the first one, of
engines,
course, asks
leading
lots
his
of
armies
details,
with relative
different
speed.
kinds of commandments. This one just asks it in the collective, but nevertheless, really the emphasis between the two passages is in the word used and translated in English simply as you. In the case of the Chacham, the word that's used is etzem, which is one form of saying you in this particular grammatical construction. And over here, the word used is lachem, to you. The difference between the wise son and the wicked son is so tiny. It betrays, as you see in the text here, a fundamental distinction between the wise son who still includes himself within the Jewish world, even though he does not understand what's going on. And the wicked son does not understand what's going on, but chooses to separate himself from the community. That's the real tiny difference between the two. But it's really important to remember that the Russia, the wicked son, is still at the table. Who is not at the table?
Please let us know in the comment section.
The son who is still underground.
Thank you very much for watching.
Probably lies. And that's who we have to focus on. We have to get back our families, to get back our sons and our daughters. I hope you found this video useful. I hope you will take up my suggestions and speak to some intelligent people so you can get a sense of perspective on this. And I hope that next Passover we should all celebrate together our families. Thank you very much. So let us begin with a very basic question. If we want to look at the history of the current conflict in particular between Israelis and Palestinians, when do we begin? I'm going to spend a very short amount of time going through a blinding review of the relevant moments in this history from the Bronze Age, really. And then we're going to slow down considerably when we get to the 19th century. So when precisely does this begin? One might say perhaps that the entire story begins with the episodes surrounding this particular coin, the infamous Judaic Apta coin, one of some dozen odd similar coins minted by the Roman Empire to celebrate the capture of Judea. That's the Roman name for the province that occupied much of what is today called the State of Israel. And the imagery here is unmistakable. In the center is a balsam pine, which is one of the great exports of the land of Israel in antiquity. And on the left is a large looming soldier after the battle as some kind of centurion. He's got his foot on his helmet because he no longer has to worry. His enemy is totally defeated. And on the right is a grieving woman with her head in her hands, lamenting the fate of her capture by Rome. And this represents the beginning of the great Roman diaspora, that is the exile of the Jews from the land of Israel in approximately the year 70. There is a widespread misconception that all Jews left the land of Israel in the year 70. In fact, that's not at all true. There was a very significant number of Jews that lived there throughout the entire period, and even though it dwindled to a tiny fraction for part of the medieval period, there nevertheless always was a presence of Jews continuously in the land of Israel. But nevertheless, this represents a massive turning point, because this represents the point where Jews are significantly invested in a worldwide diaspora, a galut, to use the Hebrew term meaning exile, that continued up until the present day. Israel is, of course, at the center of our imagination in many ways, particularly in Western civilization. You can see in this remarkable map, very creative and innovative map created by Heinrich Bünting, who was a 16th century Protestant theologian, who wasn't especially good at being a theologian, but he really enjoyed making maps, and he made some beautiful maps. This so-called cloverleaf map shows the land of Israel with Jerusalem at the center, in the middle of a cloverleaf, the three continents of Europe, Asia, and Africa that all meet at its center. And it seems when you open up the news today that Israel is in fact at the center of our attention always. This is not a new phenomenon. So if we were to really begin the story, we would have to begin with the Bible, which is the key document, the foundational document of Western civilization. And of course, it describes the relationship of the ancestors of the Jewish people with the land of Israel. However, obviously not everyone holds with the Bible as a valid historic source, and I think that's a challenge to using that text. So let us, for the sake of argument, go to the first biblical reference, and it would be this document here, which is actually a large stone obelisk. It stands about 15 feet high. It's the so-called Merneptah stele, which is a victory slab. In Hebrew, it would be called matseva. So it looks like a gravestone, but it's really a commemorative slab that describes the victories of the pharaoh Merneptah, who was the 13th son of the Pharaoh Ramses II, and that's especially ironic because Ramses II, according to many scholars, is the unnamed pharaoh in the book Exodus. At any rate, on this particular Merneptah stele, Merneptah lists all of his various victories and various battles throughout the region, and at the very bottom, in a region which is highlighted there, you can see there's one phrase that says, "Israel is wasted, its seed is no more." This is the very first reference to the people of Israel in history outside of the biblical text. It is, of course, ironic, I get it, that the very first thing that anyone says about Jews in history is going to be a negative statement. But what this statement meant to say was that Merneptah went through this rampage throughout the region, and among the many peoples that he destroyed along the way was the people Israel. They would no longer trouble the world because Merneptah had destroyed them. And like Mark Twain might have said, the obituary was somewhat premature because the descendants of that people Israel, of course, are still with us today. But nevertheless, this is the first reference we have to the people of Israel in the land of Israel, and it dates back to the 13th century. As the biblical account describes it, the Jews settled them. And by the way, I'm referring to them as Jews, although they would not have referred to themselves as Jews until somewhat later. The biblical account has them settling in the land of Israel and in the land of Jordan and also Lebanon, according to a map, something like this. And note here that there's another people, of course, also dating back to the Bronze period, called the Philistines. It's a region right around Gaza. I know the ironies are tremendous. The Philistines are not related to contemporary Palestinians, except etymologically. It means in terms of their name. The Philistines were actually a sea people who settled on the coast. They were especially noted for 5 cities: Gaza, Ashkelon, Ashdod, Ekron, and Gat. They're described repeatedly in the Bible, usually in terms of a conflict with their neighbors, the children of Israel. then moving on through the history, there is described in the Bible a massive golden age with some fantastic kings like Saul. David was shown here in this slab, the Tel Dan stele found in the north of Israel, that has in the chopped-in area written in Paleo Hebrew the words Beit David, the house of David. And then following that, after the kingdom of Solomon ended, there was a civil war and a division of the land to two kingdoms, that of Israel proper in the north and Judah in the south. The kingdom of Israel, which was based in Samaria, which had broken off from the central kingdom in Judah, according to the books of Samuel and Kings, was later invaded by the Assyrians, and much of their population was spirited away to places in Lebanon, Syria, Turkey, and in Iraq and Iran. These are the so-called 10 lost tribes. We're not precisely lost, but certainly a large percentage of them were taken away and then eventually, most likely, assimilated into the peoples they live with. The kingdom of Judah remained, however, but in 586 they were attacked by the Babylonians, and this is when you have the great Babylonian exile as well. So the Jews now have been exiled twice from their lands. They would return some 7 decades later, and they would rebuild the destroyed temple a second time. But this is our next reference to the Palestinians in the literature. And again, it's not necessarily referring to the people who today don't call themselves the Palestinians, but the name Palestine goes back to this 5th century document in the historian Herodotus, who refers to the term Palestine as a region on the coast, around the same region we saw earlier with the Philistines, and there are people living there who are originally sea peoples. The name Palestine as a geographic locator was actually reintroduced to the area after Emperor Hadrian fought the second great war against the Jewish people in the land of Israel. The Jews by this point have been taken over by the Greeks. They rebelled against the Greeks and they reestablished their sovereignty. That's, of course, celebrated in the holiday of Hanukkah. And then the Romans came in and they conquered the region, and they remained there for quite some time until the year 70, when there was a great revolt, which resulted in the expulsion of many people from the land of Israel. Josephus, the great historian of the era, estimates 100,000 people were shipped off in boats to Rome at this point. But there were significant numbers still left behind in the land of Israel, such that they could rebel in the year 115, and then once again under Bar Kokhba in the year 135. This was during the period of Emperor Hadrian, who had to spend 2 to 3 years working against this very determined guerrilla movement until finally he could crush the rebellion at Beitar and finally take over the country completely. It was at this point that Hadrian made a concerted effort to completely wipe out any historical connection between the Jewish people and that region. He renamed the city of Jerusalem, for example, after himself, Haile Capitolina. At this point, the temple had already been razed some 6 decades earlier, and it was treated as a refuse dump. And the entire region he renamed, no longer keeping the word Judea, which the Romans had used earlier, which has obviously connections to Judeos, the Jews. He renamed it after the historical enemies of the Jewish people, the Palestinians, or I shouldn't say Palestinians, the Philistines. And here you can see this is what the Romans called the region, Syria Palestina. It was called Syria because the capital of the region was actually not there. It was a little further to the north in Syria. And part of the land of Israel was in the province of Arabia, and part of it even in the province of Egypt. So Hadrian's attempt was to completely get rid of any references historical to the Jewish people in the land, and he took the name Palestine in order to try and subvert that name. So that's how we get the name Palestine, which as we shall see was used by Jews without any problem later on, so much so that we have the great document authored in the 4th century known as the Palestinian Talmud. And it is not a Talmud written by anyone other than Jews, but nevertheless it's called the Palestinian Talmud to many. It's also called sometimes, by the way, the Jerusalem Talmud, but it was not written in Jerusalem, so that's also a bit of a misnomer. At any rate, that takes us through the ancient period. In the medieval period, we still have the Jews living in the land of Israel, as I mentioned, but we also have a significant diaspora developing first in Asia Minor, which would be today primarily Turkey, and then throughout the Mediterranean basin, with major centers in Rome, significant centers in Greece, and burgeoning centers even as far as Spain and Provence. The Christian movement is also growing at this time. In this particular map, you see little starbursts where there are strong Christian communities. Quite often, Christian communities are established where Jewish communities already exist. And this movement, of course, would grow significantly. But we still have lots of examples of Jewish civilization continuing in the land of Israel. It was at this time that the Jews really adopted the idea of the synagogue, which pre-existed the destruction of the temple, meaning that people still like to have local places of worship. We have, for example, this remarkable document, which is a plaque. Yes, the ancient synagogues also had plaques, just like they do today. And this is the Theodotus inscription, which essentially is written in Greek, and it tells people how Theodotus made a major donation to build the synagogue and the plumbing and all kinds of things in the guest house. And it dates to approximately the 1st century before the Common Era. The land, particularly in the north, where Jews were exiled to when Hadrian wiped out the Bar Kokhba rebels in the south, the land is studded with some ancient synagogues of this period, known as the Byzantine era. This is a particularly beautiful one at Hamat Tiberia in the north, and it has this gorgeous mosaic with a zodiac in the middle of it. And you can see that even though this was built some 300 years after the destruction of the temple, it is decorated with many elements that refer to the practice of the rituals in the temple, indicating just how closely the Jews wanted to hew to their ancient traditions in the land of Israel. A major change in the region occurs in the 7th century when Islam is born in the south, in the cities of Mecca and Medina. And it proves to be an extremely persuasive ideology, backed with military force, but it was a body of ideas that really appealed to many throughout the region, and it spread with remarkable rapidity, such that in just a little over a century, this new religion stretched all the way from the Atlantic to Central Asia, Afghanistan and Pakistan, taken over by Islamic movements. Israel, of course, was taken over fairly early because of its proximity to Mecca and Medina. And the early Muslim and Jews had a few moments of very significant conflict. Sometimes they are referenced even today in the conflict, a particular war in a region called Khaybar, which is especially dire for the Jews. But ultimately, Jews settled in under Islamic rule fairly well. The reason for this are several. First is that Judaism and Islam are actually fairly similar in terms of their structure, their ideas. In fact, Judaism is actually closer to Islam than it is to Christianity in terms of its, common cultural vocabulary. Kashrut is not the same as halal, but the idea of a dietary regimen, of certain kinds of restrictions on how animals are slaughtered and so on, that is something they share. The value of tzniut, of modesty, they may approach it to different degrees and have slightly different definitions, but they both have the notion that such a thing exists. In general, Islam, like Judaism, is more of a practice-based religion, meaning you are measured by what you do. Whereas Christianity, well, of course, that's important to Christianity as well, is much more measured by what you believe. By contrast, Judaism and Islam do not have the same amount of emphasis on belief vis-a-vis practice. And in this way, although they were not identical, they could at least speak the same language. Halakha and Sharia are both all-encompassing law systems that govern all aspects of life: civil, religious, ritual, criminal, something you don't have the same in Christian world. So where we see that coming to a pragmatic implementation is that Islam, through a document known as the Pact of Umar, which claims to be somewhat earlier, but is probably from the 9th century, was essentially a document that laid out what are Jewish privileges and responsibilities as a minority in Muslim society. Jew, the status of dhimmi, meaning a protected people, which also means essentially a second-class people because they did not have the same rights as Muslims. And they suffered a list of disabilities, which were mainly symbolic in nature, like not bearing arms, not riding horses, things like that, riding donkeys instead. Sometimes assigned colors. The idea of the Jewish badge actually originated in Muslim culture. And sometimes there were economic penalties as well. Jews could not build new synagogues, but they could repair old ones and so on. And on the one hand, for a 21st century approach, this is, obviously intolerable. It's a second-class status. It's discriminatory. But within a medieval culture, it was actually something that the Jews valued because it represented order. And as a tiny minority, and often in a very hostile cultural environment, the Jews need to know that whatever the laws are, even if they are mildly discriminatory, as long as they are enforced, then they are safe. They know they can rely on the government to enforce the rules of the Pact of Umar. No one is allowed to run rampage. There's no pogroms, things like that. Those are the kinds of things that Jews are especially concerned about. We can speak more about this if you like in the question session, but one of the great high points of the Muslim-Jewish coexistence, which can be somewhat exaggerated. There were definitely moments of persecution. There was definitely punctuations of violence. There were even some forced conversions, something like the Inquisition and a few expulsions as well. But compared to Christian Europe, it was a far, far better place to live in general. We're talking about a massive place to live all the way from Spain to Afghanistan. But the high point is sometimes called la convivencia, which means literally the coexistence, which is a period of about 100 or 200 years in medieval Spain, where Jews reached phenomenal heights in their activities and were granted tremendous privileges and exercised significant power. One case in point, Shmuel ibn Nagrela, a Jewish man, served as the general of the Muslim army of Granada for 16 years. A practicing Jew, a learned Jew, actually serving as a Muslim general. That simply doesn't happen anymore. So that takes us basically up to the eve of modernity, which was where much also, I have one more thing to say, sorry. I should mention, by the way, this Pact of Umar is kind of ideal, Jews living as a minority. That's kind of like what you hear in the rhetoric today in some of the protests that, if Israel were to, God forbid, disappear from the map, then the Jews who live there would be accepted as dhimmi, and this is kind of like an ISIS model for a modern caliphate and how Jews would fit into it. Not sure how comfortable it will be. There are several Muslim empires, 3 in particular, that vie for power over the next millennium. The one that's most important to us is the Ottoman Empire that lasted for 700 odd years. And as you can see here, it encompasses the entire Eastern Mediterranean, much of the area of the former Byzantine Empire. And one of the things that's especially noteworthy in terms of the history of the Jews and their conflict with the other peoples living there is that it was under the Ottomans that there was a huge influx of Jewish refugees from the Spanish expulsion of 1492 and also later the Portuguese migrations that brought many Jews in particular to the region of Tzfat in northern Israel, where a concentration of these post-exile Jews, which in many ways were kind of like Lahavdil, a post-Holocaust generation, first and second generation people who either remembered themselves or remembered their parents having come out of Spain after living there with such success for hundreds of years. and they established a phenomenal center of mystical activity. This is where the Holy Ramak, the great Alphabets lived, and the great Arizal came out from Egypt actually to join the Jews living in Sfat at the time. So it was one of the high points of Jewish civilization over the period that it was controlled by the Muslims. And now we are at the eve of modernity, and this is where the story gets much more complicated and much more relevant for us today. We go to, let's say, the year 1850. Now, it's still the Ottoman Empire. The population at that time has just a tiny number of Jews. About 4% of the population are Jewish. Muslims and Jews make up about 88%. This is not a precise number because we don't have very good statistics. It's based only on those who are Ottoman subjects as opposed to people who had transitory status there. But nevertheless, it gives you a sense that there's just a tiny sliver of Jews in the overall demographic pie. But then in the 1880s, that begins to shift with a movement called Bilu, which originates in the region of Odessa in particular, in modern-day Ukraine. These are a group of Jews who begin to view the possibility of returning to the land of Israel in order to settle there, which for much of the diaspora's history was considered a very meritorious act. Sometimes people would go there to be buried. Sometimes people would go there because they were exiled, like Nachmanides, for example. You have travelers who will make their way there. But you don't have, with a few minor exceptions, like a group of about 300 Jews from the region of France in the time of Tosfot, you don't have very many large organized groups of Jews heading down there. Another major Ashkenazi movement in the 1700s, but it really gets serious in the 1880s when Bilu, influenced by many of the other national movements that are growing at the time, begin to say, wait a minute, why don't we go there? Why don't we resurrect the land? Why don't we begin farming there? And with the backing of some wealthy Jews like the Baron de Rothschild, they actually begin to set up some of these farming communities in the land of Israel, Petach Tikva and elsewhere, with varying degrees of success. But at this point, the immigration of Jews who are now, after 2,000 years of exile, are beginning to trickle back. It's not making a huge demographic dent. It would change significantly, however. If you look at this graph, this shows the relative proportions of Muslims, Jews, Christians, and others in the land of Israel in the first half of the 20th century. And as you can see, Jews remain a minority, but a significantly increasing minority over this period of time. And Muslims also increase. And this is because, just like we have in the 7th century, a major influx of Arabs to the region with the growth of Islam, with the improved economics occurring in the first half of the 20th century, as large part due to the presence of the British and of Jewish finance coming into the region to build up the area. You have a lot more employment possibilities, and you have a significant number of Arabs and Muslims from around the region moving into the land of Israel. This complicates the story as well, as we shall see. But this is the era when, just to give you another example of how the term Palestine has been so transvalued, this is a Jewish National Fund promotional poster saying, hey, help him, obviously a Jewish farmer, because it has written the same thing in Yiddish underneath, help him build Palestine. This was the kind of heroic era of early settlers of the land of Israel, thinking that they would be able to enter the land without much difficulty. It would not turn out to be so. So now let's move to the history of Zionism in Israel, and then I'm going to take a step back and look at Palestinian nationalism, which also fits in chronologically. I'd like to begin, here's an example of another Jewish National Fund poster, which has kind of like that heroic, muscular look to it, of this idea of a nation reborn, like a different kind of Jew coming to the land, rolling up his sleeves, muscular, and farming the land, as opposed to necessarily being, the stereotype of the ghetto Jew, living, very pale and with lots of books and texts, but no familiarity with the traditional art of agriculture. The increasing presence of Jews in the region began to alarm some of the Arab notables. The term notables are used for the intelligentsia, the intellectual aristocracy of Palestinians who were not using that term at the beginning of the 20th century, although the region was called in Arabic Philistin. And there was a newspaper that was started about that time as well. But they began to view with some alarm the direction of Jewish migration that could significantly shift the demographics of the region and in fact could change the political and social status quo. So one man, Yusuf Dia al-Din Pasha al-Khalidi, who is actually, by the way, the grandfather of Professor Khalidi at Columbia University, a noted expert in the region, he decided to write to Theodor Herzl, shown in the center of this image, who was the father of modern political Zionism. Theodor, I'm sure many of you are familiar with the story, is an Austrian journalist, very assimilated, but he covered the infamous Dreyfus trial in France and was astounded with the level of anti-Semitism in France, which was the first country to fully emancipate its Jews in 1791. And he, seeing anti-Semitism unleashed against Captain Dreyfus, said that, this is the Jews must have a land for their refuge. Jews must have a place where they can live. And so until he passed away in 1904, he was incredibly energetic about traveling world capitals to speak to leaders and to argue for the land in the land of Israel to a Jewish national home. And so he was the face of political Zionism. Unlike the Bilu movement, he was not religious. And in fact, at one point, he even thought that perhaps conversion might be a solution for the problem of anti-Semitism. He abandoned that idea very early. But at any rate, al-Khalidi said, I'm going to write directly to Herzl and say this is a dangerous thing. And he wrote a very beautiful and polite letter in French, which was the diplomatic language of the era, sending it to the chief rabbi of France, Rabbi Tzadok Khan. And he wrote to him here, I'll look at one section. The idea of Zionism is totally natural, beautiful, and just. Who can contest the rights of the Jews to Palestine? My God, historically, it's certainly your country. An oft-quoted passage from this particular letter. Nevertheless, the letter goes on to say, but although this would be a wonderful thing for Jews and for humanity, the truth is it would cause such unrest in the land of Israel. Well, of course, he didn't call it that. It would cause such unrest, and it really should not happen. And you have to take other steps. You have to find other solutions for this. Herzl responded, also very politely, and I won't go into great detail here, but he somehow missed the basic thrust of al-Khalidi's message, which suggested that it was all about status quo and about the mindset of the Muslim peoples living in the region who would not take well to the idea of Jewish sovereignty within a traditional Muslim land. And Herzl understood it more in economic terms. He wrote, who would think to remove them? Meaning, do you think we're trying to kick out the local population? Not at all. It is their own well-being, their own individual wealth that we will improve by bringing our own. In other words, Herzl was saying, oh, don't worry. The standard of living will rise as there will be more foreign investment, there will be more jobs, there will be more industry, and Muslims living there will have tremendous peace and prosperity, and it'll be fine, even under Jewish sovereignty, no problem. And they're kind of like speaking at different levels, and ultimately it turned out that it was al-Khalidi who was the most, prescient and prophetic about what would ultimately come to pass. The history of how that came to be so involves the British, of course. The Ottoman Empire was teetering at the very last days of its existence, and all of the great powers were poring over maps with rulers and drawing borders and saying, I'm going to take a piece of this and you're going to take a piece of that. And England decided to back the Zionist movement for many reasons. and promise the land of Israel to Jewish settlement. This is the document known as the Balfour Declaration, named for Lord Balfour, who wrote it to to Lord Rothschild. And you can see the inset paragraph. It says, "His Majesty's government," meaning the British government, "view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this object." At this point, Jews were just wild with excitement. Finally, it's going to come to pass. The 2,000-year-old exile will end. But they didn't read the next part of the paragraph, which says, "It being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine." So in other words, we're going to do this for the Jews, but we also do not want to offend the local Muslims as well. And this is typical for much of the Mandate period, where the British would promise one thing to the Jews, another thing to the Arabs, and it was impossible to maintain. But nevertheless, politically, militarily, they took over the region at the end of World War I, and they were able to ask the United Nations for a mandate, which means the United Nations, or the League of Nations as it was called then, said to the British, "Okay, you will control the region until we work out a solution for how this is all going to work out with the various peoples who are laying claim to the land." And then the violence began. The cycle of violence, which continues to this day, it is something which is absolutely horrific, and you know, the entire land is soaked with the blood of people who died needlessly in these horrific eruptions of communal violence. We could easily spend far more than the time we have today cataloging these events, and we could spend a lot of time assessing who did what first, and what was considered an escalation, and what was considered retaliation. And I don't want to spend our energy that way. Please suffice it to say that it begins on April 4th of 1920. So now we are in over a century of this back and forth of violence, which sometimes involves Arabs attacking Jews. It occasionally involves Jews attacking Arabs as well, including in our own days. And the British, you know, they don't know what to do with it. Finally, they come up with what, now reading it many years later, I think was, in my humble opinion, probably the most accurate assessment of the situation. The British are very good at putting in commissions. So they hire Earl Peel to make a commission. It's called the Peel Report. And basically he says that we have to partition the land. They're not going to share it. The Jews and the Arabs cannot live together in one state. And so therefore he recommended creating this area here, which is outlined by the red, which was more or less where you had the bulk of Jewish settlement, significant number in Jerusalem as well, and also creating this sort of like appendix-shaped thing, which was a international zone that would allow people to go from the sea to Jerusalem itself, which was to be neither Jewish nor Arab. Obviously, this is a tiny fraction of what the Jews would have hoped for, but nevertheless, the Zionist movement, known as the Yishuv at this time, the settlement, that is, the Jews living in the land at this time, were willing to accept the Peel Report. The Peel Report, by the way, goes in terms of the analysis of this to say that, if you look at the last paragraph here, an irrepressible conflict has arisen between two national communities within the narrow bounds of one small country. There is no common ground between them. Their national aspirations are incompatible. The Arabs desire to revive the traditions of the Arab Golden Age. The Jews desire to show what they can achieve when restored to the land in which the Jewish nation was born. Neither of the two national ideals permits of combination in the service of a single state. Peel also dismissed, in the other paragraph, which I won't read, the notion that prosperity would help, that putting more money into this situation would not ease the conflict because they were fundamentally incompatible. The Arabs, for their point, and I'm still referring to them as Arabs rather than Palestinians, because the term Palestinians, we shall see, really only comes into parlance in the 1960s. but they're definitely developing a national consciousness. They're definitely thinking of themselves as a part of a pan-Arab people. They seem to be singularly blessed with poor leadership, and time after time, their leaders choose to back the wrong side in global conflicts, including Haj Amin al-Husseini, who was the Mufti of Jerusalem, who is seen here in this infamous photograph with none other than Adolf Hitler. And we have examples right up to the Iraq wars and so on. But at any rate, the situation ends up in a stalemate, which is exacerbated by World War II. A white paper was issued in 1939 by yet another commission, which said that the only way to solve this is by severely limiting Jewish migration to the land of Israel to 75,000, which was a tiny number over 5 years. And of course, this was during the period of the post-Holocaust era, when there are literally hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of Jews who are seeking to come to the land of Israel, and they'll do it legally or illegally. Ultimately, there's a tremendous amount of conflict, three-way conflict between the Arabs, the Jews, and the British, and ultimately the British say, okay, that's it. And they did the same thing, by the way, in India, and they left it exactly very abruptly in 1947 as well. They handed it back to the United Nations and said, you know what, we're not going to deal with it. We can't manage these two peoples. You figure it out. The United Nations sat down and they worked out Resolution 181, which created this state based on 7 segments. The green segments would be given to the Jews for the future state of Israel. The sort of yellow and goldenrod color was to be given to the Arabs. And you can see right in the middle of the goldenrod, Jerusalem was to be an international zone ruled by neither of them. I'm sure you're all familiar with the history. At this point, the Jews accept this. The Jews say, well, it's not what we think of as the land of Israel, but we're so happy to have our own country. They accept it. They declare statehood, and 5 armies attack. Amazingly, the Jews are not only able to defend themselves, but they're even able to actually hold their own and expand the territory somewhat. Although they're not able to take all of Jerusalem, the Jewish quarter remains on the Jordanian side of the border. But this is basically what the state of Israel, now state because they've established a state in 1948, the state of Israel has these boundaries in 1949. There have been some fascinating analyses of these battles. It is rather amazing how the Jews were able to hold their own at this time, being severely outnumbered. But some have characterized it as saying it's not really David against Goliath, but maybe David against many Davids, because the Arab armies were poorly coordinated with one another, and they didn't have, well, there's a lot more to say about this, but I don't want to miss some of the more important material. So let's move on. The crucial aspect of this history for our purposes, since we're really focused on one aspect of this history, is the so-called Nakba, or catastrophe. This is a term used by Palestinians to refer to the displacement of some 750,000 Arabs from their homes in the former land of Israel. And this is where you have a tremendous amount of historiographic controversy. Why were those Arabs displaced? So on the kind of older pre-1990s Israeli historiography, there was this notion that this was an entirely voluntary departure by the local population, feeling that with all of the advance of the Arab armies, the Jews would be driven into the sea, and then they would be able to go back and not only return to their homes, but to also collect the goods of the displaced Jews. On the other hand, the Arab historiography emphasizes the violent displacement as a result of attacks on villages. And the truth, as is often the case in historical analysis, lies somewhere between those two extremes. We know of some examples of violence directed against Arab civilians. The village of Deir Yassin, of course, is infamous. And there is also something called Plan Dalet, which was essentially a military tactic that said, when the people leave a particular region, especially around, communication zones and areas where there are very narrow wastes for vehicles to go back and forth, they should not be allowed to return to their homes. The difference in interpretation is, of course, were those things like Deir Yassin and Plan Dalet, were those exceptions? Were they anomalies? Were the kinds of things that are inevitable to happen in the fog of war, or were they determined strategies? I do not believe that both of those things were determined strategies, but nevertheless, this is where the historiographic analysis between scholars engage in debate. At the end of the day, however, you have 750,000 people forced out of their homes, and I think personally, as a father and a grandfather, if there was a war happening in my region, I would consider it prudent to simply pick up and leave. That would make me a refugee, but it would also make me think of, I consciously chose this because I felt safer. There's so much more to say about this, but we have very little time. You should also remember that there was a second Nakba, to use that term, a displacement of, ironically, about the same number of Jews from Arab lands that would take place in coming years as Jews experienced tremendous degrees of anti-Semitism in countries where many of them had lived for hundreds, even thousands of years. So this is something we'll have to explore a little bit more next week. But let's now go to Palestinian nationalism. Palestinians begin to get organized. Their leader was Yasser Arafat, who was of the Palestine Liberation. And in the early 90s, realizes that, with a single native voice, descendants of the refugees would not be able to return homes. This is especially after the 6 Day, which is a hugely important development in the military history of Israel. And by the way, with this short period of time, I'm not going to go through all of the wars that Israel and her neighbors fought over the course of the last 75 years, but I will focus on this one in particular because it has lasting significance. On the left, you see what Israel looked like after 1949, after the armistice. Not a peace treaty, but an armistice, a ceasefire. And on the right, you see what happened after the literal 6 Day war. It took 6 days. Israel was threatened by troops from Egypt and Syria in particular, and elected to launch a preemptive strike before they could roll their tanks over the border. Nasser in Egypt had ordered the United Nations to remove their peacekeeping forces, and that was a signal to Israel that Egypt definitely intended to attack. And so therefore, using its largely superior air power, the Israelis were able to destroy their enemy air forces on the ground and take advantage of air superiority to not only defend themselves, but to advance the borders significantly. And what did they do with these areas? Well, the feeling was at the time that, wow, now that they've conquered such big chunks of territory, the Arab nations would say, well, this is futile. Israel is here to stay. And they would pick up the phone and they would argue for peace. And they would say, okay, let's go back to the 1949 boundaries and we'll have a peace treaty. Those phone calls did not come for over a decade. Yes, just a little bit over a decade. But they did get one from Egypt, as we shall see. So what, in the meantime, Israel decided to do with its territories is as follows. They annexed the Golan Heights and East Jerusalem. That is, the Golan Heights in the north, which have a significant military advantage because it overlooks Damascus, or if you're standing on there, you can turn around and overlook the Galil region. So they decided to simply take that, sparsely populated and so on. Jerusalem, because of its incredible spiritual and historical significance for the Jewish people, was annexed. And they said, this is our capital forever. They reunited the city, which had been divided since 1949. But these regions, the Sinai Desert, and especially the West Bank, they occupied. And this is where we get this term apartheid, which, although it has somewhat offensive connotations, and especially association with South Africa, there we have to take that term seriously, because in the West Bank in particular, and also in the Gaza Strip, which was that tiny piece that extends from the Sinai, there were well over 1 million Arabs, Palestinians. And if the regions were to be annexed, meaning made part of Israel proper and forever by right of conquest, then those people would have to be given citizenship. There are approximately 20% of Israel's population of the 1949 boundaries are not Jewish. There are Arabs, a little over 1 million Arabs living in Israel with full rights as citizens, and Israel could not extend those same rights to the. Just a second, did something happen to my Zoom? Looks like it's still working, right? Did we lose the Zoom for a second there?
No.
Oh, good. Okay, my computer just coughed a little bit. If the Israelis were to extend citizenship to the Arabs living in the West Bank and Gaza, that would seriously reduce the Jewish majority and imperil it in the future because of the very high birth rate of Arabs in these regions. And let us not forget that there's something really crucial about Israel. It tries to do two things at once, and it's very difficult to do both of them. On the one hand, as per Herzl, we saw earlier, Israel needs to be a Jewish state. It has to be a refuge for Jews fighting anti-Semitism. It has to have a Jewish character, a Jewish calendar. It has to have that Jewish element to it. Otherwise, what's the point? It could be anywhere. It could be America, Canada, Uganda, anywhere. And secondly, it wants so desperately to be a democratic state. It is fundamentally founded on Westmatic values, which means one person, one vote. It is impossible to extend citizenship to these people and keep the state Jewish. And so therefore, these people living in Gaza and the West Bank were in a kind of limbo status, a stateless status, because they were not given Israeli citizenship, and we are now coming into, since 1967, 60, 70 odd years since that event. The United Nations treated it by issuing Resolution 242, which essentially called for Israel to withdraw from the current boundaries back to 1967, and also called for the neighboring countries to stop attacking Israel. Those two things, neither of them could happen unless they both happen, and they have not happened. One state, however, was able to make a deal with Israel. On the left, you see Anwar Sadat, the three very happy men. Anwar Sadat on the left, Jimmy Carter, the American president, Anwar Sadat, the president of Egypt, and on the right, the great Prime Minister of Israel, Menachem Begin. Anwar Sadat, after another war with Israel in 1973, he calls up Menachem Begin and says, maybe we can renegotiate the Sinai. And Begin, although he was remarkably hawkish in most of his policies, he agreed to the idea, and they signed a peace treaty between Egypt and Israel that is not a warm relationship, but nevertheless has maintained itself to the present day. And in exchange, Sadat received all of the Sinai Peninsula, with one exception. He did not want to take over the Gaza Strip. The Gaza Strip, highly populated, he said, you can deal with that headache, but he took back Gaza. He took back the Sinai. For his troubles, he was later assassinated by the Muslim Brotherhood at a public event. The Muslim Brotherhood is the parent organization of Hamas. A new and significant surge of terrorism followed. The Palestinians felt that they were largely sidelined, and under Yasser Arafat's leadership, they strove to gain attention on the world stage by launching some very public on Jews all over the world. In some cases, airplane hijackings was most common. There's also the infamous attack in 1972 on athletes at the Munich Olympics, the horrific attack at Mayanot in northern Israel, and so on. And all of these things were intended to try to bring attention to the Palestinian demand for statehood. They were largely unsuccessful, although many people were tragically killed in these attacks. They did not actually result in any improvement for the Palestinian situation until the first Intifada of 1987. The term Intifada means shaking off and is invariably associated with the idea of uprising leading to revolution. In 1987, you had the beginnings of a movement which was not associated so much with Yasser Arafat, but with the Palestinians living in the West Bank in particular. And they were exceptionally good at capturing the mood of the world and conveying it through the media. This iconic photograph of a young boy throwing a rock at a heavily armored Israeli tank gives you the idea of how the David Goliath picture has been turned upside down. In order to deal with this first Intifada, which was largely civil disobedience and lower key violence, the Israelis imposed all kinds of things like checkpoints, where the huge number of Palestinians who worked in the land of Israel had to go through security before they could cross the border between the West Bank and Israel proper. Very humiliating, time-consuming, and so on. And also at the same time, we have the growth of significant numbers of settlements. Because, and I know this is no surprise for most of the people on this call, and by the way, I can see from the clock that to conclude this properly, I will need to go over time very slightly. I will stay for questions, and I apologize for the extent, but I want to explain this properly, even within such a truncated time. We should recall, of course, that Israel is a very rigorous, vigorous democracy with a wide range of political viewpoints. There are those Jews who were waiting for the phone calls to be able to trade land for peace, as the argument went, just like they did with Egypt and the Sinai. They were willing to work with Jordan to give them the West Bank. But at the same time, there are many Israelis who said, no, it's not going to happen. We should simply demonstrate facts on the ground and establish settlements in these territories to keep them for Israeli sovereignty, and despite the challenge of the large Arab populations living there. And so you can see here a very significant number of Israeli settlements are established, and the degree to which these are tolerated or not tolerated is much related to the political mood of the country and the leadership that it democratically elected at the time. This obviously would be a challenge for the so-called two-state solution, which was essentially what the Americans had largely been arguing for. A major turning point happened after the fall of the Soviet Union, which was a principal backer of the Palestine Liberation Organization. And so Yitzhak Rabin, the Israeli PM shown here on the left, reaches out to Yasser Arafat, the known terrorist leader, but nevertheless, he felt that if he did not make peace with one enemy, he would later have to make peace with 1,000 enemies, because Arafat's organization was definitely on the decline, and the Rabin felt that it would be best at this point to make peace with him while he is weak. President Bill Clinton, of course, was overjoyed to participate in the famous signing of the Accords, and for his efforts, just like Anwar Sadat before him, Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated, this time by a Jewish extremist who felt betrayed by Rabin's agreement to possibly cede territory to the Palestinians in exchange for peace. The plan that they worked out in the city of Oslo, hence this is called the Oslo Accords, was essentially to take the two territories which were occupied in 1967 and to give them to a Palestinian autonomy or a Palestinian authority, with the notion that with confidence building gestures, they would be able to develop eventually into a state, and Israel would cede that land to that state. So they created this kind of confusing map which shows the West Bank and Gaza divided into various areas. You see the person who put this map didn't spell Israel right. Sorry about that, but that's not me. These areas would have different levels of authority in the region. The Palestinians in some places would take care of municipal things like trash collection and water. In other places, they would take care of security. But the idea was that they would communicate with the Israelis to prevent terrorist attacks. Gaza was a somewhat different story. It was actually simply abandoned in 2005 by Israel, as we shall see momentarily. But while Palestinians may look at this map and say, you know, the territory is a tiny, tiny fraction of what they had before, Israelis often look at this map and say, these are the Arab League countries. There's so much territory there. Israel is this tiny little piece in the middle there. There certainly must be room for Arabs who wish to live in a Muslim land. At any rate, maybe we'll talk about that next week. Things change even more dramatically. The Oslo Accords, which characterized much of the efforts of the 1990s, they come to a halt in the 2000s with the beginning of the Second Intifada. And whereas the First Intifada was largely, you know, less violent, the Second Intifada was horrifically violent, with more than 135 suicide bombings in very public places, in schools, in restaurants, in buses in particular. And it was absolutely intolerable. This particular image, taken during the Second Intifada, refers to a point where some Israelis wandered by accident into the wrong part of the West Bank, and they were seized and literally lynched and torn apart with people's bare hands. You can see this person raising his hands, stained with blood, and this has ironically become a symbol for contemporary protesters as well. As you can see, this occurred just last week. The Israelis attempted to deal with this by building a massive fence, or a security barrier, as they call it, a concrete barrier in some places that aims to hold back any incursions from the West Bank into Israel. And they also relied very heavily on technology through the use of the Iron Dome to hold back rocket attacks that continued to rain upon them, especially from Gaza. And this led them to something of a state of a false sense of security that would be broken in 2003 with the October 7th attack. And here we're now already in, you know, contemporary history, and so I can certainly truncate to a certain degree, because we will pick this up next week. It's going to be crucial. Gaza, of course, under Jewish control from 1967 and the Six-Day War, but only sparsely populated by Jews in a few settlements, about 5,000 living among about 1.5 million Palestinians who were increasingly arrested. In 2005, in a very, very painful move which divided the country, the government under Ariel Sharon decided to divest, to disengage from Gaza, and to simply remove themselves from it entirely, thinking that it was a demographic time bomb. It was very difficult to control this large and unhappy population, high levels of unemployment, more than half of their population under the age of 18. And so they simply decided to pull back. And the experiment was, let them have their state, as it were, and let's see what happens. Of course, it did not work out well. They had elections shortly thereafter. In these elections, the two major parties were Hamas and Fatah, Fatah being the party of Yasser Arafat, who has now passed away. And as you can see in the West Bank, Fatah has the slight edge. In the Gaza Strip, Hamas actually came out on top, and then later they would have a coup and they would drive out any of the Fatah associates as well. So basically, Gaza since then has been ruled by Hamas, and it's been blockaded by Israel because there's constant rocket attacks, and there was concerns about import of munitions. And we'll have to return to these very complicated issues at the beginning of next week's session. I'm going to skip through this because this will be also related to next week. But I will conclude with two ideas. The first is that with the October 7th attacks, Israel responded with something called the Daya Doctrine, which is basically this military tactic or strategy that if Israel is attacked, they must counterattack with disproportionate force in order to deter future attacks. This Daya Doctrine has proved to be fairly useful and instrumental for establishing détente with many of its neighboring neighboring countries. And in fact, today Israel does have a peace treaty not only with Egypt, but also with Jordan and several other Arab states. But it has not proved to be effective dealing with Hamas, at least not yet. So let me conclude finally. We began this discussion with, when do we begin this talk? And I offered you a coin from the Roman era, the Judea Capta coin. This is a commemorative medal that was struck in 1958 by the young state of Israel, then 10 years old. And on one side, they have this image, obviously evocative of that original Roman coin. And it says underneath, the Galta Yehuda of 1959, the Israel is exiled and it's a reference to the original exile. But then on the obverse, you have something really fascinating. It says in Latin, Israel liberata, Israel liberated, and it shows you an image that is evocative of the original Judea Capta, but says so much more in a positive vein. Where the Roman soldier once stood, you have a young woman playing with her child. Where the despondent Jew sat, you now have a farmer planting a tree for the future. And I think this is how Israelis, Jews the world over, view the state of Israel, not as warlike and engaged constantly in conflict, but rather a country that is dedicated to growth and to peace.
How are you,
and prosperity.
TYB?
And hopefully we should.
What's good, TYB? Can you hear me, Pam?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah,
Yo, is that you in the 8 Discord server?
Yeah, but you gotta be 18 to be in here, big dog.
I am.
How old are you?
18.
No, it took you too long, dog. Come back when you're 18, my friend.
I am.
Okay, come back when you're 21.
I'll show you my ID.
All right, you want to send your ID? I'll take that. Yo, pimp.
I have a question before, please.
What's up?
What are you leaving the Discord server?
I don't. I've been in there for like over a year.
I can ever leave.
No.
What happens if Adrian Ross joins that Discord server and says hi?
He has, and he's been in my stream. So what?
Oh, okay.
Yo, buddy, you can't be in here if you're not 18.
I'm 18.
I don't believe you. Buddy, you can't be here if you're not 18.
Abby, I'm 18.
You sound like you're 12 years old.
No, I'm not.
Okay. Send me your ID or I'm going to have to ban you.
Okay, I'll send you your ID. But I have a question.
No more questions, big dog.
Not one more question, one more question.
Nope,
Just one question.
dog. You're getting banned, my friend, if you don't send your ID.
Okay, I'm sending you the ID.
Okay.
What? I'm 18.
I read something today said that, Caitlin Clark. I don't agree with Jeff. I don't agree with Jeff Teague, who I read something today said that, Caitlin Clark, well, she's just a good player. She's not a great player. Jeff, I love you. You weren't a great player, okay? You were serviceable. I know you made the All-Star team one time. I'm sorry. If we're gonna be honest, I'm happy for your career. She is great. Let me run down. And actually spinning back into their territory, it's picked up like hit Delario, the throw that throws Crawford's out. Crawford shows one, drops it down third baseline. It's going to roll out. And actually spinning back into their territory, it's picked up like hit Delario, the throw that throws Crawford's out. I have never seen something like that. Unbelievable. Crawford bumping it off the end of the bat. They fight for two good. Montego advance the third. Crawford and Stout running. The side spin the English on it off the end of the bat, even though it went 5 feet foul. It spun back fair. It went all the way up into the grass and foul. And She starts becoming more and more unpredictable every single time she comes home. She starts to bring with her this whole way. Did y'all see? Did y'all see the white woman that got in trouble for saying that word? I know. Did y'all see? Did y'all see the Excuse me, sir. I had a question right over here. Do you think two people can fit in this bed here? Can we test out real quick? Since I'm here to witness this, I can couch. Well, I was more so curious about two people. Do you think you could? I Hey everybody, Dean Payne here. And for those who don't know, I am a sworn law enforcement.
What up, Zoot? How you living, pimp? Ready to get your ass rocked? Zoot, remember that time I talked to you and you talked back? What's up, pimp?
I'm just chilling.
Are you ready to lose? No, I mean, are you ready to get your fucking ass rocked?
Yeah.
Zoot, we're going to go over something, okay? In the history of your life, which is a considerable amount of time,
Nearly 5 years.
you have never beaten me in a game called Match Monsters. Were you aware of this fact?
Yeah, but
Are you going to be able to change that?
yeah. Yeah. Yeah, let's go.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Dude, I've now sent you an invitation. Remember that time that you selected a team? Are you going to go? Zoot.
Oh, fuck. Oh, no, this is not good.
What?
Oh, you tried to fly one of them. Oh,
Oh, yeah, you're fucked, big dog.
wait. What does red do?
If you get a red, it drops me by 5 points. It, like, removes 5 points from me. Electro Claw.
Holy shit, that did no damage.
Yeah, Electro Claw's weak as fuck, son.
I think the evolution. The evolution for the electric one is very powerful.
Are you sure?
Yep.
I think it sucks dick.
No, it gives you like so much repel.
Dog, I'm gonna destroy you. This is like my home base.
Whoa, you get 20 HP attack.
What?
The thing is, like, yours, it takes a while to get to the end.
That's correct, son. Good move.
It's okay, but I helped you a bit.
Dude, this fucking
Does a lot of damage.
yeah, it does
That does a lot of damage.
a lot of damage.
You good?
Oh, you.
Oh, both of them once.
Why would you evolve that shitty? That guy sucks.
Both of them once. You just help me. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
you ready to say what a lot of damage does?
Yep. That only does 10 damage.
So look, it gives me,
It gives you what?
it gives me, it gives me, it automatically gives me health. Ready, Rabbi?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I better prevent you from getting caught.
Fuck you.
I think I was a good man.
Yeah, I fucked up. Are you gonna go?
Yeah. That's gonna help you if I'm with my best friend is not with this. Oh no! Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
you fucked me, you little cunt. Sorry for saying.
You're good. Thanks, big dog.
Okay, that's good. Okay, that's really good. Oh no! Give you an extra move and you heal. Okay, you didn't heal that much. You win. You won. You won.
No, I didn't. Yeah, I did.
Alright, let's go again.
Dog, you got your ass whooped. You have 0 wins. Why do you think you're so dog shit?
I am.
Are you gonna go? Are you gonna pick something? Or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw?
I have a feeling that you're going to go for water now. Fuck!
Electric one.
Ah, fuck.
2 tiles are electrified every turn, son. Are you gonna go?
Um, I think that's it.
That did help.
Sorry.
That was a good move. Dog, you fucked me.
Let's stick electric fire. But you helped me. That's not gonna help me, man.
Nice extra move.
Didn't help much. The universe is love. Are you happy with me, Dad?
Yeah, it was great. Hydro Rush?
Did I get an extra move?
I think so. Dude, you just destroyed me. Another Hydro Rush?
Oh. Oh,
That didn't
I
make
thought
any
I just
sense.
helped you. I was trying to move us to the right. Bro, I just gave you. I want to gave you a game, man.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
I mean, it was my fault. I slipped up. Hey, Rabbi.
Yo,
Why
pimp.
did you do this?
You're up, big dog.
Okay, this is the better move. That's an okay move.
Oh, big time. Big time. Are you gonna go? Oh no.
Oh,
Extra move?
shit. Oh, shit. Which one do I vote?
Whatever you want, baby.
I'm gonna vote him because he's closer. What's the best move here?
This is gonna hurt, son.
Rabbi, it's your turn.
I know.
Oh, Lord.
We're tied, son.
Yeah, but I am closer to beating.
Are you gonna go?
Yep. And then I'm going to do this.
My turn.
Fuck. Rabbi, I might have helped you,
I hurt myself.
but I might have.
I hurt myself.
I might have fucked you a little bit.
I hurt myself.
I might have fucked you a little. The fire guy is so powerful, but the problem is like he
So hard to get that move.
she's hard. Yeah.
You know that it's your turn?
Yeah. I think this is the best one.
Hydro Rush?
Yep. Oh, I'm gonna evolve. That's hard. Oh, you just helped me. Alright, you just helped me. Oh, what? Oh, no, you helped me.
Extra move? And you're evolved?
Yep. Yep. Okay, now we've got. Okay.
You're up, pimp. Big dog. Oh, what a big heel leaf.
Fuck.
What a big win, son.
Fuck, you were so far behind as well.
Did you know you just lost?
Yeah, let's go, man. I am going to do. How about Showtime?
I know.
Ready?
Extra
Oh,
move.
wow, I think you already won.
Extra move. How did I already win?
Look out, shit I'm doing.
We always do shit, dog.
Look how far ahead of you are with me right now.
You have the lead.
I don't even have a score. Anyway. You can do so much damage to me right now. That works. Okay. I'm winning.
You stole my guy.
I'm not getting extra move. Okay, we're tied.
Are you gonna go?
And I am going to block you a little bit. Okay. That works. Bye-bye. Who do you think is going to win?
I am.
What if I do this?
You did a really good move.
No. And that was the best move you could have made.
Thanks, baby.
But that was the worst move you could have made because you didn't block the fire. They just do 20 points damage. Oh, even better. Right?
No way.
How much is it to it?
What are you saying, Zoo?
But which one do I involve?
Look who it is.
Ah, shit, you scared me. Your brother?
100%.
No.
What up, pimp? How are you?
Doing good. What are y'all up to?
Losing to Zoot and Match Monsters?
Who You're not really. Drag them in. Match monsters again.
Technically, he introduced the game to us.
Yeah, well, I didn't think you guys were. Oh, fuck. Not good. Not good. Really not good.
He'll leave.
Yeah, but the good news is I can do this.
Zoot, do your thing where you go, I just won.
Can't say it's not hurt. Yeah. I might have just won. He just got an extra turn. Rabbi, I don't think he scored that. I don't think it's going to be that great. Oh, he's got 7. And he's evolving. Fuck.
You're up, pimp.
You're evolving. You don't get it, though.
I think you get plus 10 healing if you evolve in this one.
You get plus 10 health if you evolve.
I think so. Evolving restores 10 hit points.
He's on a hunt.
What'd you say?
Border and fire.
I'm green and red. Oh, so you just fucked me. Zoot. That was uncool.
Rabbi, have you heard Duke recently say that he has to go watch his dog?
No.
I haven't heard that shit in a long time.
Yeah, how is Yoshi doing?
Sorry.
Zoot, Zoot, did you know it's 4 days away from you doing stand-up comedy?
Yep.
Are you going to do it this time?
Yep.
Like, you're not going to pussy out? You're not going to be late?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Are you excited to do it?
Yep. Are you excited to get hit hard?
Yeah, hit me with it, baby. Oh, you just healed? Son, you just healed?
No.
Son, you just healed?
Are you here? Welcome.
Dude, you're going to destroy me. Just do it, Zoot. Do it. $20 damage. Oh, man.
What damage, yeah. Oh, you just healed though.
No, I didn't. Yeah, I did. Barely.
You just healed, but you're in a shitty situation.
Zoot,
So I can do this.
let's see you do it. Do it, Zoot.
This one. This one.
Fuck you, Zoot. Zoot got his first win. Riser, are you ready for golf?
How does it feel to lose when you have a heel on your team?
Dog, I let you win. I got distracted by Riser. Riser, we're waiting on you, dude. What are you gonna do? Just J-Yor? Zoot, do you know what it means to J-Yor?
No.
J-Yor means jerking yourself off raw. Riser, what are you doing, dog? Are you just J-Yoring? Dog. Riser, you have the invitation. Oh, no, hit the tree. Boy, I gave you guys easy shots. Zoot might have had one of the worst shots you could have had. Now it's Riser's turn. Riser's just J-Yorn. No.
Fuck you. No.
Thank you. Riser, thank you. Riser, did you know you gave me one extra point? Riser, did you know that you gave me one extra point?
Yeah, I mean, post advantage at a time. Yeah, no, that guy's gonna go into the. That blocks everyone. That's hard, dude. Hard. They block everyone into this. They block you from being able to get a hold of one. And I knew you guys were going to do that to actually help me out anymore.
Stop. Stop.
I need to make the shot. I mean, I have the advantage here. You know, guys, that I'm still like above both of you because you're where you like. Rabbi, you're on your third shot right now.
I know, baby. Look how good a shot this is. Look how good a shot this is. Look how good a shot this is.
Liza, go the other way. You don't have a chance. Alright, fuck that. I'm not getting it. Nope. You have to make the shot right there.
This would be a big shot for Riser. Too bad he hit it too hard.
Look who's in the lead.
No one, not Riser and not I, are worried about you right now.
I mean, shot like that. That was a good shot.
That was a good shot, son.
I mean, I probably helped you, but you did pick the last shot and everything.
Totally.
Riser, if you get rid of the tree for me on the left, it's a bit. Okay. We can walk it up.
Hit that tree.
I'll go in. You might have to win. So, so I have 5 points. I have 5 points.
WTF, dog?
Maximum. Oh, thank you. You're done.
You're gonna miss. I can already tell from here that's a miss. Easy miss.
Okay. You have to make your shot if you want to perform.
Yeah, you know this is in. Like one of the greatest shots. Fuck.
I think Rafa memorize it.
When's the last time Zoot beat us?
He hasn't won yet. It very well. He's even the worst fucking boat manageable. Four working playing. Even if I don't score here, I'm still in the lead. That's a good shot. That was a really good shot.
You're fucked, Zoot. That's a bad shot. Oh,
That was a really
beautiful.
good shot.
Beautiful, dude.
Yeah, Riza has to help me.
No, he doesn't.
If he wanted to get free, he should have helped me.
Oh, Zoot.
Riza, we're getting up by the lake here. Yeah, a little bit. Riza, bad shot. You need to get this ball in the hole with the next 3 shots. Next. Next 2 shots? And I'm at 4-0. Oh, there's a chance.
There is a chance.
It'd have to be the greatest shot of all time.
Zoot, it would have to be the greatest shot of all time. But there's kind of an angle. Too hard.
Yeah, fast enough.
Dude, I saw this guy do this amazing shot one time on here not too long ago. He hit it all the way to the end and then went like diagonally. It was, I think, a phenomenal strategy.
Are you gonna try it?
No. Oh, that's a good shot.
Dude, water gun rabbi. He's not composing. No, he's not. Now you gave him a water gun.
Look how good this water bump is. That's in the water.
IIQ.
High IQ is right.
Why would you do that? You're never going to win if you just keep water.
You're the one who started it. Oh, what an amazing shot.
Wait till you see my next shot. I'm a genius. I'm a genius. This year, that's something cool.
That's water bumpable. Stop. Oh, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Get him, Riser. Riser, what are you doing?
Roger and I are time.
No, you're not.
This one. 7, 3, 7, 4, 7, 4, 4, 4.
I can't believe Zoot just won.
Yeah, you guys were being stupid.
Remember that time I had one of the greatest shots that we've ever seen on this hole? What are you going to do, Zoot?
Yeah, but you're in the
Zoot, what are you going to do? Zoot, what are you going to do?
the hole.
Zoot, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
It's definitely not there. Riser, what are you going to do?
The hole underneath the bomb. That was a good shot. Now I'm in the best position out of anyone. Let me take out the 10.
Zoot, take out the windmill. Windmill, dog. Windmill.
Where's the shadow? Bomb.
Doghouse.
Check out the 10.
Doghouse.
Dodge shot. Doesn't make the bomb. Focus on the bomb. I'm just gonna help Rabbi when I do this.
Doghouse.
You mean the doghouse corner? Yeah, I guess. Oh. Rabbi's in the worst position.
Even worse now.
Make it. I think I am. Yeah.
Did you just say you think you're gay?
Said I'm gay.
That doesn't even make sense. What would make
I think I'm
sense?
big Rabbi.
Dog, STFU, man.
I am going to agree. Go back to you.
Oh, that was almost a really good shot. Zoot, hit your ball. No, that was a bad shot. Riser, what did you think of that shot? Zoot fucked you. Hey, Riser, what did you think of the William Montgomery show this week? I thought you were a fan of William Montgomery. You have something against fat dudes? Riser, Zoot, that's gonna hit that ball. This is a bad shot, Zoot. Bad shot, Zoot. What'd you think of those angles, Riser? Riser, what'd you think of those angles, son? Why do you say that? That's incorrect, son.
Get this shit before me.
Oh, okay.
That was a terrible shot by me.
Quit with that bullshit, Zoot.
I don't have any stickers about it yet.
Are you gonna make this shot, Riser? Riser, that was garbage. Oh boy, that's a close one. Zoot, what are you gonna do, son? What are you gonna do, Riser? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? That's a miss. That's an obvious miss. Obvious miss. Look how sick that shot is. Zoot, you have a big shot here. And you just missed it. Zoot's done. Zoot is done. No, that's impossible. That's goofy talk. Riser, that shot is absolute dog shit. Oh, that is a great shot, dude. He just left. Look how good this shot is. Do you think that's one of the best shots you've ever seen? Don't waterbomb me. Look how sick this shot is. Riser, what are your thoughts on you being many shots away from the hole? In the water. In the water, son. Look how perfect that shot was. Dog, we're looking at one of the greatest comebacks in the history of this game. Oh, I have to go first? That's unfortunate. Stop. Are you going to water bump me? What are you going to do, son? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Are you proud of that shot? Oh, are you serious? Are you? No, I'm not. No way. That's going in the water. No way. What are you doing?
You are so done, it's not even.
No way do you make this. Newfie as fuck, dude. Newfie as fuck. Dog, just you're in the right one. Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna J-Yor? Oh, well, it looks like you fucked up, son. You chose the red guy? Are you gonna go? What a major miss. Extra move. I don't think so. Oh, the green ones? That sucks. Dog. I can't do anything. What should I do? Dude, what should I do? Are you gonna go? Extra move, dog. Yeah, you didn't know that? Same if you get an L, son. Well, why don't you figure it out? Play the game more. Did you know it's your turn? It just skips. Dog. Nothing is good here. Dog.
I have a green one you can do it.
Dude, I just gave you something good.
You fucked up.
STFU, dog. I gave you two really good things. Oh, dog, don't do it. You fucked up.
What are you talking
Doug, what do I do?
Why would you take more?
Dude, STFU, you stole my guy. You stole my guy. Doug, you evolved that guy?
Yeah, because there's going to be less scratch coming out.
Are you fucking serious? Dude, I just helped you. A lot. Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna jail? Good job. The ice is there, dog.
One thing you said me.
Dude, what are you doing with this Hydro Rush bullshit? Flare, bitch. You aren't even a fan of his. You didn't even watch him. What is yesterday's episode on your, like, in your basket of episodes you're just holding off on? Yo, dog, I just asked you a question. Are you going to answer it, son? Yo, dog. Why not? Why didn't you watch the episode? If you say you're a fan of William Montgomery, you watch his good episodes, you watch his bad episodes, you don't discriminate against people based on their size.
What's the deal with you, bro?
Oh, you proud of that move? Look how sick this move is. Oh, what a terrible move. $20 damage. Dude, what do I do? Are you gonna go? Dog. Well, what do you want me to do about it? Look how sick this move is. Are you gonna go? Shut the fuck up. Yo, pimp. What, you feel like you should get to be able to request? You think you should fucking be able to request? Who the fuck do you think you is, baby? Who the fuck do you think you is? Yeah. Let's see it, baby. That was one of the worst shots I've ever seen. Like I've been playing this game for some time, and literally you just had one of the worst shots maybe in the history of this game, and it's like thousands of years old. Your dog shit shot will rest in the annals of history as one of the worst shots anybody's ever seen ever. Are you ready for a Newfie shot, son?
Waiting for it. What happened? I missed it. You shoot into the.
Did I put the slider into the hole? Did I put the slider in the pocket? Yeah, I did. Purposefully. To make you feel like you had a chance of winning. That's a terrible shot. No way, you could do the thing here. Get it, baby. I ain't mad at you. Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go? Dude, that's baller. But are you gonna go? So do you want to know what you missed in the William Montgomery show? One of the greatest William Montgomery shows ever. They talked about being redheads, and they talked about their dogs, and they talked about Las Vegas, and it was that fat guy, William Montgomery, and then their girlfriends off camera. And so you got to hear all of that goodness. Joe Rogan was on it. Did you just hear me? Joe Rogan was on it. Tony Hinchcliffe was on it. Madonna came on. They also had Enrique Iglesias. He made an appearance. And then they did call-ins. They had Ghislaine Maxwell call in. They had Donald Trump call in right after her. It's pretty amazing. Then they had Casey Rocket on. He called in. Then they had Brian Redband. He called in. They had Wayne Gretzky on. Wayne Gretzky actually devoted his career to William Montgomery, which I thought was really nice. Then they had on Ava Longoria. That was really neat. They had on Ed O'Neill. That was cool. They had the whole cast of Happy Gilmore 2 on. Everybody. Even that lady who died at the beginning. Then they had on... Well, I wouldn't say they necessarily had him on, but they had a tribute to Malcolm Jamal Warner. They also had a tribute to Ozzy Osbourne. They had a tribute to Hulk Hogan and Lonnie Anderson, which I thought was really touching that they would include Lonnie Anderson. I didn't know if they'd have time to do it, to have a tribute to her, but they did. And I really thought the tribute to Malcolm Jamal Warner was really tasteful. They had a highlight clip of his most famous times on the Cosby Show. So they had Gordon Gartrell on. They had the one where Stevie Wonder's on. Stevie Wonder showed up. I thought that was really cool. And it was a jam-packed William Montgomery show. They also had on Mario Andretti. They had on Michael Andretti. They also had on Sydney Sweeney. She talked about her jeans ad. And they had the cast of The Fighter and the Kid. They were on. So Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen, he was on. And then they had on, I thought this was, do you know who Timmy No Breaks is? Of course you don't, but they had Timmy No Breaks on. They had Howie Mandel on, which I thought was cool. Then, I mean, the thing that I thought was probably one of the coolest parts of the episode was when Michael Jordan was on. They had Michael Jordan and LeBron James, and they played one-on-one basketball against each other, not just in real life, but also on NBA Jam, which I just thought was really cool. Like, it was tasteful. It was a really tasteful episode. So after Michael Jordan and LeBron James played one-on-one and then played NBA Jam against each other, and they tied. They tied at the end, which wasn't even possible in that game. But they tied, and then they all had sundaes, like ice cream sundaes, and I think a couple people had banana splits. I'm almost certain Erica had a banana split, though she wasn't on camera, so you don't really know. But she was talking about how much she liked banana splits. Then they also had on Phil Jackson, former coach of the Bulls and the Lakers. And then they had on Kobe Bryant's widow, Vanessa Bryant. And she declared her love for William, which, Erica kind of got mad about. Then they had on Tyler Halliburton. Dick Cheney showed up. Dick Cheney, he came in via satellite. That was really interesting. It was a really cool show. Why didn't you watch it? Yeah, I wasn't even paying attention. I was telling you about the William Montgomery episode.
Are you proud of that cover?
Why do you like basketball so much? I thought you hate flick games.
Basketball is only good for like
For like what?
basketball is only good for like
Are you proud of that? 9 points? That's good. Do you want to hear who else was on the William Montgomery show?
no.
Dude, 2 swishes? You're on fire, son. You could quit. You could quit. 3 swishes? Dude, 10 points on the second level is unheard of.
And my dog is like in the light.
Well, what do you want me to do about it? We will. We're going to call it the Rabbi Made a Comeback Dog Shelter in honor of Yellow.
It all comes out of it.
All right. Well, do you want to hear what's on the William Montgomery show or no?
I don't. I made that extremely clear. Yo!
That was good.
Damn it.
That was good. It's over. It's over, son.
No!
What a comeback. Dog. What a comeback. What are your thoughts? Do you want to be interviewed?
My daughter literally like my last name.
Dog, what do you want me to do about it? Dog, what do you want me to do about it? I just did. I've realized that you have stolen all of my comebacks. Yes, you do. That's a make. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a make. But you're not doing as well as you did the first game. You played balls to the walls the first game. 8 points. That's still good. Not as good as.
I told you that your comebacks were actually stolen from other people.
I would tell you that you're a liar. You're a straight up liar, son. All my shit is fucking.
You said that before.
I take anybody's shit. You call me a comeback? Whoa. How'd you like that one, son? Remember that time you critiqued all of my comebacks and I came out with 13 points? Do you remember that? You're done. 17. Are you proud of that?
I haven't even tried it. I don't need stolen comebacks.
Did
That
you?
was pretty bad.
Yeah, well, guess what? Look at the scoreboard, son. Look at the scoreboard. Perfect shot. Dude, you're on fire. Dog. 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 Dog.
Oh,
Are you proud of that? Are you proud of that?
I'm gonna lose by one again. Let's see it. No. No. No, 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 no.
Dog, what are your thoughts? Do you want to be interviewed?
And you got a crazy first round.
Dog, do you want to be interviewed? Well, you are being interviewed. Okay, what are your thoughts on getting your ass handed to you? Go.
I'll do the same thing for the athletic sports and the dark
That's a make. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a make. That's a make. That's a make. That was good. If you suck, you ready for this? Dog. Dog, what are your thoughts? In the first round, I doubled you. Dog. Dog, what are your thoughts? That's a miss. Make. That's a miss. A big miss. That's a big swish. Are you going to be able to get 14 in the second round? Oh, look at you tying it up. Taking the lead. Oh, big time. Big round. 11, dog. That's really good if you suck dick.
Let's see you beat 11 right now. I want to see it, but people want to see it. This might be a record sport with
I mean, maybe. I'm not even trying. That was pretty good. 27. Are you ready for a record?
Let's see this high score. Terrible start.
Terrible start.
High score.
Terrible start.
Terrible.
Fire finish, baby. Fire finish, baby.
Wow, what the hell?
How'd you like that? Riser, how'd you like that?
Quick draw time.
This sucks, and I have to go first. Now, don't distract me.
Oh no. I'm doing actually basketball. Why is my target all doing this thing?
I mean, what do you want me to do about it? Yo, Doug, what do you want me to do about it? You need 2 bullseyes. That's 1. You need a second one here. A big shot for you, son. And he gets it. No way. Oh, what a bullshit thing at the end.
What do you want me to do? I'm gonna fuck a good shot here. Let's fuck this up. Let's fuck it up. Last one. Let's fuck it up.
You need 1 shot. 1 point.
I don't know how I know it's saying that I got left shots on. You take forever to hit shoot. I literally shoot way faster. Oh yeah. You can change the game mode for you can have infinite time practice later. It's very, really scary.
Dude, how about you just go and you quit flapping your lip? Oh, that's a big make. You just need 2 8s. Are you going to be able, or 2 8s? That's a 9. You just need a 7 here, son. Can you get a 7? Are you going to be able to get a 7?
The loss of not good.
Doug, I'll take that. Dude, that's a big bullseye. You need at least a 6 here. Are you going to be able to get it? Are you going to be able to get a 6? That was not good. I'm about to put you away, right?
Talking in my black sling, it's actually kind of rude. Usually you don't talk.
Dude, I can't. You're making me laugh.
Usually, you got Discord computer concentrating on that.
Dude, you're making me laugh. Shut the fuck up.
Usually what happens is that...
Dude, shut the fuck up. Dude, shut the fuck up. I can't believe that you want me to tell you more about the William Montgomery show from yesterday. You just need 2 7s, dog. Don't fuck up. Don't get a 6. Don't get a 6. Don't get a 6. And he just got a bullseye. All you need is a 4. Don't fuck this up. Like you did before. Yes, you did.
Literally.
Oh, it's over.
You didn't get a single bullseye that game.
Okay, well, what the fuck do you want me to do about it?
I'm just saying that's fair.
Now, you said something that I find very offensive. That I steal all of my comebacks. I want to know what comeback you think I've stolen because all of my comebacks are organic, son. I'm waiting, dude. Doug, no one wants to hear your bullshit excuses.
Fuck you there.
What do you want me to do about it, son? What do you want me to do about it, son? Doug, I can't believe how long you take. Are you serious? That's what you just did?
This fucking word sucks so much. For the letter 11. And I just handed you a gift for no reason. No, you can't go there. Go to a different one.
There she is. Miss Aquarius. Oh boy. Let's see if I can play 2 games at once. All right, Miss Aquarius, are you ready? It's going to take too long. Nope, we're playing tonight, girl.
Yo.
How are you?
Losing literally, but we're gonna do it.
Good. Oh, there you go. Yay. Okay. All right, you can play 2 games. Let's go.
I'm going to try.
Can't understand. Everybody look. There you go. Go, Rabbi. Yay. Okay. He multitasking. I like that.
I'm doing what I can, girl.
Trying you. What's that playing?
Literati.
Oh, let me get that. Again. There, Rabbi. Thanks, don't do. Okay. Good job. Mm. Mm. Okay. Uh-huh. All right. Next. What in the world was all that? All right, Rabbi, next. Let's pray.
Nice job, Mr. Fresh.
Thank you. You gonna do one more?
Absolutely.
Yeah. There we go. Let's go. Oh, all right, everybody, you got this. Next. Oh, that was a good shit.
Get it.
Yes. Oh,
No.
yay! Good strike.
Thank you, ma'am. Riser, what'd you think of that one?
There you go. That is strike. Let's go. All right, Rabbi. You got this. You got two strikes, bro. Yes, there we go. Yes. Good step. Go, there we go. Strike, strike.
You got it? Yay! Good job.
Thank you, ma'am.
Let's play again, guys. We'll do it tomorrow.
Absolutely. Take care. Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius.
You too. I stay in here, okay?
Excellent.
Remember?
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah. Okay. In the morning. Good night, Riser.
Riser, what's it feel like to be losing to a person who's not even paying attention to your game? No, what do you want me to do about it? Joy? That was great, dude. I mean, what do you want me to do? I mean, what do you want me to do about it? I mean, what do you want me to do about it? Dog, I'm asking you a question, and you have refused to answer it. What do you want me to do about it? Did you know Diddy is planning a Madison Square Garden concert when he gets out? Yo, Doug, what are your thoughts on that? The largest unsolved crime in Canadian history. That happened like 50 years ago. I don't think it's funny. I'm just asking you, what do you think of it? You didn't even know it existed. I had to educate you on it. You didn't even know about it. It's your own history. And I had to educate you on it. What the fuck is vow? What the fuck is vow?
No, you don't know what vow is?
No, what is it?
It's the sixth letter of the Hebrew alphabet. You should know that.
Dude, okay, I know that, but that's not an English word.
Well, that's how you spell it in English.
I did not know that counts in this game. Considering it's another language. Yeah, Doug, what do you want me to do about it? And that's not even the standard way that it's spelled in Hebrew. It's generally spelled VAV. Dog, how is it that you were beating me by so much, and then it's just like I went into another gear, and now I'm up by more than 70 points? How is that? I think it's one of the greatest games in the history of mankind, in the history of humankind.
You know what bomb means?
I know what Vav means. I know Va is an alternative spelling of Vav, but that's not generally used. And it's another language, so I didn't think it would be allowed. No way, don't do that. You're not going to be able to do that.
Maybe if I had more time, I could have done
Dude, I only have Vavs left. There's a chance you could win.
Yeah, I have left, but I need to. Okay.
Dude, you could make a comeback. Welcome.
He said welcome.
Yo, dog, you've got to be 18 to be in here. How old are you?
I think too.
No, you're not. You need to leave.
No.
You need to leave, or I will ban you.
You sound like a 40-year-old. I'm scared of
That's because I am a 40-year-old. I'm glad I saw my age.
You're a pedophile.
Get out of here, garbage. All right, here we go.
Saying no pedophile.
Get out of here, dude.
No, dude. You pedophile.
Ban.
People on Discord are so depressed.
Agreed. Doug, this is the best game you've ever had against me, and you're still going to lose unless you have something really good here. Oh, baby, he came back. That's what I like to see, baby. That's what I like to see.
Are you gonna get to 300?
Yeah.
Wow, you literally stole my word.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
You stole my word like twice.
Doug, what do you want me to do about it? Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out. I mean, again, do you want to know what my opinion is on the matter? What do you want me to do about it, baby?
I have a word, but I don't know if I can place it in there.
Are you going to win?
Save me why? Save me why? Non-why?
You're just randomly putting that anywhere. I know where you can put a Y. I know where you can put a Y. $300.
Also, the game doesn't give me any good players.
I mean, again, do you want to know what do you want me to do about it? I'm asking you a question.
I'm asking you to do anything about it. I'm just stating a fact that this game doesn't give me 3 S's every second turn.
It gave you 2 blank tiles. I would rather have 2 blank tiles, my friend. I would rather have 2 blank tiles than 3 S's, son. You got 2 blank tiles. Do you
How
recognize?
do you know that I had 2 blank tiles?
Because it shows on the board.
You know how many points you get for playing tiles? 0.
But they can do anything for you. They can be S's. Riser, did you know that you had an invitation? Are you just gonna J-Yor? Are you gonna J-Yor? What game? There is a racing game. It's called Race to see how many balls you can put in the holes. Look how good this shot is. Did you see that? Did you see that shot?
Why do you give gold so long, dude? I got like 150 or 2.
Because this one takes skill. Look how good this shot was. Dog. Let's see you do some damage, son. What are you going to do? Hit my ball. Hit my disc. Dude, you just set up my... I just won. I just won. I just won. I just won. I just won.
How the hell did that happen? That was not in there.
I mean, again, what do you want me to do? Now, you want to see a Newfie shot, son? Are you proud of that shot?
Are you trying to lose?
What was that? Are you proud of that? I dedicate this shot to Zoot's comedy career. I dedicate this shot to Zoot's comedy career. This is kind of a hard shot. Psych. All right, I dedicate this to Zoot's comedy career.
You can get to the next one after.
This is a hard shot.
You're not going to pocket this. You're not getting this. You're not going to get this. That would be nice to meet you.
You ready for this?
Let's see it in the feet. Let's see it in the feet.
Oh, I lost. This is the easiest way to win in the history of this game. Risky. Why would you take such a risk?
No. I could have done on the other one.
Dog, why would you take such a risk?
We have to talk about that. I'm gonna see if I can do
Then do it. Are you serious? Riser, are you
that. I
serious?
don't know. I just want to see if I can do that.
No, 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 no. Hit it in. Hit it in. Hit it in. Oh, well, that's my college fund. I asked ChatGPT the best strategy for this game. Now I'm unstoppable. It didn't really give me a good strategy. Nothing different than what we normally do. Oh, dude, that's a big one. Dude, I don't know how good a move that was.
What else is I supposed to do?
Win? See, I answer your questions.
Fucking social and are you proud of that one?
This might be the greatest comeback we've ever witnessed, folks. This might be the greatest comeback we have ever witnessed.
Oh, you're done.
Fuck.
You're done.
Shut the fuck up.
Look, get out of here. Nope. No. Nope. That's a win. One, get out of here. Coming back for more.
Dog, let's play.
Dude, why are we copying my strategy?
This isn't your strategy. Are you going to go? Ho ho! How'd you like that, son? What a move. What a set of moves you just had the privilege of witnessing. Dog. Dog. Dog.
Oh, you're done.
Dude.
You're done. You're done.
Am I?
You're done.
Am I?
Terrible.
You're done. You're done, son. It's over for you, baby. The game is over for you. You just got destroyed. I got 41 points. Oh, okay. What is that? Acting like a bitch? Acting like a huge bitch? Doug, you lost. What do you want me to do about it? You're done. You're done. It's over for you, baby. It's over for you. Dog, you're done.
You're done.
You're done.
You can't even follow.
Dog, you're done.
I'm done at 12.
Dog, you're. Oh, shit. I didn't want it to do that. It went because I took too much time. Well, now I lost. You're done. You're done. Fuck. Oh, I won? Oh, you fucked up. What are your thoughts on my approaching 100 wins? Dog, I can't believe you just fucking fucked up like that. That was crazy. Dog.
After that, that on the works when you go. That 10 is gonna be a problem soon for you.
I'm not worried about it.
Oh, you fucked up.
Yeah, I did.
You fucked up so hard.
Well, let's see you go. How'd you like that, son?
Not even know about it. Are you proud of that move?
Dog, it's one of the sickest moves you're ever gonna see. Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna get yours? Look how sick this move is, son. Fuck. Fuck.
Watch that. The best mental player in the basketball just
Oh, okay. I see how it is. You want to take on the champ in basketball?
I want to end on the high note. Yeah. I am going to win a basketball this time, so I'm still going to go with it.
You're terrible. You're absolute. Look, I'm gonna lay it to you straight.
I don't have my dog attacking me, so are you going to send me an invite? 'Cause
I am.
people
I am.
that
I am, but it says I have to wait 60 minutes to send it, or 60 seconds. So I'm going to run to the restroom, and I'll be right back. All right, baby. You ready for this heat? Big dog. Riser, you there? Riser. Riser. Yo, dog. You ready for this heat?
This is going to be embarrassing for me just to learn. Wow.
Shut the
Didn't
fuck
even
up.
miss a shot. Did you see that?
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Did you see that?
I did. Shut the fuck up.
No, I didn't even miss a shot. Let's see if you can do that.
Oh, shit.
I don't know how the hell you're shooting this like that.
What do you want me to do about it? That's a miss. That's another miss. That's a miss. Oh wow. Wow. Dog, you did well. 8 points.
It's an acceptable score. You have another crazy fortune. I don't know how to fuck that. You just need to not fuck three of them in a row up like that. Oh, terrible round. Terrible round.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it? I've got the lead.
That was a terrible round.
Hey, look at the scoreboard.
Everyone.
That's a miss. That's a miss.
Oh, fucking ball. Oh my god. More than how does that every time you beat me by one time?
Because I'm better than you are?
One.
All right. Are you not going to suck dick this time? I'm going to comment on all your shots. Here we go. Brick City, folks. This motherfucker is going to throw up more bricks than a mason. Here we go. That's a make. That's a make. Oh, that's a make. Oh, that's a make. Oh, that's a miss. Oh, that's a miss. Oh, that's a miss. Oh, that's a miss. Oh, he gets a record. He gets a record, son. No, you haven't.
I'm getting better at this. Insane. What the fuck is this?
Doug, what do you want me to do?
This round is the hardest. Actually hard to get.
That's a miss. That's a miss.
I tried the fucking right and fucking do it. I don't know, that round. No.
Doug, you're down 2 points. Are you going to be able to do it? I'm going to get in your head right now. I'm going to live in your head. I'm setting up a hammock in your head. I've got a head hammock. I'm in your head, baby. I'm in your head, and you're not. You're playing better than I've ever seen you play in this final round. You haven't missed. This motherfucker hasn't missed. Oh, dude, he set a record. He set a record.
Oh, what are you gonna do, dog?
14 points.
33. You need to drop it to 12. You're not getting that. We all know. Just hang up the towel now. That ain't happening. Wait a minute. There's 3 selections in a row. Bullshit. I don't know bullshit. Give me an air ball. Oh, give me a 4-pointer. That's not happening. 9 points. You lose. There.
You suck.
33. You're not even. Yeah, rage quit.
I didn't rage quit. I didn't rage quit.
The only game I had a chance on is Gold State Trust and this.
How many times have you ever beat? Just remind me, how many times have you ever beaten me in literati?
I've seen you actually 100% of the time. I don't get bullshit letters.
You know that's incorrect. Thanks, baby. Uh-oh, he's gonna slam it.
Hey,
Good move.